Hao's entire body was tense. He found it difficult to relax. He thought that he had control over the advancement of his own path, that he wouldn't have to compromise with the foreign great sects and could guide his own fate. However, now, he realized that when faced against the giants of the higher realms, it didn't matter how astonishing his talents were or if he was the human emperor. A single finger from these giants could crush him into ashes. "I want to transcend," Hao said to himself. His tone of speaking was extremely steady, and his voice was powerful as well. The old man with disheveled hair from before was one thing, but the old woman clearly treated this place like a medicinal field. The only reason she didn't take action was because she didn't find suitable medicinal ingredients. In just that split second, Hao's entire body went cold. His fate was in the hands of another. The glorious Stone Country's restricted land, a country's imperial palace, was looked down upon just like that, treated no different from a medicinal field. He was completely disregarded, for he had not reached the supreme expert realm yet. As a result, he was safe and sound because the other party didn't care about him. This reasoning was a bit ridiculous. He was only able to narrowly escape because he wasn't powerful enough, and as such was ignored. This was not only a type of mockery, but also a type of sorrowful joke. "Damn it!" Finally, Hao spat out. He wouldn't become dejected even until the end, because he was still young. There was still time for him to improve himself. "Sooner or later, I am going to break into the higher realms." Hao voiced his thoughts. Between heaven and earth, lightning radiance would streak across the sky from time to time, oppressing this world. This was the light of the great calamity, the effects of incredibly powerful individuals fighting a great battle. The walls of the realm were broken, and the wasteland region was looked down upon. "It's a pity that I can only stay here now. Can't even watch the play anymore," Hao said quietly in a self-mocking manner. The little pagoda left, so there was no one to activate the ancestral altar anymore. The mirror was extremely blurry, and it was simply impossible to locate the distant situation. It was unknown what stage the battle had reached. At the end of the wasteland region, the old woman carried her medicinal basket. She was dressed in simple and unadorned female clothing, as if she was an old peasant woman. However, her methods and might were both utterly terrifying. With a light touch, the wall between regions broke apart, and she smoothly proceeded into another region. That day was like the reopening of heaven and earth for the wasteland region. The giants in the higher realms were fighting a great battle, soaking the mountains and rivers with their blood. Their slaughtering intent shook the past and present. Never before had there been such an intense and bitter battle. For the other 7 regions, this was a delayed great calamity. It wasn't just the old woman that took action. There were others that came into the realm of mortals to pluck great medicines. They were going to catch everything in one fell sweep and bring everything away. For supreme experts and deities, this was an unimaginable disaster. Hao didn't personally witness this, but he could very well imagine what was going on, because he had personally seen the changes that took place in the wasteland region. "Ah, no!" a Cho dragon cried out. However, it could still not escape its fate. It roared angrily towards the heavens, cold green light covering its body as it extended to a great length before soaring into the sky to flee this region. However, it was all completely futile. A large rough hand reached out. No matter how many thousands of divine abilities and tens of thousands of techniques it used, it could not escape. As 2 fingers closed in on it, it was just like catching a loach. What luck! It's actually a descendant of the true dragon with an unordinary bloodline. In the higher realms, it isn't as easy to hunt and kill them since Dragon Valley might hold a grudge. The old peasant woman creature cracked open a grin as she looked at the Cho dragon. With a nod, she said, "I'll bring it back and raise it for a bit of time until its dragon blood stabilizes. When it achieves divinity, I can then make a large furnace of medicine." In another region, a Taoist was traveling about. His appearance was ordinary, and his temperament appeared to be rather humble. However, occasionally, his skin would release a purple golden luster. He had 6 arms. In his hands was a horsetail whisk, and on his back was a large gourd. He also took action. After he pointed out with his hand, a clear splendor flashed. In front of him, mountains collapsed and the great earth split apart. Many mountain peaks were turned into ashes. Only a single giant mountain was left behind, but it ultimately split open as well. Inside the mountain's belly, a great silver snake that was several tens of thousands zhang in length curled up around that place, hissing outwards. It was extremely nervous and trembled endlessly. Not bad, he is about to break through the Supreme Being realm. I was just missing some silver snake gall. You should hurry up and advance your cultivation. Behind him, the large gourd released purple light, collecting the silver snake away. Several tens of thousands of li away, within an abyss, there was a blue-eyed golden-pupiled beast. The scales covering its body that was shaped like a qilin flickered with radiance. It directly bore into the ground to escape towards the earth's core. I'm missing a few spiritual creatures in the pond by the mountain gate. Count yourself lucky. Having you in there won't be too bad of a choice. The Taoist took a single step and he already reached this place. Then, the great gourd released strand after strand of auspicious energy, sucking the supreme exert-level blue-eyed golden-pupiled beast inside. It wasn't that these creatures weren't powerful, but instead that the Taoist and old woman were too terrifying. They were some of the most powerful individuals from the higher realms since heaven and earth were created. They were known as immortal giants. That day, the experts of every region were shaken, because they noticed that regardless of what type of divine ability they displayed or what type of treasures they used to defend themselves, they were all completely useless. In front of those types of supreme beings, all struggles were pitiful and laughable. They weren't the slightest bit effective. All of the regions were in chaos. The supreme experts that fled from the wasteland region earlier were all bewailing. It was still too hard to escape this disaster in the end. They ended up suffering just like the other creatures in these 7 regions. What is happening to this world? Even though there have been great calamities in the ancient times, they have never been as thorough as this one. They are trying to catch all of the divine creatures, not leaving even a single one behind. Someone roared with fury, feeling incomparably dejected. In the distance, an enormous streak of radiance rushed into the heavens. A projected body filled the skies, vast and unfathomable, divine and without flaws. This was a supreme deity. Unfortunately, no matter how angrily it roared, how powerful the divine artifact in its hands was, or how great the world-shaking divine might and the endless divine radiance he released were, it couldn't change anything. A large hand reached down and directly caught it, placing it into a magical artifact. What are you making so much noise for? Going to make you into medicine later. These words made the powerful individuals of this world fall into despair. How were they supposed to resist? Not even a divine existence was enough and was directly brought away. It was even more hopeless for them. As the great calamity descended, the powerful individuals of each region were in a desperate situation. They were normally high and mighty, yet today, they became stray dogs that were scuttling for their lives. The disparity was truly too great. Many creatures cried out in grief, voicing their anger towards the heavens. There was no way to escape this disaster. They were truly in a helpless situation. That's a supreme being. Someone's expression changed, feeling that the Taoist was familiar. Within the 8 regions, there were some ruined Taoist temples that were left from endless years ago. The one that was consecrated within them was that Taoist. A figure like that actually appeared in the lower realm. This left everyone speechless. They all felt deep fear. Based on normal reasoning, it came down many, many years ago. As time passed, it gradually became an item of history, destroyed in the endless stream of time. Who would have expected that he would re-emerge in this world? Within the mysterious region, the old woman appeared in front of the immortal mountain while carrying a medicinal basket. She had a large smile on her face, showing a rather benevolent appearance as she said to herself, "What a large medicinal field. However, this place has a master. It's that person's inheritance." The mountain was high, steep, and magnificent. Purple energy rushed into the heavens. This place seemed just like the lair of a dragon, with a myriad of mountains forming its ancestral roots. Wu, picking a few during the chaos should not cause too many problems. The old woman laughed, and with a raise of her hand, clear splendor scattered down into the Immortal Mountain. Immediately, symbols covered this place densely, and the power of formations overflowed into the heavens. This berserk power was definitely enough to kill supreme experts and deities. Who is invading? This is the Immortal Mountain, an eternal inheritance from the higher realms. Someone shouted loudly with a trembling voice that was full of fear. It was because at this time, a wave of tremendous might surrounded and suppressed this place, making the hearts of the people here shake. After all, right now, news of the 8 regions' chaos had long traveled through the world. It naturally created a worrying atmosphere. Hong. In the Immortal Mountain's strategic location, several ancient caves exploded, and the experts isolated inside were forcefully taken in, their bodies flickering with endless radiance. They struggled endlessly, but in the end, they were still no match. Even with their tremendous prowess and furious howls, it didn't change anything. They still entered that old woman's medicinal basket. Evil winds roared through the air, purple energy surged, and stellar rivers poured down. All types of unusual sights emerged. When everything calmed down, the higher-level figures of the Immortal Mountain all became ashen. Several old ancestor-level figures had disappeared, and their places of isolation had collapsed, turning into ruin. This will definitely be reported to the higher realms. Do you think there is no one in our Immortal Mountain? This wasn't the only place. Other eternal inheritances also met misfortune. In the Western sect, spiritual mountains resisted one after another. Strands of Buddhist energy flew through the air, bathing all areas in its brilliance in an auspicious and peaceful manner. Golden streams flowed about, and tens of thousands of years-old ancient medicines released their fragrance. Auspicious energy curled up around the mountains. Divine beasts roamed about, and 5-colored deers grazed upon spiritual grass. Propitious birds flew about in the air above the land filled with orchids. Brightly colored light surged, making this place look like an everlasting pure land. Western sect, a good place. This place is much better than this old Taoist's tattered temples. The Taoist had arrived in this place. It released a cold laugh, clearly carrying a wave of resentment and anger. Chi. With a wave of the horsetail whisk, 3,000 silver strands flew outwards, forming a silver stream that entered a part of the spiritual mountain. Several supreme experts were immediately swept up and thrown into the gourd. Who dares to violate my pure land? Someone shouted loudly. Buddhist light surged, and all of the great formations were activated. Woo! There is good stuff in that divine pool. Not bad, the old Taoist said in a low voice. When his eyes opened and closed, purple radiance swirled about. It was incredibly terrifying. He reached out a large hand that entered the divine formations. It entered the most grand and imposing Buddhist temple. Taoist energy swirled about, and there was nothing it couldn't break through as it advanced unobstructed. Within a divine pool inside the great hall, golden liquid flowed about, releasing great fragrance. Buddhist light swirled about as well. He directly grabbed a rare precious divine lotus from within that released endless radiance. Stay your hand, someone shouted loudly. At the same time, a divine image that was consecrated in this palace hall rumbled, releasing a tremendous sound. It formed an undying projected body, saying, Taoist, you've overstepped your boundaries. Hong. The voice shook throughout the world. Endless light rushed into the heavens from inside the Western sect. My inheritance in the lower realm was originally prosperous, but you all plotted against it, leaving it in complete ruins. Today, I've come to deliver karma. Within the endless light, the Taoist sneered. The great gourd behind him flew out and released a ferocious suction force towards the Western sect's spiritual mountains. Many medicinal fields, sacred objects, and other things flew inside. The strength of an inheritance, the struggles of a disciple, these are all temporary things gained from wins or losses. Why must you go so far to personally come here? It's beneath your dignity. The divine image released an even more powerful sound and radiated blazing radiance. Ultimately, a six-zhang golden body emerged and stepped forward to confront the Taoist. Its might was glorious and world-shattering. "Since you came, then let's compare our abilities." The Taoist spoke. The Zhang's six golden body didn't say anything. With the raise of his hand, a golden bridge emerged that extended beyond the heavens. He gave the Taoist an inviting gesture. Multicolored light flickered, and the two ascended the bridge that led directly beyond the region. They were going to fight a great battle there. It was clear that a battle between existences on their level would wipe out the world and cause the stars in the sky to fall. The one with the Zhang's six golden body didn't want the pure land below him to be destroyed. This world was thrown into great disorder. While the leader of an eternal sect fought, Xianxia stood on a high platform within the imperial palace, silently waiting for the great battle to conclude. He knew that the effects of this battle will affect the structure of the higher realms, and that it would even more so affect the future of the 8 regions. It's finally about to end. After fighting an entire night, daybreak appeared from the east. A strand of light shot over, and the oppressive aura between heaven and earth faded away. He knew that the great battle was about to come to an end. That night, people saw many stars being annihilated in the skies. As they exploded, they were even more dazzling than fireworks. They now eternally disappeared. The heavens seemed to have become purified, becoming much darker than before. As for the great earth, a terrifying aura poured out in waves. Were it not for someone's matchless power suppressing it, preventing it from covering the boundless lands, everything might have already been turned into ashes. Early in the morning, the sun rose. It had not been destroyed and shone just as resplendently as before. However, in the darkness of yesterday's night, the moon's radiance became much dimmer. A small piece of it had been cut off. This was the power of the master of an eternal sect. Once a bloody battle broke out, everything would wither out of existence. The red clouds of morning released a golden brilliance that was full of life force. As Xianxia stood on top of the high platform and also took in this purple energy, his heart gradually became clear. This world was still here, and the universe continued to exist. As long as one was still alive, all dreams could still be pursued. The sun stretched high into the air. There was no sign of the willow deity's return, nor did the little pagoda appear. However, he didn't move and calmly stood there waiting. The great battle had long concluded, and peace had been restored to this world. One could clearly feel that the spiritual essence had become even a bit richer, but there was a faint bloodiness that only cultivators could sense. There were giants that died. The spiritual essence they released could actually nourish the boundless wasteland region, causing the density of spiritual essence to rise sharply. This was a truly shocking thing. You have to understand that the boundless wasteland region covered who knew how many thousands of li. It was vast and boundless. Finally, in the afternoon, the little pagoda appeared. There were traces left all over its body. There were scorched wounds from lightning, shallow gashes from chaotic sword energy, and burn marks left by Tao flames. Even though its current circumstances were rather awful and it was not in a great state, it was extremely excited and in elation. The one that grasped my artifact body will most likely fall. He won't have many years left to live. Sooner or later, I will enter the higher realms and wipe him out. The little pagoda said fiercely. What about the willow deity? Xianxia was quite worried. He hadn't seen it return yet. After the battle, it obtained some important news and went out to seek out some legendary natural force. There is something good buried in this wasteland region after all. Who knows, it might actually obtain something. The little pagoda was rather envious. However, that thing seemed to be useless for the little pagoda. Even though it knew about it, it chose to come back and not fight over it. Based on what it said, there was someone in the higher realms that was going to vomit blood. The battle this time was truly intense, and many of the stars outside this region were even hacked down. Only then did they manage to find traces of that great natural force with difficulty. In the end, when it came time, several individuals had no choice but to return. A few died. The eternal great powers have been swayed, and there will definitely be great instability in the higher realms. In addition, there were important figures that were greatly wounded and are about to die. The little pagoda took delight in their disaster. The ones that fought bitterly were naturally all those that were close to their end. They wanted to fight with everything they had to fight for a future, the possibility of a path for life. However, it was truly quite cruel. How many people could defy the heavens? In the end, they had to pay their dues in blood and vitality. After the great calamity passed, everything seemed to be full of vitality and brimming with life force. All living things flourished, and even mortals had a feeling that their internal energies were brimming. I made a trip outside this region. It truly is a tragic sight. All of the supreme experts and deities were captured. An old woman, a lunatic, and also a Taoist acted incomparably viciously. That Taoist in particular left the little pagoda shaken. He actually fought against the Western sex master, the one with the Xianxia golden body, outside the regions, and most of the stars that fell were hacked down by them. Sure Hao was stupefied as he listened. When he watched the night sky before, he saw meteors showering down and endless stars falling. It was actually brought about by these two terrifying existences. What a pity! The experts that fled outside this region were still unable to escape the calamity, said the little pagoda. Even the Western sect, Immortal Mountain, and Heaven-Mending sect suffered attacks? Sure Hao was rather interested in these news. Correct. Unless they were powerful enough in the higher realms and their old sect masters were still there, most of them directly had their inheritances smashed apart by another. The little pagoda was smiling extremely brightly, continuously flickered with light. Right now, the wasteland region might have cultivators from these great powers who were unaware of the changes that happened to their sections. Perhaps they still thought their clans exuded terror through this world and that no one could provoke them. This time I suffered, but also prospered. My original body has been injured, but I've also reaped benefits. I need to recuperate for a period of time, so if there's nothing, do not disturb me. After speaking, the little pagoda directly flew towards the precious interspatial case. Sure Hao stood where he was and calmly gazed into the night sky, facing the sunlight. His entire body was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. He said to himself, the losses the three sects suffered weren't small, and even some of their old ancestral level characters were caught. They'll probably act a bit more honestly for a while. Then, he laughed loudly before walking outside the imperial palace. Stone Capital had martial law imposed a long time ago. It was currently flourishing with noise and excitement. This type of clamoring at times made others feel weariness, but after experiencing the great calamity, it instead made people feel closer and more familiar. Sure Hao looked around and continuously nodded. When he returned to the imperial palace, the witch was at his door, smiling extremely brightly like a flower. She was delicate and graceful, and there was also an approachable part to her. There was also a temptation to her incomparable looks. It seems like you are smiling rather happily. Was sky-severing sex harvest that great? Sure Hao asked. Woo, not bad. I heard a few giants died, which makes me quite happy. Those spots will be filled by me in the future. The witch was extremely brash, and her smile was extremely beautiful and moving. Her large eyes formed two crescents. Sure Hao smiled. She was truly confident, daring to say anything. Why did you look for me? Could it be that you want to go dig up the supreme divine treasury? Sure Hao asked. That was a fake. It ensnared a giant, which makes me feel quite good. She giggled. She waved her fists around, and her hair fluttered. Her eyes were sparkling in an intelligent manner. Then why are you here? Sure Hao smiled and asked. Obviously for the young male nurturing project. She giggled and said. Sure Hao's smile went rigid. He truly detested this term. He wouldn't back down even if he died. Opening his arms, he forcefully extended them outwards and said, Come, take a look. You can feel for yourself how far I've been nurtured. The witch was as light as a feather, and her flirtatious figure was tall and straight. With a flip of her body, a magical cloud appeared below her, bringing her upwards and avoiding his arms. Pouting playfully, she said, Don't think of taking advantage of me. Xianxia smiled and said, Who's exactly is taking advantage of who? My body is made by heaven, and it is the only one of its kind in the world. If you miss it, don't come begging me out of regret later on. Yeah, right? The witch shot him a look of disdain and rolled her eyes. She pompously sat down on a dragon chair and said, I brought with me 2 pieces of news. One good, one bad. What do you want to hear first? Xianxia remained composed and allowed her to say what she wanted. Then let's give the bad news first. There is a huge issue with Fairy Yuchan, and an enormous problem at that. The witch informed him seriously. And the good? Xianxia's smile didn't falter in the slightest. What's good is that this problem is actually an opportunity for you. Yuchan is done for, ha ha ha. The witch was in rare beauty. She was too lively, and her laugh was quite unrestrained. What exactly did you discover? Xianxia asked with a frown. You should be a bit more careful. There might be a special divine will sealed within her sea of consciousness. Wait for me to find something first, and then we'll deal with her together. The witch's smile was rather evil as she said, Little Yuchan girl, you wanted to fight against me? This time you're out of luck. Who cares if you have some relationship with the goddess or not? She came quickly but also left quickly. She warned Xianxia again and again to not excite that little girl too much to prevent something unexpected from happening. It wouldn't be a problem anymore once she came back later. Xianxia silently shook his head. Then he went to see Fairy Yuchan. He entered an isolated bamboo garden. It was extremely peaceful here, and the view was beautiful. Fairy Yuchan was untainted by the slightest speck of dust, as if she was an immortal flower that bloomed in a world of mortals. The sweet scent that wafted about was beautiful and moving. She took a step with her long and slender jade-like legs and took the initiative to bring over a cup of tea. Her face revealed a peaceful expression, always carrying her calm and exceptional bearing. Xianxia gave her a look. After becoming a captive, she was always like this. In the coldness, there was an unyielding nature, as well as a type of aloofness, as if she didn't belong to the world of mortals. Yuchan, when should we head for the bridal room? A side of Xianxia's inner devilish child emerged. He sat there with a mischievous smile to attack her indifference and aloofness. Fairy Yuchan's snow-white clothes danced about. Her expression remained calm. Not a bit of fluctuation could be seen on her beautiful countenance, as if she didn't pay him any attention. Come, why don't we take a stroll outside? Xianxia laughed and said. He stood up and grabbed her small pretty waist, bringing her into his embrace before walking out from the bamboo garden. Fairy Yuchan struggled and her expression changed. If they really were to walk around together in front of everyone's eyes, how was she supposed to present herself in the future? For a pure and holy fairy to emerge together with another, it was terrifying to even think about. What are you scared of? I want to declare our relationship to the entire world. In the future, we can act just and honorably, and you don't have to hide in the palace either. Xianxia laughed and said. Speaking up to this point, he even used the finger of the unmatched beauty in his arms to point towards the outside of the palace, saying, Everyone will know of my will. Yuchan was at a loss. She fiercely struggled. Forget it, since you don't want to reveal it, then I won't force you. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. You will come along and serve me. Fairy Yuchan cried out in alarm and was given a fright. In the end, she lost all confidence. Her face no longer carried her previous expressions, and she could not stay calm. She looked at the youth inside the distant hot spring, and after sending some things over, she retreated in a sorry state. Hey fairy, you've seen a part of my body. This isn't fair. Xianxia shouted from the distance. When she heard these words, Yuchan fled as quickly as she could. What kind of secrets is she really hiding? Xianxia said to himself. He calmly waited for the witch's information. Many days passed in a row, but the witch did not show herself. In the end, there was actually a person from the Immortal Mountain outside the palace that sought an audience. Xianxia allowed him inside. It was a middle-aged male with a rather dignified aura. This was a king-level figure that wasn't weak. In his hand was a golden decree that glistened brightly. Hao sat upright without moving as he looked at this individual. This is the Immortal Mountain's decree. It should have been passed on to you a long time ago, but we were unable to meet with you. Please accept the decree, said the middle-aged male. Even though he spoke these words, he didn't present it upwards. He did not hand it to the Imperial Guard. Hao gave him a cold look and said, "Are you asking me to personally show you courtesy and accept this decree?" Even though his words were calm, there was a tremendous awe to his voice that created an intimidating atmosphere. It made this king-level figure tremble inwardly. When he thought about how the 5 supreme experts were killed, he suppressed his anger. If it was in the past, the Immortal Mountain's decree would scare the world into submission. It would be far more powerful than the decree of a human emperor or an ancient country, who dared to treat it with disrespect. Even if it was the human emperor, they would have to show politeness. However, right now, the little stone didn't seem to care much at all. He directly made a clawing motion and seized the decree over. To wish for me to bow down and accept this decree, you are truly audacious, Hao shouted loudly. He knew that someone had traveled to Fire Nation capital before the Great Calamity began to make him accept this decree. At that time, he was with Hualinger and some others in the medicine capital, so he didn't pay it much attention. Later on, he heard a bunch of nonsense about how he had to quickly accept the decree, which made him pay even less attention to it. They just wanted to find some time to get rid of him. However, after delaying it all this time, someone came seek him out personally, and only now did he see this decree. As soon as the decree was released, golden energy surged and symbols covered it densely. The great Tao resonated, and all types of auspicious phenomenons occurred. It was extremely shocking. Every character on it was shining. Of course, the most important thing was the great imprint. Inside the bright redness there was a brilliant splendor. It released a powerful power through the paper. This was left behind by the Immortal Mountain's divine imprint. Hao released a cold laugh and suppressed the pressure before carefully reading it. He tossed it aside and didn't show it any respect. "You?" The individual below revealed anger, but he still held it in. "You? What you? I heard that you berated me several times to make me accept the decree. I didn't pay it any attention all this time. Why did you come to deliver it yourself today?" Hao asked. The king figure below became silent. He didn't want to come either, but he felt that if he didn't deliver it to the little stone, then he would have neglected his job. He would have already been blamed by the sect for being incompetent. This was especially true for the fact that there were supreme experts that died here. If it was deeply investigated, there was no way he could separate himself from this disaster. He decided that it was better if he just delivered this decree to the little stone's hands first. Draconic energy surged, and pressure slammed down like the sky, causing the king-level figure's legs to tremble and become unsteady. He dropped to the ground, feeling incomparably terrified inwardly. He could clearly feel the youth's overwhelming killing intent. Finally, the killing intent withdrew. Hao brought the decree back into his hands and carefully read through it. He closed his eyes for a while and began to think deeply. Finally, he opened his eyes, releasing a gaze that was like 2 streaks of lightning. "All right, I will pay the Immortal Mountain a visit and search for my parents." Separated at childhood with no memories, Hao's heart felt slightly grieved. He had never enjoyed the familial love and joy between parent and child. He was abandoned by his clan and forced to roam about in the outside world since he was young. Raised within Stone Village, he never had the chance to receive the warmth of staying at his mother and father's side. He would at times be lonely, other times naughty or smiling brilliantly. He grew up within Stone Village in a simple-minded manner. If the Willow deity did not open his sea of consciousness to help him see his past, he wouldn't even know what his parents looked like. After all, he was quite young at that time, only a year or so in age. He was raised as a foster child in the village. Stone Village was his refuge and where he grew up. Later on, he never met his parents again, and at times he almost forgot about them. There was no news whatsoever about them, nor was there a day when they could be reunited. "Father, mother, are you both well?" Hao said softly. Right now, he was different from his normally resolute and daring self, his mood somewhat distracted. The softest part within him had been touched, giving him a bitter and somewhat aching feeling. Fortunately, Stone Village's people were all down to earth, taking him in as one of their own. This allowed him to grow up happily and without worries. Only inside he always felt as if he was missing something. Others always had mothers and fathers, and only he could never experience that special familial feeling. I've already grown up, Hao said to himself, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. He relied on himself and traveled through the great wastelands alone. Even though he was still a youth, he used his power to shake the wasteland region and overlook his peers. This type of accomplishment was unfathomable. He was originally an abandoned child that lost his supreme being bone and was fated to die. However, in the end, he relied on himself to persevere through. No one sent him any divine medicines to help him survive. However, he persistently fought on for survival, and he grew up healthily, sweeping through all enemies to become the human emperor he was today. When are we departing? Qin Ming asked. He saw that Hao was a bit emotional and noticed the changes to his expressions, which made him feel a bit happy inside. It seems like the little stone was a person who felt great emotions. As such, there was no need to be worried that he wouldn't give in. He knew that the couple had not entered the higher realms yet. They were inside the Immortal Mountain, and they should possess enough influence over this youth. Hao recovered his composure, his eyes deep as he sat on the throne. As he looked downwards, it was incredibly imposing, the calmness and steadiness not matching his age. This type of gaze made the pressure Qin Ming faced increase several times. He was inwardly shocked. He was also a king-level figure, but when faced against the little stone, he felt like he was facing an unmatched supreme individual that could not be defied. He couldn't help but shiver in fear. You may leave first. I'm awaiting news. Hao spoke. That decree. Qin Ming's eyes fluttered towards the golden decree the little stone casually tossed onto the table. He truly wished to obtain it. This decree was not an ordinary object. There was the Immortal Mountain's mark formed from their divine imprint that possessed profound laws. In addition, the old ancestor had written the words. They shone with brilliance, possessing mysterious force and divine might. This decree lightly rested on the table, and when it was spread out, golden light flowed outwards like a divine flame. Every single character would be engraved in space. Do you have any complaints? Hao coldly asked. Qin Ming's expression dropped, not daring to request for the decree any longer. Even though it could be refined into a magical artifact with a deity's aura, he didn't dare ask for it again. After all, this was a decree issued to the little stone. He hurriedly withdrew. Before leaving, he saw the little stone casually tear apart the golden paper before crumpling it into a lump, making the corners of his mouth twitch. With the great calamity having just passed, the 8 regions were in chaos. Every sect wished to stabilize their situation, as they were all powerless to wage war. They were all trying to deal with the disaster that had been brought upon them and wanted to stabilize their inheritances. This wasn't true for only the Wasteland region. Even the foreign sects that had ties with the higher realms encountered disaster. They were all attacked to varying degrees, making the overall atmosphere rather tense. What they needed the most right now was a peaceful period. As such, Hao didn't have to worry about much. Right now, the imperial capital was quite stable. His rise to power temporarily intimidated everyone inside the country. Hao summoned the War King, Peng Nine, and the others. After making some arrangements, he waited another 2 days. He carefully prepared a few things and then prepared to set off. Fairy Yuchan definitely couldn't be left in the palace, for who knew what type of accidents could happen. There were definitely secrets on this woman's body, so Hao would not be at ease unless she was suppressed at his side. If others were to find that he had imprisoned the holy fairy that countless people admired within that bronze piece's world, they would definitely go mad. This was inconceivable. This is a space-piercing boat. Outside Stone Capital, Qin Ming introduced. His voice carried a type of confidence, as this was a precious boat created by the Immortal Mountain. It possessed great speed, allowing it to travel 100,000 li in a day. The boat was a greenish-black in color and flowed with a special radiance. It was unknown what type of material it was made out of. It wasn't large, only several zhang in length. It was a magical artifact that could travel quickly. At the very center, the primordial symboled bones of various birds were placed. These allowed the boat to maintain a fast speed, making it an essential tool for crossing the boundless earth. How curled his lips and said, "So small. If I knew it was going to be like this, I would have brought one from the imperial palace." His voice was indifferent, as if he didn't seem to care that much about it. This immediately made Qin Ming stop talking. He was originally quite proud of it, and with the Immortal Mountain's level of magical artifacts, it was truly enough to overlook the world. Yet right now he could only keep his mouth shut. In the end, the little stone was a human emperor. Even though Stone Country wasn't as great as the Immortal Mountain, there were still some wondrous treasures that could be found within the treasury of a country. After all, they had been accumulated since the ancient times. 100,000 li a day is too slow. How long will it take for us to reach the destination? Hao appeared rather unsatisfied. "We will head for Fire Nation first," Qin Ming said. He was inwardly scared, but he also carried his own resentment and cold laughter. "Let me control the boat," Hao said. He recklessly used it. In the next moment, the Immortal Mountain's king figure was horrified. He noticed that the entire boat seemed to have ignited. Divine force surged madly as it shot outwards like a divine arrow. At the end of the boat, the little stone stood firm and unshakable. His entire body shone, and the unending divine force poured out like a sea and filled this place, wrapping itself around the entire flying boat. This type of divine force was too terrifying, simply vast and boundless. It made Qin Ming's face become pale. They were both king-level figures, yet why was the difference between them so big? No wonder he could fight against supreme experts. Even if one uses the Imperial Palace's draconic energy, they still needed to be powerful enough themselves. He trembled inwardly. Then, Qin Ming cried out again. The speed of this boat was just too quick, long exceeding its limit. It turned into a streak of light and sped through the skies. "This is..." he cried out in terror. It had long broken through the limit of 100,000 li a day. At this speed, they could travel several 100,000 li, or even greater. "You cannot go that quickly. The boat will not be able to handle it and collapse." Qin Ming was going crazy. It was going to explode, and even a king-level figure would be injured. In addition, this boat was extremely precious. It was something bestowed upon him by the clan. If it was lost, then it would truly leave him aching inwardly. It would be a tremendous loss. For the sake of saving time, Hao used all of his divine force. His entire being seemed like a great furnace, the light he radiated dimming even the sun as it blazed furiously. "I believe the Immortal Mountain also wishes for me to appear earlier. If you wish to walk slowly, I do not mind." When Qin Ming heard these words, his face became incomparably downcast, and he no longer said anything. He originally should have sent the decree to the little stone a long time ago, and he had even berated Hao after he was ignored. As a result, it was dragged on again and again, delaying the visit for a long time. They crossed several million li and landed inside one of Fire Nation cities that was closest to Stone Country. However, right now it was actually controlled by the Immortal Mountain. When they came to a stop, cracks appeared everywhere on the boat and electricity flickered about. It was about to explode. Not exploding along the way was already something to be glad about. When Qin Ming opened the core of the boat, he found that the bird bones had long dimmed and were on the verge of being destroyed. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This boat was completely ruined. What they had to do next was quite simple. There was a powerful formation in this enormous city that could join together the walls between regions, connecting them to one of the border regions of the mysterious region. In simpler terms, one could cross regions here and enter another boundless region. The 8 regions were vast. If one wanted to travel across on their own, they might not see the end of one after traveling their entire lives. Furthermore, it was quite difficult to cross regions right now due to walls being unnaturally firm. Normal people could never make it past. This formation was extremely vast, and it was unknown how many materials were used on it. Of course, the main reason it was possible was due to the Immortal Mountain's symbols being exceptionally excellent and incomparable. Multicolored light flickered and dense energy rose. The entire altar was like a mountain. Hao and Qin Ming stood on top, waiting for the formation to fully activate. With a Wang sound, heaven and earth trembled lightly. Then, a silver passage appeared that bore through the void. Path emerged beneath their feet. Just like that, the two advanced into the silver corridor at the same time, disappearing from the wasteland region. Father, Mother, I've come to search for you. Hao said this softly as he stood in an unfamiliar land. He found it difficult to calm down. After being separated for more than 10 years, could they still smoothly meet each other? He missed his father and mother and longed to see them. Regardless of what happened, despite the reasoning as to why his parents didn't bring back a holy medicine to save him, he wouldn't blame them. He just wanted to see them again. Grandfather, are you in this region as well? Are you in the Immortal Mountain? I want to see you as well. All types of emotions were welling up within Hao's mind. The great demonic god Grandpa 15 had thrown Stone Country imperial capital into chaos for his sake. He swept through his opponent, punishing a large number of clansmen with the family law and beating down Rain King Manor to a sorry state. A grandfather like this that showed such love and protection gave him a deep impression. He wanted to meet him as soon as possible and truly be reunited. This was the place where glorious heroes emerged from. It was much more beautiful than the wasteland region. As soon as he entered, Hao felt the thicker spiritual essence in this place, as well as the greater vitality of the vegetation here. No wonder those outside this region always called the wasteland region a barbaric place. If one were to look at it from the density of spiritual essence as well as the mountains and rivers, then they truly had something to be arrogant about. This was the edge of the mysterious region, yet there was still an enormous Taoist platform made to receive those from outside this region. The number of people here wasn't that few, as there were experts here that were stationed here. This extraordinary Taoist platform was shared by various sects. It was like a beacon that guided cultivators from outside the region back. The various sects all needed to use it. As soon as Hao appeared, he immediately drew many eyes. Some of their expressions suddenly changed, revealing looks of shock. They clearly recognized his identity. Am I seeing things? Lower your voice. Qin Ming got in touch with someone, and soon after, more than 10 experts hurried over, surrounding Hao and bringing out magical artifacts to form a protective barrier. This was done to block the view of outsiders. In the distance, mists surged violently and multicolored light covered the sun. An enormous boat that was over 10,000 zhang in length emerged. It radiated an immortal aura. Even Hao was moved. This was definitely a terrifying magical artifact that carried divine energy. Once we get on this boat, we can travel 1,000,000 li in a day and quickly reach the Immortal Mountain. Since we have some time now, I'll explain the Immortal Mountain's rules and customs, Qin Ming said. After entering the mysterious region, he became much more confident. Right at this moment, a disturbance broke out in the distance. All types of auspicious lights danced about, and bright colors scattered about. Many powerful magical artifacts opened the way to protect a few people. What is going on? Qin Ming asked. Those from the higher realms arrived. An elder spoke, clearly shaken by this turn of events. What? Qin Ming was also shocked. A golden passageway extended outwards, stretching from the distance into this place. Flower petals flew about, covering this place in brilliance. It was as if a great Tao caused flowers to bloom in the void. A group of people appeared, and they stood guard over there, protecting these incredibly important individuals. It was clear that they intended to ride on that 10,000 zhang long magical boat as well. That place was extremely splendid. A powerful magical artifact opened up a path, laying out a golden road. An endless rain of flowers scattered down, releasing its fragrance. What extravagance! This was what everyone was thinking inwardly, but did not dare to say. When they faced these individuals from the higher realms, they felt an innate reverence towards them. This matter was quite a big event. Now that people from the higher realms appeared, the various sects were naturally shaken. They had to treat them with proper respect, or else who knows what type of disaster would befall them. Only those with connections to the higher realms like the Immortal Mountain seemed to be relatively composed. The other sects' cultivators seemed to have had their pride and arrogance cut down a notch. They all carried cautious and respectful expressions. Even Qin Ming and the others backed up. Even though they didn't bend down to curry favor, they still felt restraining fear, not wanting to get too close. They all wanted to stand at the side. Shuhao's eyes flickered about. He never expected to see this scene as soon as he arrived in the mysterious region. He had heard previously that there were noble women and heroic talents coming down, but he didn't think that he would personally meet them today. The great figures couldn't come down. There were powerful restrictions stopping them, but it was possible for the younger generation to do so. They were able to come down through the great calamity. The 10,000 zhang long magical boat would normally be traveling through various parts of the mysterious region. It could travel 1,000,000 li in a day with its great speed, and would only stop at a few important places. The ones from the higher realms directly entered the boat. The ship's captain and the other staff all welcomed them with great respect and courtesy. These individuals wanted to tour the mysterious region. Their goal was to clearly understand the important areas of different sects and experience the local conditions and customs of the lower realms. So riding this boat wasn't too bad of a choice. They are also riding this boat? Shuhao's eyes flickered with light. They have already been in the lower realms for a few days and have already roamed through many great mountains and rivers. After hearing about this precious boat, they specifically came here to use it as a way to tour the mysterious region. An individual that knew a bit more inside information spoke. There might be a heaven-warping figure among them from my Immortal Mountain as well. Qin Ming was moved inwardly. He had received a bit of the clan's inner information as well. His heart began to burn with passion, and he truly wanted to get closer to find out more about them. If he could form a relationship with any of those individuals, then his status in the sect would directly shoot up in the future. However, he was also scared of provoking unnecessary trouble and having to take the consequences of biting off more than he could chew. Shuhao was calm and collected. He quietly observed everything, without any intention of getting into needless contact with them. He didn't have any reason to seek out those talented individuals, nor did he feel that they were special. As such, he wouldn't express any unusual expressions. At this moment, many cultivators around the boat stepped forward, taking the initiative to greet them in an extremely enthusiastic manner. Precious light continuously soared, and auspicious energy surrounded the large boat. This place was not peaceful at all. Only after a long time had passed did everyone back off. Meanwhile, those geniuses from the higher realms had long entered the boat. The large boat stopped here for half a day. Those from the sects entered the boat one after another. It didn't take that long for Qin Ming to go up and return. When he came back, his expression was a bit unnatural, and he opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something. Shuhao didn't say anything and just calmly looked at him. The distinguished guest cabins have already been chosen by the higher realms. We can only stay in the lower cabins, he said. Shuhao sneered and said, the glorious Immortal Mountain, known as an eternal inheritance that claims to assert dominance over all 8 regions, turns out to only have this amount of importance. What kind of words are you saying? There were people at the side who were discontent, showing him quite a bit of hostility. Shuhao swept his eyes over him and said, speaking honestly, aren't you all quite strong? If I'm not mistaken, those cabins should be yours as well, right? Yet in the end, they were occupied by others, while you all aren't even willing to go against them. Qin Ming and a few other individuals' faces became ugly. Nothing came out of their mouths. Let's just wait then and not ride the boat. Otherwise, if news of you all being chased down were to be spread into the outside world, it really would sound bad and damage the Immortal Mountain's dignity. Shuhao mocked. Among those who came from the higher realms, There is also a heaven-warping figure from my immortal mountain. So this isn't something to be embarrassed about, Qin Ming said, his face not pleased. He tried to mediate the situation and get sure how to ascend the boat. But in the end, he was rejected. I am the human emperor of a country, and I haven't fallen to the point where I need to be told where to sit yet. I can choose for myself, and I've decided this boat isn't good enough. As such, we are going to wait, Shi Hao said. Qin Ming was about to argue back, but then he hesitated. He knew how decisive and powerful the little stone was, so he didn't want some changes to happen when they were so close to the end of this event. He said, "Wait for a bit." The Immortal Mountain was known as a peak power in the mysterious region, so it naturally had its own connections. The background of this precious boat was quite deep, but they were also involved. They directly found the shipmaster and asked him to find some way to accommodate the situation. Is that the situation? There is a distinguished guest cabin used for emergencies, so it'll be for you all. The process could still be considered to have gone smoothly. Qin Ming hurried back to ask Shi how to enter the boat. If they waited any longer, they might draw too much attention and easily cause trouble. Shi Hao was astonished. The highest distinguished cabin was abundant with foundational energy and rich to the point where it was about to turn into liquid. There were powerful spirit-gathering formations in place. In addition, the tables and chairs were made of a special stone, foundational gathering stone. This type of material could easily carry the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and gather essence from all directions. It was incredibly beneficial towards cultivation. Apart from this, there were transparent colored glass windows. Refined within them were extremely powerful formations that would allow one to gaze far into the distance and see all types of scenery exceptionally clearly. These are spiritual eye formations that can allow one to see through the endless mountains and rivers. You can easily appreciate the magnificence of the mysterious region here. Qin Ming introduced with a rather prideful attitude. Shi Hao sneered and said, "This is just another cage. Don't make it sound like this is some immortal family's dwelling. You haven't seen all of the wasteland region clearly, yet you are still trying to invite me." Qin Ming's face immediately fell. Even though he became more and more confident after returning to the mysterious region, he still didn't dare to act out. He could only turn his back and endure it. There were more than 10 experts in the surroundings that had followed along and stood guard on the side. Their expressions had always been bad, secretly releasing a type of killing intent. These people revealed undisguised hostility towards Shi Hao because he had killed 2 of the Immortal Mountain's supreme experts and slaughtered their people. This matter had been etched into their memory. Shi Hao gave them a glance and said, "All those that showed killing intent towards me, you all better leave quickly or else. You can't blame me for being ruthless when I suppress and kill all of you. I do not wish to keep enemies at my side." He was extremely direct. There was no room for discussion. This isn't the wasteland region, nor is it your imperial palace. Please comply with my Immortal Mountain's rules. Someone spoke in a manner that was quite impolite. He was an extremely young individual who was arrogant and unyielding. He was one of the clan's direct line of descent, so when he saw how easygoing and indifferent Shi Hao was, he felt extremely irritated. Even though he had heard of his fighting prowess, they were about to reach the Immortal Mountain, so he wasn't scared of him acting out. "Whose family's child is this? Hurry up and drag him away." Shi Hao gave Qin Ming a glance. "You?" The young expert was furious, and his hairs all stood on end. Qin Ming pulled him aside and sent him a message inwardly, saying, "Someone who killed 2 supreme experts wouldn't waste words on you." This youth's body immediately went cold, standing rigid there. Only after a long time did he calm himself down. He no longer said anything else and walked out from this cabin. Just like that, the others also turned around. They were truly a bit scared of the little stone's might. However, they truly did show hostility, and it was difficult to stop themselves. As such, they could only leave. Suddenly, Shi Hao lit up, and the sound of scriptures sounded from within his body. 10 great heavenly passages opened, surrounding everyone, including Qin Ming. They immediately lost consciousness. Shi Hao stood up and searched through their minds one after another. He didn't dare touch on their innermost areas, because there were restrictions set up there, and forcefully opening them to acquire their clan's divine techniques and other things might cause their skulls to directly explode. He simply wished to know about the Immortal Mountain's current situation, as well as news regarding his parents and grandfather. However, he was disappointed. It was just like those captives back in the Imperial Palace. They didn't know much, and the information he found out he already knew for a while. A moment later, these people recovered. They were perplexed and overwhelmed with shock. They quickly left, not daring to even turn back their heads. Interesting. There seems to be a powerful individual next door. I could vaguely sense the fluctuation of 10 heavenly passages. Within another distinguished guest cabin, a woman smiled and said. Her body was hazy, enveloped in hazy radiance. Her true body couldn't be seen, and there was a type of immortal spiritual essence around her. Fairyland's spiritual senses are truly sharp. I also felt this. A young male spoke, his temperament outstanding. There are characters like this in the lower realms. The ancient cages deserve their reputation. The descendants of those giants that greatly shook the ancient times have a few outstanding figures among them. A young lady giggled as she spoke. There were more than 10 people inside this cabin, and all of them were unordinary. Faint divine light radiated from their bodies, as if they were protecting these individuals who were incompatible with this world from this world's impure mortal energy. Interesting. Why don't we invite that person over to take a look? Another male spoke. The area between his brows lit up, the vertical eye seemingly able to penetrate into the world's netherworld. Let's do that. He might be some extremely heroic and unrivaled pretty boy. If he can make an older sister stay in this lower realm, it might create a great love story. Right? Wasn't there some fairy that came down into the lower realms to tie the knot with some mortal? The older sisters here need to work hard. There were 2 young ladies that were especially lively. They rocked back and forth from laughter. Brilliant light covered their bodies that were holy and without faults. They weren't of the same race and came from different inheritances, so there was competition between them. There were some friendly relations, but most of them were rivals. Better to personally pay a visit to avoid being too disrespectful. The woman in blue clothes said. Her brilliant figure stood up, the blue light burning around her like a flame, surrounding her long and slender body. When the 10 or so individuals that stood outside How's distinguished guest cabin saw the elite disciples from the higher realms, they were all shaken. They couldn't help but back up, all of them feeling terrified. When a knocking sound could be heard, Qin Ming personally opened the door. When he saw these people, he was greatly shaken and hurriedly welcomed them. Please excuse me for this sudden appearance. The blue-clothed woman was quite polite. Even though her true appearance couldn't be seen under the surrounding radiance, her voice was sweet and pleasant to listen to. It also gave others a gentle feeling as well, one that was not lacking in manners. Hao got up and responded in a calm manner. With a smile, he said, "The journey ahead is long. To have guests is a fortunate thing." 6 or 7 elites from the higher realms entered this room, with most of them being young ladies. This made Qin Ming feel great fear, as if there was impending disaster. It was because he clearly understood the little stone's boldness. He feared that he would forcefully snatch these women and wrong the fairies of the higher realms. It was because he had a past offense of doing so. The heaven-mending sex fairy disappeared, and it was rumored to be related to him. The blue-clothed woman looked at Hao and revealed a look of shock. Her eyes swirled with radiance. She was truly astonished. This youth's age didn't seem to be that great, but his strength was extremely shocking, to the point where there was still limitless potential waiting to be unlocked. If I may ask, how old is Brother Sure? The blue-clothed woman had just learned his name. 15. When these words sounded, these young ladies couldn't help but feel astonished. Their eyes swirled with light, and they continuously stared at him. Inside the other distinguished guest cabin, several men and the 2 young ladies that hadn't come over sensed the abnormality on this side. One of them laughed lightly and said, "Did they really end up meeting a genius?" Another young lady teased, "Is there a fairy that is going to fall into the world of mortals and stay here?" Within the distinguished guest cabin, the young ladies that had entered were still quite young. They all possessed exceedingly good looks, and their bodies were surrounded by brilliant light. The lights were immortal spiritual essence that separated them from the impure energy of the lower realm. It was clear that they all had unordinary backgrounds. They were all like female immortals. Even though their true appearances couldn't be seen, one could still sense through the auras they exuded that they possessed moving beauty. Brother Sure really is quite stunning, the blue-clothed woman exclaimed in admiration. A mist surrounded her and aqua-blue radiance filled the air, making her appear intelligent and refined. Her name was Lan Yu. She possessed the enticing eyes of a beauty, and her tall and slender body was perfect and wonderful. Within her gentle expression, there was a type of aloofness that made her hard to approach. Shurhao smiled. He was originally delicate and pretty, but now he became even more brilliant as he said, "I should be the one to use the word stunning after meeting the fairies here. All of you are exceptional beauties, and it is quite an honor to meet you all." Even though he didn't have many good impressions towards the higher realms, he wouldn't incur hatred with these people for no reason. Since the woman in front of him acted so politely, he would also treat them gently and with respect. The other young ladies were all sizing him up, feeling rather shocked inwardly. The laws of the lower realm weren't complete, and the spiritual essence wasn't particularly rich either, so comparatively speaking, one's cultivation should be a bit slower. However, the youth in front of them was only 15 years of age, yet he already had this type of accomplishment. It was truly unordinary. Accomplished formation arrangement, rich essence energy, and limitless potential. These types of aptitudes are rarely seen even in the higher realms. A girl on the side said cheerfully. She wore a silver gown, and every movement she made carried a distinct style. Her name was Shueyu, her character matching her name. She was bright like the moon and free from vulgarity. Clear splendor covered her body, and every frown or smile carried brilliant holy light. The cultivation levels of the fairies here are all quite astonishing. I cannot accept such praise. Shurhao humbly spoke. If others found out that the self-confident devilish child could also keep such a low profile, they would definitely be stumped for words. This was the same person who had sent pure-blooded creatures fleeing for their lives in the 100 Shattering Mountains, as well as the one who angered both God and people alike in the Void God realm. He was savage to a terrible level, believing himself to be a splendid master of 10,000 years. Yet right now, he could actually act so modestly. It was a bit inconceivable. Older sis, you all are so polite, talking about everything as you all wish. Why don't you just marry into the world of mortals? How fun would that be? You don't have to be so reserved, right? A girl surrounded by scarlet specks of light spoke. Her age wasn't great, at most a year or two older than Shurhao, but she was rather devious. Her nature was outgoing and fierce. I can only seek but fail to find such a thing. Which fairy is willing to stay behind forever in the world of mortals? Shurhao giggled. His superiority in being thick-skinned was revealed again. What do you think about this older sister? Hong Huang's smile was charming and moving. Scarlet light flickered about her. She was extremely enthusiastic and bold, and she possessed a provocative type of charm. Exquisitely dainty and ravishingly beautiful. A single smile can overthrow a city. I cannot help but fall in love when I meet you. Truly a good candidate for carrying back as a wife. Shurhao said in a deadly earnest manner. The other young ladies were all stunned, and then they erupted into laughter. Normally, they were surrounded by others who continuously showered them in praise, and rarely did anyone mock them like this. They felt that it was rather interesting. Hong Huang clenched her teeth and threatened, "Do you dare carry me back?" Her teeth were pure white and flowing with radiance. She shot him a look of disdain. What is there to be scared of? Fairy, do you dare come forward? Shurhao was completely confident. Even Yu-chan had been suppressed and carried by him, so how could he be scared of some scarlet-clothed little girl? Hong Huang curled her lips and walked forward. Give it a try then. Shurhao smiled and reached out an arm to take the fine and graceful waist into his arms. When there was still some distance between them, he felt a fiery heat. It was clear that this young lady cultivated a fire-type technique. "You truly are brave." Hong Huang pouted playfully. Her white hand patted over, and 10,000 figures immediately appeared, all of them sparkling and slender. Hao faced this in an easygoing manner. His right arm made a brushing motion, scattering the 1,000 white hands, and then pulled over again to bring that fiery red and wonderful body to his side. He continued to reach for that slender and delicate waist. The corners of Hong Huang's lips curled up slightly. With a flick of her white wrist, the 10,000 figures turned into a scarlet phoenix that was magnificent and astonishing. It spread its wings and pounced down towards Hao, carrying scorching heat with it as well as a great might. This wasn't only the teasing of a noble woman from the higher realms, but as well a test to see just how powerful Hao was and whether or not he was stunning enough. Hao was calm and composed. His right hand formed an imprint, and a vermilion bird flew up. Scarlet multicolored light filled the air, and as it shone together with that phoenix, this place was covered in fiery light and the temperature climbed sharply. The others jeered excitedly, all of them offering praise continuously. "Aya, the vermilion bird and the scarlet phoenix, what an ideal combination. Hong Huang, do you want to stay behind in the lower realm and become the wife of another, falling prey to desires of the mortal world? Truly a match made in heaven. Even their precious techniques are similar. Hong Huang, you two are really brought together by fate." Several individuals released half-suppressed laughs to mock Hong Huang. It was because she was the one that provoked and harassed the other party first, suggesting some of these girls should stay behind in the mortal world and create some romantic legend. However, now she was the one that was mocked instead. With a flash, flames poured down. The red phoenix dodged in an agile and graceful manner, bringing fiery light with it as it evaded. It landed on the side and gave everyone a glance. Unordinary as expected. I have determined that this young man is mature and powerful and quite excellent. Ready to be plucked. Older sisters, don't be overly polite. You all can enjoy yourselves without restraint. Hong Huang was extremely fiery and unrestrained as she laughed. Do you want to die? Does this girl dare to say anything, shooting her mouth like that? The little girl has grown up. It is clearly her mortal desires that are moved, yet she wants to push it onto us. It really can't be forgiven. The young ladies all laughed. Even though they were competitors in name, they would still ridicule each other normally. They were all beautiful and delicate like works of art, and when they were together, there was an astonishing type of charm to them. Even though his comments were a bit obscene and unbridled, Hao didn't act excessively and made sure to make just enough for what was right. After all, this was the first time they met, so closing the distance an appropriate amount was good. But any more would bring about hatred. Their first meeting was still relatively pleasant. The girls were all extraordinary, and all of the discussions were interesting and subtle. In the end, however, after talking about various things, it was still their cultivation paths that were the most original. Hao's benefits weren't few. He learned of quite a few secrets. Brother Shi's talents are quite unordinary. If you always stay in the lower realms, it truly is quite a pity. Sooner or later you will be overlooked. Lan Yu spoke. Her words were gentle and she was sweet-tempered. Hao's mind was shaken, expressing that he didn't understand. The lower realm consists of 8 cages, refined by predecessors through great magical force. The natural laws are not complete, and the great Tao is damaged. All types of natural order are unstable, and cultivating here for an extended amount of time will not bring about much benefits to oneself. Shui Yu explained. There is something like that? Hao was astonished. He was obviously aware that these were 8 cages, but he never expected the natural laws to be incomplete as well. The lower realm is a place to imprison criminals, and it is a cage refined by predecessors. It is quite lacking. Hao cupped his fist as a response. This heaven and earth is lacking too much. Look at the starry sky. Only a small portion of the stars are real, and most of them were formed by ancient supreme beings through magical power. A large portion of them are just projections of the starry rivers of the higher realms. Another person spoke. These higher realm elites possessed exceptional bearing. They were all rare heroes and geniuses, but they were still rather arrogant and conceited. When they spoke about the lower realm, they carried an attitude of contempt. How are the higher realms? Xianxia asked them for guidance. He wanted to get some earlier understanding of the higher realms. The higher realms are vast and boundless. It is unknown just how many times more vast they are than the 8 regions. Some of the ancient sects' inheritance have existed for an extremely long time, even able to trace back to the time when the world was first opened. The number of powerful individuals are numerous. Hong Huang was rather lively as she enthusiastically introduced. Then, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said, "Are you the Immortal Mountain's disciple? There is some relationship between us, but I am not." Xianxia replied, You are in the mysterious region and have this level of innate talent and cultivation, yet you aren't a disciple of the Immortal Mountain. Are you the Western sect, Heaven-Mending sect, or Kunlun's disciple?" Hong Huang asked with shock. "None of those. I am an loose cultivator." Xianxia replied, "Ah, such a powerful loose cultivator?" Hong Huang was astonished, and the expressions of the others also changed. Shui Yu released shining radiance and said, "Then that's troublesome. For the inheritances that the higher realms left behind in the lower realm, their outstanding talents can enter the higher realms. If not, it will be hard to break through the entrapment of the 8 regions. The heavenly gate will bring about an extraordinary restriction that prevents entry. It truly will be quite hard. If anyone wants to break through the entrapment and leave the 8 cages, they will receive a strict examination to explore their routes. Otherwise, it is simply impossible to enter the higher realms." Lan Yu sighed and said, "It's that troublesome?" Xianxia frowned. But of course, there were many great vicious existences imprisoned in the lower realm. If they weren't treated strictly, they might bright about great chaos. A young male spoke. Xianxia felt a subtle change in atmosphere when everyone found out it was hard for him to enter the higher realms. Some of them began to act more freely and no longer acted as cautiously and politely, and there were even those that showed some disdain. However, these individuals' bearing were extraordinary, so they wouldn't show too much on the surface. In some of their opinions, Xianxia's natural talents were unordinary, but if he couldn't enter the higher realms, then he wouldn't be able to display his brilliance, as such losing his value as a potential friend. In the lower realm where the laws weren't complete, he will eventually be overlooked and neglected. Sister Lan Yu, Sister Shui Yu, and Ying, why don't you all get married and help bring Brother Shi up? That way, I'm sure we can smoothly enter through the heavenly gate. Hong Huang giggled. Has spring come? This girl has already sprouted, and her heart yearns for the radiance of spring. Why don't we marry her off? Leave her behind as a wife in the lower realm. The young lady Ying that had entered not too long ago was rather lively and took the initiative to throw back some provocation. Agree. Second the notion. Quite a few people laughed loudly and nodded in agreement. During this process, there were some who frowned, especially among the males. They did not enjoy these types of jokes because they came down with these girls, and the relationships between them weren't light. Xianxia began to think to himself. He frowned slightly, feeling that entering the higher realms was troublesome. Apart from the rules of this world, there were man-made restrictions as well that prevented him from traveling through the heavenly gate. Since even the elites of the higher realms were saying that it was a bit difficult, it proved that entering the higher realms was definitely not a simple matter. It will definitely be filled with difficulties and hardships. No matter. With Brother Shi's talent, as long as a report is made, I believe that a slot can be fought for. Lan Yu consoled. It's not like there is no way. There might be some things we can do. A young male who appeared rather reserved looked at Xianxia after saying this and carefully examined him. However, he wasn't met with the inferior stance he was expecting from Xianxia, nor did he see the other party request earnestly for guidance from him. He laughed thoughtfully and said, "Enter my race. When the time comes, I'll invite the mysterious ancestor to make an appearance to allow you through the heavenly gate. We can also send you into some ancient sacred institution." Xian Ming, you seem a bit unkind and dishonest. Are you trying to obtain a battle servant? The young lady Ying spoke. She gave Hao a look, and then looked at the others here in a meaningful manner. How could that be me? I am treating him like a brother. Xianming had an impressive appearance. A layer of golden flames surrounded his body that was extremely powerful and possessed a terrifying aura. However, his smile was rather warm. Brother Shi can enter my clan. I will think of a way to help you. Shuiyu suddenly spoke. Let me think about it for a bit as well. Hong Huang said. These talented shocking youths didn't want to miss this opportunity. After some consideration, they decided that they wanted to bring him to their side. Perhaps he might become a sapling that could bring about a nice surprise in the future. There will be a way. Brother Shi does not need to worry. Lan Mei paused for a moment before continuing. The higher realms are vast and boundless, and it is difficult for a cultivator to travel to its end even in their lifetime. Many eternal sects are just single drops in the ocean. So Brother Shi can first think things over for a bit. Hao was inwardly startled. Was Lan Yu implying that due to the boundless size of the higher realms, there were many great sects, and as such, he shouldn't choose to side with one of these individuals so quickly? I wonder if little Brother Shi knows of Fairy Yuchan? Right at this moment a male spoke. He wore green battle clothes that flowed with golden luster. His entire body was flourishing with vitality and green light. The eyes of this person looked like the stars, and his hair was dark green and flowing with the mysterious force of symbols. He was extremely powerful. This individual seemed to be rather concerned about Fairy Yuchan. Hao smiled and said, Of course I know of her. We've even exchanged pointers before. It was fine regardless of how they interpreted it. He didn't say whether they were enemies or friends, allowing them to think what they would of it. Oh? Could it be that you are an acquaintance of hers? Baigu asked. His divine senses were rippling extremely powerfully, far surpassing the amount of foundational force a youth his age should have. On the side, Xianming's eyes erupted with radiance. His body became covered in golden divine flames, and a layer of unique holy radiance covered his skin. He looked powerful and terrifying. After hearing these words, he also began to carefully ask. He put away his indifference and nodded towards Hao before saying, I must ask you for help then. I would like to pay the fairy a visit. I don't know where she is recently either. Are you all close to her? Hao pretended to be astonished, pretending not to know that Yuchan was from the higher realms. Yuchan is known as a transcendent individual. It has been many years since I have last seen her. She was praised by many seniors to be a holy immortal being when she wasn't very old. Her appearance is exceptional, and her talent is peerless, Baigu explained. The memory he had of her back then was unforgettable. Based on what he said, the lower realm's natural laws were deficient and the great Tao incomplete. However, it was still a good place for one to sharpen themselves. Yuchan's status was exceedingly high, and great hopes had been placed onto her. As a result, she was brought down to the lower realm to improve her cultivation. Hong Huang muttered in a rather discontent tone, saying, Hey, you really are being quite honest while saying all that in front of so many peerless and beautiful people. Could it be that we are inferior? Of course not. You all are outstanding beauties. So how many people can compare in the current world? Baigu hurriedly spoke. Hao laughed. Comparatively speaking, back then, Baigu wasn't even that old when he saw Yuchan. Yet the impression he had of her was actually that deep and unforgettable. This world is lacking and the natural laws are incomplete. Would there really be any benefit in coming down to sharpen oneself? Hao brought up this problem. For you all, there is harm. However, since Yuchan was born in the higher realms, there is a perfect Tao core within her. Coming down to cultivate would bring about great benefits. Baigu replied. Hao was left speechless. This heaven and earth cage really treated them quite unfairly. However, he didn't become discouraged either. Sooner or later, he was going to enter the higher realms and deal with everything. He was going to refine everything he had into one furnace and become even more powerful. At the same time, he thought of the ancient era's dual-pupiled woman, the undefeated legend who dared to steal food from the mouths of supreme beings. Even though he hadn't reached the pinnacle of cultivation and was stuck in this realm, he would still definitely have a way of settling the problem. Are Brother Shi and Yu Chan rather familiar? Can you tell us about her current situation? Xian Ming spoke. Powerful aura surged as his eyes opened and closed. Hao was shocked inwardly. The noble women and young disciples from the higher realms were extraordinary as expected. They were all extremely powerful geniuses. To have such achievements at their age was truly quite amazing. With a smile, he said, "Me and Yu Chan are companions on the path of cultivation. We frequently swap pointers. I can only describe her as exceptional and brilliant." By the door, Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He was truly lying through his teeth. They were clearly hostile, and right now, there were suspicions that Fairy Yu Chan became the little stone's captive and served at his side. However, he didn't dare randomly speak about such baseless rumors. Otherwise, the heaven-mending sect might act out, and the young men in front of him would definitely erupt with rage, causing great trouble. Soon after, Qin Ming then frowned again. After carefully examining the little stone's words, he noticed that there weren't many holes in what he said. It was just a companion on the road of cultivation, and they frequently swapped pointers. He didn't mention whether they were hostile or friendly towards each other. This little fellow was quite crafty. Several individuals tried to find out more about the situation and asked Hao for information. He answered them one by one. "Where is Brother Shi headed?" Shui Yu asked. "Attending a meeting in the Immortal Mountain." Hao replied, "Aya, it truly is tempting. I want to go as well. The Immortal Mountains people are quite formidable. I want to go there and get my hands on one or two of their secret texts." Hong Huang really didn't show much restraint. "Why not? I heard that the Immortal Mountain has some great secret in the lower realm, and that there is something good buried in their ancient land. We should go and take a look." The young lady Ying spoke as well and joined in on the excitement. "Heh! Are you all purposely stirring up trouble in the lower realm because you find that person in the higher realm Immortal Mountain unpleasant?" Someone laughed mischievously. "Actually, that fellow came to the lower realms as well, but didn't come together with us. We don't know where that person went." A young lady muttered, "Forget it, we have other plans, so it's better if we don't go to the Immortal Mountain. Otherwise, trouble might easily happen. Let's just look for our own opportunities." Shui Yu said. Xian Ming nodded. Even though it looked like they came down to go sightseeing and gain experience, the real reason was to search for a tremendous opportunity. There were a few secret areas they had to explore. "Brother Shi, you should take some time to think things over first. If you want to enter the higher realms, we can discuss it in detail when we meet again." Lan Yu nodded. Her bearing was exceptional. Blue specks of light poured down like rain. She had already gotten up and excused herself. These people didn't stay behind for too long. After talking for a bit, they all got up and left. Qin Ming released a breath of relief. Just now, he truly was rather fearful of disaster. This was a group of higher realms elites. If any of them fought against the little stone, it would be a great disaster. Great trouble would be stirred up regardless of which one of them fell. My clan's heaven-warping talent didn't travel with them. "He's probably traveling with another group," he said softly. Then, he looked at Hao, who was currently thinking things through carefully, and said, "We'll reach Immortal Mountain in a few days. I will explain a few rules and regulations here first. I'm the human emperor. Are you telling me to have an audience with someone else?" Hao shot him a cold look. He closed his eyes in meditation and no longer paid him any attention. Qin Ming's face became downcast. In front of the little stone, the high and mighty Immortal Mountain's name no longer seemed to be that useful. It wasn't able to pressure him in the slightest. Several days later, the large boat stopped. It rested by a holy cliff that flowed with hazy and colorful lights. Immortal energy surged, and the various symbols looked like stars as they flickered about. They had reached the Immortal Mountain. This was a high cliff used to stop the magical boat. Hao and some others walked over and stepped onto this high cliff. This was a trip that couldn't be considered short. Took 5 days of effort, and each day they traveled 1,000,000 li. The road ahead was another 500 or so li. It was rather shocking. The large boat headed into the distance. It didn't stop here for a long time. As it departed, it left behind a streak of flowing light. A hint of divine aura could be felt. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and looked at the holy cliff in front of him. Clouds and mists rose in this place. The entire cliff was formed into a precious artifact. It radiated precious light. The structure was firm and everlasting. A cliff like this was formed into a powerful precious artifact, but it was used just for a boat to stop at. It seemed almost excessively extravagant. This was part of the surrounding region and not the true Holy Land. In front of him, great mountains rose and fell, as if a true dragon was lying about in this place. It was extremely magnificent. Large amounts of purple mist rose, an auspicious sign. Father, Mother, I found this place and want to see you too, Xianxia said to himself. He was full of emotion. No matter how powerful he was, or if he had become the new emperor, there was still a softness deep within his heart. Right now, that place was touched. There was a person specially appointed to protect the holy cliff. There was an individual who steered a carriage and invited him to get on. Auspicious beasts stepped on empty air, bringing the bronze carriage rumbling through the skies. They were led to the true immortal mountain. Eventually, they reached a point where all carriages had to stop before they could ascend the mountain. They couldn't directly enter. This was a type of dignity and sacredness that could not be disrespected. A limestone path led up the mountain. Countless enormous mountains stood tall, curling with immortal mist. It was as if heavenly dragons were lying about in slumber. At the centermost region, the great peak was especially unique. It was as if a palm was pressing down in that place. The shape was rather strange. All types of strange auras curled about, giving others an immortal feeling. According to legend, that was precisely the immortal mountain's main body, and the others were just auxiliary peaks used to protect it. There was a rumor that this was five-phase peak, and suppressed beneath was an unrivaled character. After the endless passage of time, it was still not enough to truly refine it to death. Of course, rumors were rumors. The immortal mountain always denied it. Grandfather, did you come here as well? Are you in the mountains right now as well? Xianxia said softly. He wished to meet the great demonic god Grandpa 15. The little stone came. This message entered the immortal mountain, bringing forth a great commotion. It was because this name brought about too much commotion recently. He greatly defeated the immortal mountain's cultivators and killed 2 of their supreme experts. It was truly hard to believe. The little monster came. How brave. We have to show him that after coming, he should forget about leaving. You harm my clansmen and kill our supreme experts, yet you still dare to come. He better be greatly humiliated. So what if he has some type of relationship to my clan? It's probably not even that close to begin with. This time we can't let him go. The younger generation completely flipped out, while a few elders' expressions became downcast and rather unpleasant. After all, the immortal mountains might overlooked the 8 regions, and it had never been humiliated before. It was just a 10-or-so-year-old kid, yet he dared to challenge their bottom line and humiliate them. How could they let him go? A large group of people immediately headed over. There were men and women, and all of them rushed over. Most of them were younger individuals, and they wanted to see if the little stone really was all that formidable, whether he dared to do such heaven-defying things. A large group of people appeared inside of the mountain gate. They were everywhere, and all of them had cold sneers as they glared over. So that's all he is, just a delicate and pretty youth. I thought he was some indomitable spirit that could devour seas and swallow mountains. Someone sneered and said, these individuals all harbored great hostility, and they crowded forward. Xianxia walked up along the limestone and through the mountain gates. He looked at the scenery all around him. He didn't pay these youngsters' looks any attention. So daring. After coming here, you still act so irreverent and arrogant. Aren't you scared that you'll feel so much suffering you'll wish you were dead later on? A youngster sneered and made his way out from the crowd. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Don't you know that your clan's old ancestor invited me as an esteemed guest? Xianxia asked. What esteemed guest? It is just an execution. You even killed my younger brother Xianxia in Fire Nation capital. I am his older brother. The youngster's eyes harbored malicious intent. I've killed so many already. Who knows who this Xianxia fellow is? Xianxia shook his head, but he clearly remembered inside. When he was in the Fire Nation capital, Xianxia continuously bothered Lady Qianqian and even attacked him afterwards. In the end, he was killed. Back then, he had heard that this Xianxia's background was astonishing. He was the descendant of a great figure and was greatly doted on. You forgot about Xianxia. So did you forget about this old one as well? Another elder appeared. He was missing an arm and a leg, and his face was downcast. This was Qin Shouqing. In Fire Nation capital, he used a 5-phase ring to fight against Xianxia. In the end, he had one of his arms and legs chopped off before he was able to flee for his life on a divine artifact. Oh! Xianxia first nodded his head. Then he asked, "Who are you?" When Qin Shouqing heard this, he almost exploded from anger. He was gravely injured by that youth, yet in the end, the other party didn't even recognize him. This type of disregard and contempt made him go mad. You still aren't kneeling down? After entering my immortal mountain, you have to first pay your respects to the great heavenly deity's statue. Qin Shouqing shouted loudly. He pointed at the distant sculpture in the mountains. What for? Xianxia asked. On the side, Qin Ming explained. Those that enter my immortal mountain would all pay their respects to the heavenly deity. This is a type of respect, as well as part of the regulations. What does that have to do with me? Xianxia rolled his eyes and didn't pay it any attention. Kneel down. Kowtow to the heavenly deity. The people in front of him all shouted loudly, filling this place with thunderous noise. They were told not to take action, but they still couldn't suppress their anger. They wanted to humiliate him and have the little stone kneel at the mountain gates. You still aren't kowtowing to the heavenly deity? The voices became louder and louder, reverberating through this place like thunder. Qin Shouqing and Xianxia's older brother both sneered as they looked at Xianxia. What are you all making so much noise for? Xianxia frowned while speaking. Then he brought out a crumpled-up piece of paper and slowly opened it. It blossomed with resplendent golden light. What? That's the divine old ancestor's decree. And it has the ancestral imprint as well. Someone cried out in alarm. You all still aren't going to kneel? Xianxia calmly spoke, his voice as light as a feather. He knew a few rules of the immortal mountain. One must kowtow before the divine old ancestor's decree. Together with the clan's divine precious imprint, its meaning became even more significant. The group of people were petrified, and their faces were all stifled red. You all still aren't kneeling? Xianxia said. The crowd's faces were completely red from anger, and their eyes released flames. All of their breathing became hurried, but they were left with no way out of this dilemma. They truly did not expect this type of situation to arise. Ladies and gentlemen, not kowtowing in front of the ancestral master's decree is disgraceful behavior. Together with the ancestral imprint here, could it be that you are opposed to the rules and want to rebel? Xianxia spoke in a somewhat lazy manner, as if he was lacking energy. However, when everyone heard his voice, they felt as if a blade was scooping at their flesh, embarrassing and painful. There wasn't any scene more terrible than this. Pu Tong. Someone kneeled, an unpleasant expression on his face as he said, Long live ancestral master. May your divine body reign eternal. With someone taking the lead, the others also began to kneel one after another. Pu Tong sounds rang out continuously, and their faces were all thoroughly red. This was truly an embarrassing thing. They originally wanted to show off a bit, yet in the end, they brought humiliation down upon themselves. In the end, the faces of those that were still reluctant in kneeling down, such as Xianxia's brother Qinli, and the Qin Shouqing who had an arm and a leg chopped off, fell ashen. They felt unwillingness and resentment. You guys should get up. The floor is a bit chilly, Xianxia casually said. These words immediately made these people's blood rush to their heads. They were furious and embarrassed. What kind of event was this? A large group of people gathered together to humiliate Sure Hao, yet in the end, not only did they not intimidate him into kneeling, they were the ones kneeling instead. When the group of young men and women stood back up, the atmosphere at the mountain gate was tense and killing intent filled the air. These people were angry to the point of exploding. Kowtowing to the decree. Was this any different from kowtowing to the little stone's feet? The most despicable part was that the decree in that fellow's hands was wrinkled. They had seen clearly that it had long been crumpled into a ball when that fellow brought it out. It was as if he was ordering them with waste paper. You damaged the magical decree. Your crime cannot be forgiven. Qin Chao's older brother Qin Li shouted. What are you randomly going on about? Sure Hao swept out a look. With a shake, the entire decree released light and overflowed with golden light. It was divine and perfect and was immediately no longer creased. Just a small piece of this type of precious paper was already extremely precious, because the material it was made from was rare and valuable. It was naturally difficult for it to be damaged, so stretching it out a bit would restore it to its original state. Bring him to Divine King Palace. There was an elder who couldn't continue watching what was happening. If this continued, who knew what type of problems would emerge? Many people already noticed that the little stone didn't act how one expected a normal person to. If he was irritated, there wouldn't be anything he wasn't scared of doing. At that time, if news of this was sent to the higher realms, then they would become a laughingstock. Under Qin Ming's accompaniment, Sure Hao slowly strolled around in a calm and unhurried manner. He looked around everywhere. Purple energy wafted about in a haze in this precious land, and all types of precious sceneries could be seen. There was an indescribable type of carefreeness as he walked about. I'm going to die from anger, Qin Li roared. The crowd all tightened their fists. Not only did they fail to cause trouble for the other party, they were humiliated instead. There wasn't anything that could cause them more grievance. However, they could only watch Sure Hao's retreating figure, because they couldn't take action. This is a purple spiritual stream. Could it be the legendary purple symbol precious liquid? Sure Hao was astonished. In the depths of the Immortal Mountain, he saw a purple spring that was releasing a unique fragrance. Something like that is rare even in the higher realms. This stream merely has a hint of its aura. Qin Ming said in a rather upset mood. Do you mind if I wash my face here? Sure Hao was matchless when it came to having thick skin. He had just provoked a group of people, yet he continued to find ways to pleasure himself. I do mind, Qin Ming coldly said. As a person, you have to be more generous. Sure Hao patted his shoulder and spoke in a generous and peaceful manner. Qin Ming had endured for the entire trip, and originally, he wanted to find someone to teach him a lesson when he came back. However, after completing the trip and arriving here, he was still at his wits' end. He had long held back a stomach of flames, and when he heard this, his irritability was greatly stirred. He swung his sleeves and turned around. This was the destination. In front of the purple spring was a main palace hall that was grand and majestic. Mist curled up about it, and there was an intimidating type of might here, as if there was a divine king seated within. Not far off, there was a stone stele, and on top of it were the 3 words, Divine King Palace. This was not an ordinary place, and these words weren't randomly carved. In the past, many powerful individuals had emerged from the Immortal Mountain. A few of those characters were still alive in the higher realms. A palace hall that matched their achievements and cultivation realm was constructed, and it enjoyed the fragrance of incense and offerings of sacrifices. Woo, not simple. Sure Hao sighed in admiration. In this mountain, the Divine King Palace wasn't the only structure. There were also the Heavenly Deity Palace and others. All types of grand and magnificent palace halls towered in this place, and it was clear with just a look that in the past, this place was filled with powerful experts. Not far off, there was a plum blossom forest. There were a few fine residences constructed within that were quiet and elegant. They rested beside a clear spring. This was a place that was extremely good for one's health. The Divine King Palace was extremely magnificent. Sure Hao walked inside and entered the side chamber before waiting there. Even though he wanted to see his father and mother immediately, he still had to wait for the Qin family's arrangements. Ever since he entered the Immortal Mountain, he knew that he was in quite a dangerous place. This was not an ordinary place, but the den of a tiger or dragon. Any slight carelessness could result in great disaster. However, his father and mother were here, so he had to come. Of course, how wasn't one to willingly suffer losses. He had made enough preparations to deal with all types of possible dangers. After dropping him off here, Qin Ming left after telling him to wait. However, time passed bit by bit, and soon, most of the day passed without any sign of anyone appearing. It was clear that the Qin family was quite discontent towards him. This was something done purposely, to give him the cold shoulder and temporarily ignore him. Even though How wanted to see his father and mother quite badly and ask about his grandfather's whereabouts, he didn't have any other choice. After entering the residence of another, he could only quietly wait. Isn't this the human emperor? How could you be sitting here alone? Qin Li appeared, and there were a few individuals beside him. They all had mocking expressions on their faces, and they came here specifically to laugh at him. Is this the way Immortal Mountain treats their guests? How asked. The great calamity has just ended, and the clan's ancestors are all extremely busy. So where would they find time to meet you? You should just slowly wait. Qin Li laughed in an unbridled manner. The others also sneered, not hiding their hostility. The little stone was powerful, but after entering the Qin clan, could he still act so vicious? They actually wanted to see how take action, and then use that as an excuse to guide the clan's experts here to suppress him. How no longer paid attention to them. He sat there with his legs crossed and closed his eyes to rest. The heaven-warping talent little stone has a day where he has to endure silently. It really is a fantastic tale. I heard that when you made a move it would be lightning fast, sweeping through all opponents. How is it that you aren't willing to utter a word now? Someone provoked. If how dared to take action, then they dared to immediately activate the killing formation and also inform the supreme experts to carry out an intimidation. This would then destroy all of this youth's arrogance and self-righteousness. Unfortunately, how didn't pay them any attention, not even giving them a single look. Soon after, another group of people came. They were all called over to stir up trouble here. Even Shouqing, who lost an arm and a leg, came. Apart from this, Qin Ming also peered over from the distance, but he didn't show himself. These people didn't say much. They just continued to laugh here, as if they were watching a play. This was a type of silent provocation. You really do know how to keep your composure, Qin Li ridiculed. At this time, How opened his eyes and said, "The amount of you guys that came seems to be large enough." He got up and looked at the several dozen people in front of him and indifferently said, "Why don't you all kneel again?" After speaking, he brought out a wrinkled clump of paper again. After unfolding it, golden light blossomed. Fucking! Qin Li almost erupted into a string of curses. Shouqing and the others' faces became the color of pig liver. Why did this scene appear again? However, after thinking about it carefully, they still brought this onto themselves. They couldn't bear to kneel down again. In the end, some people summoned the courage to kowtow, and the others pretended as if they didn't see it before leaving in sorry states. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. "Take care, I won't send you all out. If you want to kowtow, then you can come back here any time," How shouted after them. This was truly shameful, but they couldn't do anything about it. The crowd couldn't be more angry, and they continuously cursed. If the clan hadn't given out the order not to take action, they would have long risen in revolt. He then waited another 2 hours, but no one came, so How began to wander around. When Qin Ming reappeared, his eyes widened and his temper flared. How was actually taking a foot bath while sitting at the side of the purple spring, while carrying a rather refreshed expression. He looked like he was extremely comfortable. Qin Ming's entire face was flushed red from stifled anger. He was so furious he pointed as he said the word "you" 3 times. Very little water flowed through this spiritual spring, and it was usually used by younger disciples to refine medicines. Such a rare and precious spiritual liquid was actually being used by him to wash his feet. How could Qin Li and the other younger generation endure this? I was so bored my feet started hurting. So I came here to relax a bit. Sure Hao put on his shoes and socks in a rather natural manner before standing up. Qin Ming was so angry no words came out, and afterwards he stormed off in a huff, saying, "There is an old ancestor who wants to see you." He truly wanted to teach Sure Hao a lesson and purposely did not give the report to his superiors immediately. However, dragging it out like this wasn't a solution, and right now he had no choice but to bring him to see the old ancestor. The so-called old ancestor was a supreme expert and not some divine ancient ancestor. His hair and beard were white, and he had a rather amiable appearance. Some of the clan's ancestors are not that sensible. There is no need to pay them much attention. Sure Hao nodded and didn't say anything. Speaking of, we are part of the same family, so you do not need to regard us as outsiders. This supreme expert smiled as he spoke. He began to chat with Sure Hao, telling him a few matters. Sure Hao wanted to meet his father and mother immediately. As for everything else, he was rather inattentive. After the topic shifted several times, the elder finally nodded and led the way. The clan regards your father and mother as quite important, allowing them to cultivate within the undying land. Normally speaking, only divine old ancestors had the qualifications to enter. An elder spoke. "Are they still well?" Sure Hao asked. Even though his voice was calm, his heart was violently stirring. He was finally going to meet his parents. They are quite well. The natural laws in that place are complete and surrounded by the world's great Tao. It is like an undying Tao furnace. Cultivating there will produce twice the result with half the effort, the elder said while smiling. Along the way, many people pointed when they saw Sure Hao arrive. They deeply expressed their shock. After all, he had killed 2 supreme experts from Immortal Mountain, yet he still dared to come here. They all revealed looks of shock. The number of people at the Immortal Mountain weren't that many, but this was only in comparison to Heaven Mending Sect, Western Sect, and the others. In reality, the palace halls towered in this place, and the number of cultivators in this clan definitely wasn't few. Along the way, towering mountains appeared one after another. They were all coiling with immortal mists and flourishing with medicinal herbs, making this place look like a holy land for cultivation. These enormous mountains all surrounded a strange-looking mountain body. It was like a palm as it pressed into that place. This was precisely the most famous 5-phase peak. The valley was just within the peak, and one could see it even from far away. Clouds rose and multicolored light shone resplendently. Medicinal herbs covered this place and ancient trees took root within the mountains. It was quite clear that this was the undying divine land. It is unknown whether the valley has opened or not. It would only open after a long time because this is a place the divine old ancestor used for isolation before. Normally, we cannot cause any disturbance. However, based on how long it has been since it was last opened, it should reopen within these 2 days, the elder said. "Father, mother, I came to see you," Sure Hao excitedly shouted with a loud voice. 5-phase peak was ashy brown in appearance. Spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere, and strand after strand of spiritual essence swirled about. The valley only occupied a small region, and there was a divine formation protecting it. Sure Hao stood in front of, looking at the divine king's inscription, the heavenly deity's inscription, and many others. They covered the surface of an enormous stone. This was a secret place. There were many experts that came here. Some of them died in a seated posture, some were killed in battle, and others left for the higher realms. It seems like there are many, but it has been accumulating since the archaic era. Many outstanding heroes have been buried under the passage of time, said the elder. His name was Qin Fa, and he has cultivated the Tao for 200 years. He had already been a supreme expert for several dozen years. Sure Hao nodded and chatted with him. He wanted to know when the valley was going to open up again and how long he had to wait for. The sky was already becoming dim, but there was no activity. It should be soon, 2 days at the latest. It will definitely open, Qin Fa said. Sure Hao felt the rich spiritual essence in this place. This was the case even outside the valley, so one could well imagine what it was like inside. Worldly spiritual essence would definitely roil like a sea, with its best parts sealed within by great formations. His parents were cultivating inside. Why didn't they come search for him? Hao was a bit conflicted inwardly as he waited here in a rather depressed mood. My father and mother have been here for more than 10 years. Has everything gone well for them? He tried to ask indirectly. Quite well, but they were always worrying about you. Only, they were cultivating a miraculous divine ability. So it was difficult for them to leave this valley. Xianxia smiled and said. Hao became silent. Soon after, he shook his head and remembered what happened before. The willow deity opened up his sea of consciousness before, allowing him to see his memories from the past. At that time, for his sake, his parents fought a great war against the martial king Manor, flipping the clan upside down. They cherished him so greatly and definitely wouldn't have ignored him like this. You all trapped my parents here? Hao opened his mouth, and his gaze became a bit forceful. He examined Xianxia and said, Don't tell me that you guided me here to imprison the later generation as well? Xianxia laughed and said, Dealing with you is rather easy. After coming to my immortal mountain, if we truly wanted to make things difficult for you, as soon as the great formations are opened, even gods and devils can be slaughtered. After speaking up to this point, he asked how to sit down. There was a stone table and stone chairs here. It was near the valley, and the smell of medicinal fragrances wafted through the air. It made this place feel heavenly and peaceful. What do you think about this place? It really is a delicate and beautiful place. Cultivating here will allow your cultivation to quickly advance. Xianxia said. You really want to imprison me here? Hao coldly spoke. No, we are trying to help you. Xianxia shook his head and said, You have to know that this world is imperfect. The natural laws are incomplete. If one continues to cultivate in such an environment, it would be greatly detrimental for them. Hao didn't say anything and calmly looked at him. I want you to know that my immortal mountain is a place that seizes the natural force of this world. The great Tao is not deficient in the valley, and the natural laws are perfectly intact. Cultivating here will allow your body to form a perfect Tao core. In the future, you can then rise to the peak, Xianxia said. He expressed that if Hao was willing, the Qin family would enthusiastically help him, allowing him to cultivate here long-term until he reached the peak. Hao remained silent. Even if this place was wonderful, he didn't believe the Qin family really would treat him like this. You have to understand that there were intense conflicts between both sides. Everything that happened before were just misunderstandings, so it isn't something we can't get over. You possess the supreme being bone, and you also have half our clan's bloodline. So how could we not nurture you? Xianxia smiled. I cannot leave. As Stone Country's new emperor, there are things that I must take care of for now. Hao was beating around the bush. No matter. You might not know this, but right now you already have a younger brother, and his talents are similarly outstanding and exceptional in this world. He is already 13 years of age. If you cultivate here, you can have him take your place in Stone Country's imperial palace. Hao's eyes burned brightly as he looked at Xianxia, but he didn't say anything. However, he found it hard to calm down inside. This wasn't the first time he heard this. Previously in Stone Capital, he had heard Qinling say that there was a young supreme being younger brother. And now he heard about it again. His father and mother had another child. If they were imprisoned here and couldn't leave, then why did they want to release his younger brother? Emotions were surging within his mind, and he found it hard to calm down. His mood was complex. He found it difficult to say a single thing for a long time. One should fight together with his family. He is your own little brother, and his heavenly talents are truly frightening and enough to overlook this generation. With him representing your stone capital, what is there to be worried about? Xianxia said. For a long time, Hao didn't say anything. He already seemed to be a bit distracted. He had a younger brother already, so during these years, did his parents even think about him? Unknowingly why, he suddenly developed a sour and bitter feeling. He depended on himself for more than 10 years, struggling as he rose up in the great wastelands, sweeping through all of his enemies. He had never enjoyed the warmth of his parents. Yet now, a younger brother had suddenly appeared. He felt somewhat frustrated and at a loss. During these years, his parents had always protected his younger brother and never went to look for him. "I have a younger brother," he said to himself. "Correct. He is talented, intelligent, and brave. If he goes to Stone Capital, he can definitely control everything." "You need not worry," Xianxia said. "Becoming the Emperor of Stone Country, is this my little brother's own wish?" Xianxia asked in a stupefied manner. "He has his own aspirations. His journey of cultivation was not always within the valley. He has also departed on a long-term self-grinding journey before, and he wishes to mature in an even higher position to improve his understanding of the world's great Tao," Xianxia said. "Younger brother wants my position of emperor," Xianxia said to himself. He sank into a state of silence for a long time. He doesn't want to steal your title of emperor, and instead wishes that you can cultivate here, using this divine land to produce a perfect Tao core. Apart from this, your father and mother miss you dearly. You can have a reunion here. After being apart for so many years, I believe you wish to enjoy that type of familial warmth, right? Xianxia asked. He looked at the quiet Xianxia, whose expression was a bit distracted, and said, "Your natural talents are exceptional, and we truly wish to push you towards the peak. In the future, you can enter the higher realms and look down on everyone around you. You all are just scheming against my Stone Country and playing with my younger brother within your palms." Xianxia spoke. His expression was distracted, but his words were calm. He clearly understood the other party's objectives. Even though he felt bitter inwardly, he was still aware of everything. At this moment, the Immortal Mountain still hadn't given up on the wasteland region. Xianxia denied Xiao's accusations and said, "How could that be? We just want you to form a perfect Tao core so you could properly ascend to the peak, and by doing so, you could have a reunion with your parents as well. In addition, your brother can't stay outside for too long. You all have to enter the higher realms in the future, so what is the imperial power of the lower realm worth?" Xiao's eyes shone with light, and he suddenly became forceful. Staring at Xianxia, he asked, "Where's my grandfather?" "He has entered the higher realms from this very valley," Xianxia calmly said. Xiao's expression was indifferent. He secretly used the ancient dual pupil. That divine eye was always at his side, and even though it was damaged, it could still see through the fabrications nearby. In that instant, he actually felt a strange wave of energy. There were arrow holes in the walls of the valley. He was startled inwardly. That was left behind by a divine formation. How could the Qin clan attack their own valley? When he entered Stone Country capital back then, he had specially asked around for information and found out that his grandfather had 2 divine arrows that possessed endless might. After it was described to him by others, he could practically picture them in his mind. Extremely similar. After reaching this conclusion, Xiao's mind jumped, and then his eyes released killing intent. Right at this moment, a young lady with a pretty complexion and soft figure walked over while carrying a plate of tea. Xiao took action. His right hand expanded and reached down like a Kuan Peng, catching her and quickly pointed at the space between her brows to probe her sea of consciousness. In that instant, Xiao's expression changed. He found a few special pieces of information in this maid's sea of consciousness. There was a battle here 2 years ago, but as for what happened, the maid didn't know. "You dare take advantage of my loved ones?" Xiao erupted with fury. A wave of fire rose within him, and his gaze became forceful. He erupted with a powerful pressure. When he was young, his grandfather Shi Zhongtian went to find a pure-blooded creature for him to use for his baptism. In the end, he lost an arm and was pursued by a Pishio. When his grandfather broke free, he brought a divine pill with him as he returned happily to help him set up his foundation. After finding out the changes that took place, all of Stone Capital was overturned, and 2 king manors were swept through. It could be said that for Xiao's sake, the price his grandfather paid was truly great. He doted greatly on him and showed incomparable concern. Xiao truly wanted to meet him immediately so that his grandfather could feel relieved. He wanted to tell his grandfather about his accomplishments in cultivation, how powerful he had become. Yet in the end, he found signs of his grandfather angrily firing arrows here. This gave him quite a few conflicting feelings. "Where is my grandfather?" he roared. "Do not be rash. I can promise that he is in good health." Xianxia stood up. "You still wish to mislead me even now?" Xianxia shouted. At the same time, he took action. Even if it was the immortal mountain, he was still without fear. 10 heavenly passages opened, and his entire body shone. Divine force surged endlessly as it poured out. Xianxia released an indifferent smile and said, "Do not think that this is Stone Country Imperial Capital. There is no draconic energy, so how are you going to fight against me? Listen to me. Hurry and cease your aggression." Xianxia remained fearless. The moment he took action, his entire body shone with dark light and flickered with cold luster. A black figure appeared, forming the imperishable battle clothes and merging with his body. Xianxia's expression changed. He quickly backed up, but Xiao's finger still reached his shoulder. With a pew sound, an explosion broke out and blood surged. He was a supreme expert and he could overlook all king-level figures, but right now, as soon as they collided, he suffered damage that he could not defend against. Supreme Expert Realm. Xianxia was extremely shocked, and then he looked at the black golden battle clothes. With a fiery gaze, he said, "An archaic era treasure. Even though it is damaged, there will be a day when it is repaired." Hong. Xiao didn't say anything and sent a fist blasting outwards. Powerful force overflowed into the sky, and rays of light erupted as if there was a great sun floating in midair. Xianxia backed up in retreat and did not face it head-on. He sneered and said, "Youngster, you have to understand that this is the immortal mountain where even a deity has to kneel. You dare to act vicious here. By taking advantage of my loved ones, war was inevitable." Xiao's black hair fluttered about. "You don't know how high heaven is or how deep the earth is. Even when the divine king descends into the lower realm, he still feels some restraining fear. What can a youngster like you do?" Xianxia berated. "So what if it's the immortal mountain? After bullying my grandfather, I'll even overturn the immortal mountain." Xiao roared. His gaze was deep, and killing intent rushed into the heavens. Xianxia shivered inwardly. He had researched the little stone before. This youth would never put himself in a deadlock situation. However, he already entered the immortal mountain, so what other cards could he possibly play and how was he going to fight? Xianxia felt rather uneasy. Xiao took steps outwards. The airflow around him exploded and rumbled like thunder. Spheres of light continuously bloomed. He formed a fist imprint, and as if he was a great sun heavenly deity, he sent it blasting towards Xianxia. This type of great power was created so easily. Xianxia was forced to fly backwards, and he backed up again and again. The space here trembled. Xiao's fist quickly arrived. It was simple and direct as it slammed over. The fist changed from dark to bright, with dark light liberating itself into becoming golden in color. This was a fundamental change. It was just too fast and impossible to avoid. Xianxia's hands overlapped. A milky white stream of innate essence emerged from his nose and mouth. Countless symbols flickered on his arms that rumbled with tremendous power. This was the Tao skill of a supreme expert. Xianxia used his arms to defend against Xiao's fist. This was the first true clash between the two individuals. In addition, this wasn't simply some defensive measure. When his arms interweaved, a pair of roaring flood dragons appeared. They formed an enormous pair of silver shears. The silver shears were a divine ability that was known as dual flood dragon shears. When they interweaved, they would form two enormous interweaving flood dragons, and they could cut short many powerful weapons. Dang! The instant Xiao's fist approached, the dual flood dragon shears shone resplendently with silver light. They supported the force of the golden fish and released waves of draconic cries that shook heaven and earth. In that instant, dazzling light erupted between the two individuals. Xiao felt the true force of a supreme expert. This type of power swept over like an ocean, and the natural laws were as sharp as divine swords as they hacked down at his fist. Xianxia was even more shaken. His eyes rapidly shrunk, and his arms lightly trembled. He was a supreme expert, yet his power was actually stopped. Those battle clothes were astonishing, enough to allow that youth to advance an entire cultivation realm and fight against him. Hong! Xiao's fist trembled. His golden palm and fingers erupted with golden light that gushed out like a volcano. The light was released in a beautiful yet also berserk manner. Xianxia released a loud cry. The dual flood dragons that his arms produced were completely scattered, and a tremendous wave of power even struck against his chest. It was ferocious and difficult to block. He released a grunt, and his entire body shone. It was covered in formations. These were powerful symbols that had been engraved into his flesh, and they formed all types of killing formations. This fist was stopped, but Xianxia still fell back and coughed out blood. The power of that fist was not completely neutralized, and it had entered the inside of his body. So powerful! Xianxia was astonished. This was still just a youth in formation arrangement realm. When the power of the dark golden battle clothes was eliminated, what laid beneath was his own power. This confrontation made Xianxia clearly understand that after merging with the battle clothes, Xiao truly could fight against supreme experts. In addition, his original self was incredibly powerful, possessing endless strength. Shua! His two arms moved, and this area became covered in divine blades. This was the force of the powerful formation carved into his flesh. 365 swords instantly rushed out and hacked over. These were the natural laws of a supreme expert, where just a thought could collapse mountains and rivers. For divine swords like these, each one could hack down a king-level figure and destroy enormous mountains. 365 Dao swords shone brilliantly as they arranged themselves. It was simply inconceivable. At this moment, the sun and moon seemed to have faded, and the mountains and rivers lost color. There was only light from the 365 Dao swords in the sky. As they weaved about, it was as if the stars in the sky were smashing downwards. Xiao shouted loudly and spewed out a stream of light golden liquid. It contained a drop of his essence blood. Then it evolved into the supreme sword Dao, forming a stalk of grass. Hong! The seemingly weak and delicate stalk of grass split open heaven and earth. In just an instant, it released an everlasting power that surpassed the profoundness of a supreme expert. It was truly astonishing. In addition, it had the power of the imperishable battle clothes. Its supreme natural laws were raised to an even higher level, producing endless swords radiance. Finally, following the movement of Xiao's hand, it erupted with force and shot out. This was a sky-connecting sword radiance, and it hacked down on everything. A white expanse of sword energy poured down like a flood. It wasn't just streaks, but instead an expanse that filled the sky as it directly descended. Violent collisions and terrifying clashes composed this intense duel of sword techniques. The sword intent that surged from the center of Xiao's mind was unmatched, and it stopped the sword formation that a supreme expert had refined for tens of years. Xianxia's expression changed. This sword formation was engraved within his flesh, and it was the pinnacle reflection of its symbols. It was also one of the Immortal Mountain's extremely well-known offensive techniques. However, right now it was suppressed, and by another sword intent that even exceeded the Immortal Mountains. Finally, the sword radiance completely exploded. The 365 streaks of divine blades were all wiped out. They formed a stream of light before scattering in the sky. Xiao's sword energy was also stopped, but the drop of essence blood he spurted out still remained. Carried golden symbols within. It flew through the sky, and with a pu sound, it pierced through Xianxia's arm. Bright-colored blood blossomed. Xianxia was sent flying horizontally from the attack. Even though it was just a drop of blood, it contained tremendous force, as well as the imperishable sword intent. It almost made his arm and body shatter. With a pa sound, the sword formation in his body was wiped out, shattered by Xiao's drop of blood. The offensive technique that had been carved within his flesh for tens of years was destroyed. All of this happened extremely quickly. The two weaved about and attacked viciously. They were extremely fast, and after just a few clashes, this result was produced. When they separated again, Qin Fa brought out a jade container and poured out a golden pill that was the size of a dragon eye fruit that could alleviate his injuries. He revealed a serious expression. The little stone was even more powerful than the rumors. It exceeded his expectations. In this short period of time, they had exchanged several attacks, and it actually left the glorious supreme expert of this generation wounded. This was not just the feat of those battle clothes, but rather due to the little stone being powerful enough. In addition, the sword intent he comprehended wasn't weaker than his own, to the extent where it was even more powerful. His predecessors passed down many miraculous methods and left behind many scriptures that were full of endless profound mysterious. However, those that truly comprehended them and reached the corresponding cultivation realm weren't many. Sure Hao was just a youth, yet he possessed such high achievements in the Tao of the sword. As long as he possessed enough power, he could behead supreme experts. It was definitely not ordinary, and this made Qin Fa feel more and more terrified. He even thought that if the little stone was given time, and he engraved enough symbols and formations in his flesh, entering the supreme expert realm was only a few years of effort away. The younger generation will surpass us in time. He could only cry out in astonishment. It was because the supreme expert realm was different from the great cultivations realms before it. A 15 or 16-year-old achieving this level was never heard of before in the lower realms. Even if one searched all the way back into the ancient times, it would be hard to find any examples. Was he going to surpass both those of the past and present? Qin Fa was greatly shaken. The little stone was simply superhuman, and the potential he displayed was just too shocking. Even in the higher realms, those with his aptitude would still be enough to greatly shake many, right? He sighed softly. At the same time, when he recalled that Sure Hao still had the supreme being bone, his expression became even more astonished, and he found it hard to speak. Where exactly is my grandfather? What exactly is going on? Sure Hao's killing intent surged around him, and at this moment, his head of black hair was flying about. A biting Cold War aura was proliferating in all directions. Even if there were formations protecting things all around, there were many mountain rocks and enormous trees that left the ground and flew about in midair, trembling with each word Sure Hao spoke. Then they ultimately exploded. I have already said that he headed for the higher realms. Qin Fa said. Hand over your life then. Even if it was the immortal mountain, Sure Hao's killing intent still surged into the heavens, not feeling any fear. This time he was truly angry. His grandfather had done so much for him, and he could not hold back his anger. From a certain perspective, this was the one thing he cared most about. Qin Fa was still trying to hide things even now, so he naturally surged with anger. At this moment, not only was there a blade of grass, a green aura flourished through this place that was full of vitality. 10 stalks of grass took root in the sky, and a powerful life force was displayed. Qin Fa was horrified, and he was shaking inside. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was prying into the great Tao. It was clearly sword energy and an offensive technique, but right now it was creating life and evolving the force of vitality. Even though the little stone was in formation arrangement realm, his understanding of the sword Tao had long transcended beyond that. It even left the supreme expert stupefied and incomparably scared. Kill! Sure Hao shouted loudly, and several dozen stalks of grass swayed about. Then, dazzling sword intent erupted, and all of them hacked forward. After the decisive battle this time, Qin Fa's entire body became translucent, and all of the formations in his flesh were brought out and frantically stirred. Streak after streak of divine chains erupted outwards. He was like a giant spider that was forming a great web out of the natural laws. The entire sky was covered in divine chains, and he was at the very center of it all. This time, the Great War was incredibly intense. Both sides were swaying, and all types of light danced about. Endless symbols erupted before fading out, and it was as if starry rivers were being formed between the two individuals. It was as if the sun had smashed into the great earth. This place was completely covered in blinding and brilliant light. In the end, Xianxia released a muffled groan and flew outwards. His arms were broken, and the soles of his feet were shattered. Then, his body continuously cracked apart, and sword energy was continuously produced from his blood. He produced a total of 13 swords, and each of them were enough to kill him once. They represented each of the 13 formations on his body, and finally, his body seemed like it was about to crumble. Despite this being the case, his limbs were half crippled, with one arm and one leg broken. However, after reaching the Supreme Expert realm, as long as there were enough precious medicines, it could slowly repair the flesh, so it wasn't that big of an issue. The most terrifying thing was that his body was injured at its core. The 13 formations in his body had collapsed, making him almost drop out from the Supreme Expert realm. Without several years of self-cultivation, he should forget about restoring them. The corners of Xiao's lips revealed a hint of blood. He wiped it away. This was clearly not a great hindrance. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia was brought over. Then, a wave of cold killing intent pressed over. It directly pressed against the back of his head in a powerful and callous manner, ready to explode at any time. Xiao didn't turn around. He opened his 10 heavenly passages and froze the space around this place. Xianxia was then captured and tossed within one of the heavenly passages. He had many questions to ask him. Then, from where he was standing, he slowly turned around to meet those that came. There was a total of 3 people. There were 2 elders that wore magical robes. Their bodies were dim, but there was a strange type of divine might to them that made one's soul tremble. They were definitely powerful. Next to these 2 was a youth. He looked to be 12 or 13, and his entire body was shining. Silver battle clothes covered his body. He possessed an indescribable amount of heroicness. He was tall in stature, and his eyes were like bright stars. He possessed a heroic appearance. There was a unique type of style to him, as if he was the child of the heavens. One could tell with a look that this was a young supreme being that would surpass the world of mortals. Divine battle clothes. Xiao was greatly shaken. The silver battle clothes this youth wore were definitely powerful. It flowed with the immeasurable force of a deity. It was precisely this youth that released the killing intent just now. He held a silver spear in his hand, pointing it towards the back of his head from the distance. Divine magical artifact. This was a silver spear forged by the divine. There was no other explanation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made Xiao tremble inwardly like that. Ever since I was young, it was Xianxia that taught me how to read and write. You cannot kill him. The youth covered in silver brilliance spoke. He withdrew the silver spear. Xiao didn't say anything. He carefully looked at this youth. When he saw how outstanding he was, his great heroic spirit, and the familiar appearance, he was greatly shaken. "Who are you?" he calmly asked. "Xianxia," the youth replied. The silver battle clothes made him appear aloof and extraordinary. His eyes contained confidence as he stood there confidently. The silver clothes shone brilliantly. Divine aura pervaded the air. The youth was heroic and powerful, looking like a supreme deity that descended from the heavens, one that showed disdain for this world and looked down on the world of mortals. Xiao's face was calm, but there were great fluctuations rising and falling within his mind. This youth's appearance wasn't foreign, possessing some traits similar to his parents. The corners of his eyes and the tip of his brows had some similarities. Xiao said to himself. Why was Qin his surname? He sank into a state of silence. His eyes burned with radiance as he stared at the youth ahead. Just like him, he had the Hao part to his name, only the surname was different. In that short instant, Xiao thought of many things. Chong. On the opposing side, the silver spear in the youth's hand moved, releasing a soft cry, as if it was the roar of a dragon. It resounded through this place, making the hearts of others tremble. The spear in Xiao's hands pointed outwards. Let Xianxia go. The silver spear tip was extremely domineering. This was a spear forged by the divine. Silver light flickered, producing an invincible killing intent as it locked down Xiao. Hao remained silent for a moment. He opened his mouth slightly and said, "You are going to move against me?" Hao didn't say anything. His eyes were resolute, and his heroic spirit was intimidating. The divine battle clothes on his body shone resplendently, making him look like a silver heavenly sun. It made him seem even more extraordinary and otherworldly. "Before I take action, let me ask you something. Have you seen a single-armed elder? His name is Xianxia, and he has also been called the Great Demonic God Grandpa 15. Have you chatted with him before?" Hao asked. "Release Fa first. Everything else can be discussed after." The youth's eyes were deep and his words resolute. It could be seen that he was quite confident in himself. Hao knew that this was most likely that younger brother of his that he had never met before. He sighed softly. He never expected to have to fight him as soon as they met. He turned towards the two elders and said, "Are you two satisfied with how things are? Tell me where my grandfather is and how he is right now. Otherwise, your immortal mountain will be greatly shaken again, and perhaps even collapse." The two elders didn't say anything. Hao wanted to walk up, and he said, "Do you dare fight against me? Am I fighting against you, or am I fighting against your divine magical clothes?" Hao asked. "I just want to fight a battle at the same cultivation realm. Do you dare?" The youth seemed to desire this battle quite badly. His eyes were flourishing with radiance, and the silver clothes on his body rang and released kung chong sounds. "You want to fight against me just like that?" Hao looked at him. "I can tell that you are quite strong. I need this type of opponent." The silver-clothed youth had an astonishing amount of confidence. He had a desire to encounter a strong opponent. Hao's expression remained indifferent. He put away the imperishable golden body and calmly said, "Make your move then." "Good." The youth released a roar, and like a divine phoenix, he leapt upwards. The silver battle clothes became dim, restraining its divine force. He slammed his fist outwards, using purely his flesh's power. When Hao saw this, he didn't reveal any changes in emotion. He reached out a palm and softly blocked it in front of him. There was a strange transformation taking place there, and no matter what type of attack the youth who was like the child of the divine made, it only struck against the center of his palm. Pung, a muffled noise rang out, and the space distorted. The youth who wore the silver battle clothes possessed astonishing strength. The power of his flesh alone could shake the world. His skin was shining with luster. He had cultivated the unbreakable precious body. However, Hao didn't move an inch. His palm was still resting in the sky, allowing the youth's fist to strike it as he quietly watched. The youth was extremely shocked. His fist trembled slightly, and he withdrew. The mountain he stepped on collapsed, and the symbols below him continuously flickered before fading away. Only then did he neutralize the tremendous force that had been reflected. Extremely powerful. Hao was greatly astonished. Then he shouted lightly, and his entire body shone. Silver radiance shone resplendently, making him look like a deity that bathed in silver flames. He once again rushed out. This time, he swung his fist in a circular manner, causing an ear-splitting rumbling sound to erupt. The power of his flesh was raised to its peak, causing heaven and earth to resonate with it. At this moment, he became one with the heavens. He entered a strange state, as if he was moving together with a heavenly Tao that possessed endless divine force. To have such a strong physical body at his age, as well as endless potential, definitely made him a shocking talent that could astonish the world. With a pung sound, Hao continued to extend that palm in front of him, stopping his advance. The fist smashed into his palm again. This time, silver radiance blossomed. All of Hao's strength shot into the heavens, and his essence energy that had harmonized with the heavens burned like a furnace, releasing an undying radiance. Divine light shone clearly within the youth's eyes. Unfortunately, he still couldn't accomplish anything. The figure in front of him stood unmoving like a boulder. After releasing a muffled sound, Hao withdrew, staggering a bit as he did so. His eyes revealed a look of shock. He stood where he was and didn't attack again. How could he be this powerful? He said softly. Even though the other party was 2 years older than himself, to be that composed and calm still left him shocked. It had to be mentioned that ordinarily, those that were a generation older and those that were more than 10 years older were defeated by him. His talents were too shocking, and his skills were heaven-defying. Yet today, his unmatched confidence was useless. He had met an opponent that towered in front of him like a great unmovable mountain. You are still young. To have this type of fleshly power wouldn't make you weaker than anyone else. It is enough to overlook the world, Xianxia said. These weren't empty words and were instead true praise. What about compared to you 2 years ago? The silver battle clothes flickered. The youth's eyes revealed divine might as he stared at Xianxia. Why do you feel the need to compare yourself to me? Xianxia asked. I just want to know. The silver radiance on Xianxia's body flourished, and his clothes once again flowed with a divine aura. The spear reappeared in his hand, and he pointed it towards Xianxia's head, saying, Do you dare fight again? Xianxia frowned and said, You still haven't guessed my identity? The youth nodded and said, I already know. However, I just want a pure battle. I truly wish to fight against you. I don't have any other distracting thoughts. Xianxia looked at him somewhat distractedly, feeling that he had a firm and unmatched confidence within him. There was also an arrogance and conceit that only a youth would have, one that desired great battles to sharpen oneself. The single-armed individual is your grandfather. I want information about him. Is there anything more important than that? Xianxia asked. I wish for a fight right now. The spear in the youth's hand pointed at Xianxia. Silver radiance flourished, and an undying divine aura surged, the pressure it released oppressing heaven and earth. Behind him, the 2 elders nodded. They were clearly satisfied, admiring his confidence in being unrivaled. That person is your grandfather. Xianxia's eyes became deep, and then he no longer said anything. A great black halberd appeared in his hands, and with a great sweep, it immediately erupted with endless golden light. The black halberd's blade and pole became golden, and its divine force erupted. It was like a boundless sea as it swept out in all directions. This was Stone Clan's country guarding divine halberd. It was utterly terrifying and enough to shake a region. It had never dimmed in the passage of time, still possessing endless divine might. Hong! Xianxia stabbed out heavily, slamming the halberd onto the ground, causing this place to collapse. Not even the formations could protect this place. Rocks rushed into the clouds, and chains of order extended everywhere, breaking down this place. This was a heaven-overflowing divine might. An undying divine aura was being released. This wasn't done to target Xianxia, but instead for his dissatisfaction towards those 2 elders. He wanted to suppress them, and as such, he used his full strength. In that instant, this place greatly collapsed. Even though Xianxia wore the divine battle clothes, he was still young. He was blasted flying. The silver radiance continuously flickered, helping him block the tremendous pressure. The 2 elders quickly backed up, pulling Xianxia with them. They immediately fled towards the horizon. Their expressions were harsh. Do you know what kind of result using such a powerful divine weapon in my Qin clan will bring about? One of the elders said coldly. Suppress. The other individual directly shouted. He activated a great formation, and light immediately rushed into the heavens, covering this place. Xianxia was astonished. He felt the country guarding divine halberd in his hands shake greatly. It actually wanted to break through the skies and rush into 5-phase peak. It was going to be brought away. With a schwa sound, he put away the golden halberd. It was rumored that under 5-phase peak rested a matchless existence. It seemed like this wasn't completely baseless. At the very least, there should be a terrifying treasure within this 5-phase peak. In the heavens, Xianxia's silver clothes flickered with radiance. His chest was rising and falling, feeling great shock towards Xianxia's divine might. He merely slammed the halberd into the ground, yet there was this type of might that forced back the 3 of them. One of the elders smiled and said, You are already astonishing enough. It's just that you are still young. If you were the same age, no one would be your opponent. Release Qin Fa. At this moment, an individual entered from outside the mountains. His hair was white and his build was tall and large. His gaze was light as he walked over with large steps. This was a middle-aged individual. He was tall, big, and powerful, but in his eyes, the signs of great changes could be seen. His age was definitely not young, and what he experienced was definitely greater than the entire life of a normal person. The great disturbance here naturally alarmed many people from the Immortal Mountain. The white-haired individual's gaze was chilly. He towered from above and looked down at Shi Hao. It was me who dealt with Shi Zhongtian, and it was right at this place where I beat him until he spat out large amounts of blood. When Shi Hao heard this, every single hair on his body stood up in anger. Who was Shi Zhongtian? He was known as the great demonic god, someone who was powerful and unrivaled. He was Shi Hao's grandfather. However, he was actually forced to spit out large amounts of blood. This made Shi Hao's murderous intent surge. He was on the verge of erupting. You've cultivated hundreds of years, yet you still dare to brag about defeating my grandfather. Today, I, Shi Hao, will fight here, using blood to wash away my grandfather's humiliation. Shi Hao shouted loudly. He had never been as angry as he was right now. His hair danced about, forming a domain. The surrounding rocks all began to rumble, and all of them rushed into the heavens, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Even though Shi Hao was angry, he could still tell that this supreme expert was extremely unordinary. The blood energy around his body was powerful to the point where it was a bit excessive. The symbols within him poured like the seas, and his essence energy surged like a dragon. Qin Zhan is a lunatic. For the sake of cultivation, he used methods of any kind and has already entered the devil path. You do not need to learn from him. In the distance, the two elders warned Qin Hao. The white-haired individual's name was Qin Zhan. His imposing body was like a mountain, terrifying one to their soul. His gaze was deep and cold like lightning as he looked at Shi Hao. So-called geniuses are just for the sake of killing. Use all your strength. I hope you will not disappoint me. Hong. Shi Hao didn't need this middle-aged man to tell him. After merging with the imperishable golden battle clothes, he long erupted outwards. Rage and war intent merged together, forming a type of berserkness. Boundless fluctuations rippled outwards in all directions. His grandfather had a special place in his heart. After learning that Grandpa 15 had been injured and attacked until he spat out blood, Shi Hao seemed to have gone mad. A golden Kuan Pang spread its wings, wishing to split part the 9 heavens. Shi Hao formed the Kuan Pang and rushed into the heavens to fight fiercely against this individual. As soon as the battle began, blood splashed outwards in the sky. The battle was incredibly ferocious and bitter. The white-haired individual's shoulder was almost blasted apart by Shi Hao's attack, while Shi Hao also suffered a bit of damage. He spat out half a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The battle was just too intense. In just that instant, the two individuals clashed thousands of times and continuously shifted position. It was as if 2 streaks of lightning were interweaving in the skies. Shi Hao was shaken. This individual was ridiculously powerful. He possessed a matchless strength in the supreme being realm. The little stone is formidable. He could actually fight against Qin Zhan to this level. You have to understand that this lunatic has swept through all his opponents to reach his current stage. He had only lost a few times in the past. In the distance, the two elders sighed. Even though Shi Hao was angry, his battle awareness became even more sharp. The opponent he encountered this time truly was too powerful. It was definitely one of the most difficult battles he had ever fought. After all, he still wasn't a true supreme expert. Ah! Shi Hao roared. When he thought of his grandfather being injured, he became like a demon. His hair flew about chaotically, and all of his body's potential erupted, causing his power to rise even greater. Hong! In the heavens, a golden great Pang rushed over, carried endless golden light that oppressed the world. At the same time, a large black fish swam about with a boundless black sea below it. The heavens and the earth split into 2 colors, separated into the great Pang and the black fish, forming the Great Yang and Great Yin energies. It was just too terrifying. Break! Shurhao roared. Mountains and rivers were moved, and all of Immortal Mountain swayed. He was going mad after discovering that his grandfather was wounded. He used all of his strength without holding anything back. In the next instant, the Great Peng and the enormous black fish intertwined together, forming the Yin-Yang Dao. It was like a supreme ultimate force. Rumbling sounds tore through the air as it slammed towards Qin Zhan. The two individuals collided. They had already exchanged hundreds of thousands of attacks. He had already persisted for an extremely long time, but under the strike, Qin Zhan directly collapsed. With a hong sound, he was blasted flying. His entire body was covered in blood and in tatters. Shurhao also spat out blood. He was like a god or devil that had descended into this world. He swooped over and picked him up from the great earth. Then he sent him flying again with a slap. Hong! Qin Zhan smashed into a rocky cliff, causing his body to become even more tattered. A large amount of blood flowed down from the cliff. Meanwhile, a loud sound could be heard. The valley had opened. Two cliffs separated, revealing the boundless immortal valley within. Shurhao's eyes burned furiously. He walked over and lifted Qin Zhan. Then he walked towards the valley. Spiritual essence surged within the valley. Pure white splendor shone brilliantly, as if there was a sun resting in this place. It was incomparably bright and dazzling. In addition, waves of fragrance from medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Valley of the Divine. This was another name that the Immortal Mountain had for it, because it was the land left behind by the deity that used to reside here. The natural laws were perfect here, and the great Tao was consummate. You have to understand that the natural laws in the lower realm were incomplete, and heaven and earth down here was not perfect. This was a huge problem, yet in the Immortal Mountain there was actually a place like this. Just this fact alone was enough to call it a Valley of the Divine. There was blood on Shurhao's battle clothes, but he still walked extremely steadily. He walked towards the inside of the valley while carrying Qin Zhan. At this moment, he was powerful and decisive, and a wave of battle intent surged from his body. Even though Qin Zhan's injuries were severe and his body was in tatters, he was still smiling. His face was covered in blood, and his appearance was a bit terrifying. Extremely powerful, many times stronger than that single-armed grandfather of yours. Shurhao shot over a glance. One hand carried Qin Zhan, and the other one released a slap, releasing a horrifying and clear pa sound. Symbols flickered with that attack. With a pung sound, Qin Zhan once again flew outwards. When this tremendous force landed on his body, he flew outwards like a star streaking across the sky before colliding into the valley's walls. Even the mountain rumbled with noise. A large bloody figure was left behind. It was a ghastly sight. Qin Zhan slid down from there and landed at the base of the mountain. He really was extremely powerful. For a normal person, forget about surviving, just their flesh alone would have exploded into muddled paste. How powerful was Shurhao's strength? It was enough to collapse a mountain peak. Qin Zhan was known as a lunatic. He had been strong since childhood, pursuing the divine Tao crazily. He cultivated many of the Immortal Mountain's great divine abilities. His magical force was boundless, and it had long baptized his strength repeatedly, making it even more firm than the Vajra guardian deity. I am actually still coughing out blood even though my body is in tatters. It truly is a miracle. Even at this stage, he was still mocking himself. He already cultivated the immortal magical body tens of years ago, one of the clan's greatest methods. Forget about its other uses, just the effect it had on the body was enough for one to do as they wished in the supreme expert realm. Shurhao's expression was cold and indifferent. With a single step, he crossed over a large area, reaching in front of him in an instant. With a pa sound, his legs swept out. It was as if a flood dragon was brandishing its tail, distorting the space around it and creating a huge noise. This kick landed on Qin Zhao's chest like a spear, striking him until he once again smashed into the cliff. Shurhao's legs stretched out straight and pressed down on his chest. Keep going. Let's see if you can pulverize me to pieces. This is the entrance of the valley where I kicked that single-armed old man until he spat out blood and was seriously injured. Xianxia's loud laughter was a bit strange. His entire body was covered in blood, making him look rather sinister. Hong! Shihao didn't say anything and directly smashed his fist outwards. It brought about a tremendous area of energy as it struck his chin. With a ka-cha sound, the ear-splitting sound of bones splitting could be heard. Several teeth flew out. This strike was enough to send other individuals at this level into bloody paste and cause their bodies to explode. However, Xianxia was still alive, and he was still smiling in a cold and deep manner. In the back, Xianxia's body was still covered in the silver divine clothes. His black hair fluttered about, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He raised the silver spear again and pointed it at the middle of Shihao's back, releasing battle intent. Shihao's face was cold and detached. He didn't turn around. After feeling the powerful killing intense tip, he locked onto his target. Symbols swirled all around him and jumped about like a blaze. The two elders shook their heads, and one of them pulled Xianxiao back, telling him not to move and suppress the brilliant silver spear in his hands. The other individual said softly, "Xianxia has gone mad from cultivation. You don't need to interfere." And Xianxiao was astonished and revealed a bewildered expression. "This is the Immortal Mountain. Do you think we'll watch him die?" Xianxia has entered the darkness, and for the sake of heading on the path of the strongest, he wants to reach another step in his craziness. An elder explained, "Little stone, you are quite powerful, but you made a miscalculation. You didn't properly play your role as a young emperor, and you came to my Qin clan instead. You are just seeking to humiliate yourself. What type of place do you think this is?" Even the divine king would feel some restraining fear. Even if an archaic divine bird came, they would still have to keep themselves in check. Xianxia spat out a few teeth and continued to remain unyielding. He said with a cold smile, "If you want to get revenge for your grandfather, then just come and attack me. Otherwise, you'll be beaten until you cough out blood by others anyway and follow in your grandfather's footsteps. You all are insignificant here." Shihao's grandfather was his bottom line. Everything his grandfather did for him was for his sake, and the reason he lost his arm was also for his sake. Shihao would not tolerate another person humiliating the great demonic god Grandpa 15. He didn't say a word and released another slap. This was a huge slap to the face, causing Xianxia's cheekbones to split apart, and it almost caused his skull to shatter. His injuries were extremely severe. Without a doubt, the immortal magic body was displaying how heaven-defying it was. Even after enduring this attack, he still didn't die. Of course, this also had to do with Shihao holding back a bit. He didn't want Xianxia to die immediately. He wanted to find out exactly where his grandfather was, so he left him alive. "Keep going. Go full force at my body. Can you slap me into rotten flesh? Brat, let me see your true strength. Don't be so gentle." Xianxia cracked a grin and said while smiling. At this moment, his entire body shone, and all types of mysterious symbols appeared. These were formations that had been carved into his flesh. They formed a mysterious divine passageway and circulated with magical force. "Are you asking for brutality?" Shihao asked. He once again lifted him up. A fist slammed outwards, blasting him outwards. Kacha! Xianxia's breastbone split into 7 or 8 pieces, and blood flowed outwards. However, his body began to shine even more brilliantly. The immortal magical body could crush everything. This was the embodiment of the flesh being condensed and refined to its limit. It was known as the immortal magical body, and even after death, it still wouldn't be broken. This magical body could match the Western sect's Vajra unbreakable body. The flesh was pushed to its limit, becoming undying and forever existing. When Xianxia oppressed the world with his power, it was this precious body that made him invincible. It was unknown just how many powerful opponents had been defeated. He rarely had opponents in the supreme expert realm. This was also why he was still alive after suffering Shihao's attacks again and again. He didn't die from having his body torn and bones crushed. "Don't stop. When I fought against your grandfather, my actions were much more vicious than yours. I made him cough out blood again and again. Xianxia shouted madly. His face was distorted. Right now, his breastbone wasn't destroyed, and instead shone. A divine might appeared from his bone marrow, which turned into a sphere of light that surrounded his body. Hong! Xianxia sent a fist flying outwards. It blasted through the screen of light, causing the bones in his body to tremble once again. Quite a few of them exploded, becoming fragments. It looked like it would be hard for them to reform. This type of fist strength could be considered unrivaled in this realm, because no one else could oppress the immortal magical body so easily. There was no way such sturdy bones would split apart under any normal attack. Hey, I'm still not dead. If you have guts, then try again. Otherwise, there's no reason for my Qin clan's deity to even come out. When he sees you, he won't be happy. Xianxia seemed to have entered a demonic state. His pupils were sinister, and his head of gray hair was covered in blood. He was crazy to a terrifying level. As you wish. Xiao's words were ice-cold. His fist shone, displaying the Kuan-Peng technique. This time, he didn't use all of its force, and instead just smashed it downwards. Yet it made Xianxia's body release pi-pa sounds. His joints all exploded. However, it was due to this that Xianxia appeared more and more sinister. After all of the bones in his body exploded, a barrier of light formed from rainbow light emerged, surrounding him. Finally, it formed a divine liquid, surrounding him within. It continuously flowed with undying profound mysteries, and all types of symbols emerged within the rainbow holy light. The aura was powerful to the point where it made others tremble. Immature brat. Keep going. Xianxia roared. He is using external force to shatter his body's restrictions, and using it to break through the bottleneck? In the distance, Xianxia revealed an interested expression. That's not all. If he succeeds, he will pass on to you several great divine abilities. Next to him, an elder spoke. His eyes were burning furiously, and there was actually a type of anticipation within them. Xianxia felt that the other party was using his torment, and right now the situation seemed a bit bizarre. When he struck out, the viscous liquid was extremely strange, as if it could absorb everything. Xianxia's bones all shattered. His spirit and marrow shone, bringing back renewed life. Magical force surged outwards, surrounding him within. This was a transformation that was similar to nirvana. Let's end this. I've allowed you to see hope, but you can't reach that final step, let alone stealing my precious technique. How coldly and emotionlessly transmitted sound. At this moment, a refined Kuan-Peng moved about in his palm. It entered the holy liquid, piercing through Xianxia's barrier of light to forcefully break through the great cocoon. The liquid frantically surged to carve all of Xiao's symbols and obtain the Kuan-Peng's mysteries. This was a terrifying secret art that could bring about a great transformation between life and death. However, Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. Not only did he long realize what was happening, he also had the ability to break through it. He wouldn't allow the other party to obtain a chance to pry into his precious techniques. This is bad. He didn't obtain the precious technique. Xianxia was defeated. At Xiao's side, the two elders' expressions changed. They rushed forward. There was a sect guarding ancient technique in the Qin clan that was known to allow one's essence to undergo nirvana. It was an unparalleled secret magic. It was clear that Xianxia had success in its cultivation and was accumulating the whole time, waiting for the chance to take that step forward. Meanwhile, today, there was a tremendous opportunity before his eyes. He wanted to steal Xiao's great techniques, especially the Kuan-Peng precious technique. As such, he displayed such maliciousness and madness. This type of rebirth technique was powerful and mysterious. When it was carried out, not only did it cleanse oneself, it could even engrave all types of natural law and Tao from the outside world. Xiao's attacks would be engraved within the divine liquid and ultimately belong to Xianxia. Unfortunately, even though his scheme was planned out well, Xianxia still couldn't fulfill his wishes. Xiao's left hand formed the Kuan-Peng technique, displaying it to its limit. A stalk of grass appeared in his right hand, and the sword intent was even more domineering. completely ignited this place. You? Qin was greatly alarmed and a bit scared. It was because he found that were many waves of power running through his body. It had long accumulated in his flesh, and at this moment, they all exploded. Then, rumbling sounds rang out continuously. His body was shattering, and his flesh was disintegrating. The tens to over 100 formations engraved in his body all became dim and quickly extinguished. No! This was his Tao path, the embodiment of his life's accomplishments. Yet right now it was all wiped out by another. The corners of Hao's mouth released a sneer. Even though he didn't know before that the other party was trying to seize his precious techniques, he knew that there was definitely a goal to this person's madness. Then, when he discovered that Qin wanted to use his strength to undergo rebirth, he purposely left behind many hidden forces without blowing them up. As you so wished, Hao said softly. In Qin's ears, this voice was full of ridicule, and even more so a type of callousness. His ruined body was ice-cold and full of unwillingness, as well as a tremendous fear. It truly was as the little stone said. The other party let him see hope, but didn't let him cross the final step. He even more so couldn't obtain the other party's precious techniques. Qin was greatly regretful. This time he risked too much. If he had used this method elsewhere to break through, then it would have been fine. However, he just had to choose to steal Hao's precious technique, causing the situation to be so miserable. Hao was startled. When he triggered the hidden force and his hands entered the holy liquid, he actually touched upon a resplendent expanse of symbols. What were these? He quickly collected them, collecting all of the precious liquid. This was magical force that poured out from the other party's bone marrows. It was holy and perfect, and there was a piece of a secret technique. Soon after, he was moved. This was a sheet of an ancient technique called five-phase nirvana technique. It was actually the Qin clan's sect suppressing great magic, one of the most powerful inheritances of the Immortal Mountain. Normal people would never touch upon this type of divine ability. Only because Qin was too extraordinary was he able to cultivate it. Even though he had fallen a bit into darkness, his strength was extraordinary. It was hard for him to find many opponents at the same level. Hao was incredibly moved. He had seen the Kuan-Peng technique, learned the Swan and Eye technique, and even cultivated the sword intent of the stalk of grass, so his experience was naturally extraordinary. He naturally understood that this secret text was formidable. It should have been left behind by the Immortal Mountain's heavenly deity. This rebirth technique could solve his biggest problem. This world was damaged, and the great Tao was incomplete. In the future, he would definitely encounter problems, and as such, he needed an extraordinary baptism. This method perfectly suited him. After selecting a suitable chance, he could transcend and become even more powerful. He would be reborn again. In the distance, the two elders had long taken action, but they couldn't keep up with Hao's speed. He carried Qin as he moved, rushing into the valley and continuously collected the symbols to obtain the complete text. Apart from rebirth, this method also has other great uses. It is greatly beneficial towards cultivation. Hao was astonished. The more he obtained, the happier he became. In the valley, everything was peaceful. 9 colored deers pranced about, and rainbow peacocks flew about. This was a true divine earth. A silver waterfall fell down from the mountain peak, scattering down from the skies. Meanwhile, there were even more beautiful sceneries within the depths of the pure land. It was so magnificent that it was like the divine realm. The aura of deities filled the air. The valley was separated into several large regions. Inside one of them, the scenery was extremely familiar. Hao's mind trembled. It was similar to the courtyard in the martial imperial manor he lived in before. Suddenly, he saw a pair of familiar figures in that region. At this moment, Hao's mind was all over the place. A wave of heat flowed into his mind, and his eyes became misty. His voice trembled and carried great emotion as he muttered, "Father, Mother!" Hao rushed forward while carrying Qin into that region. His face revealed his greatly stirred-up emotions, but there was also a perplexed expression. Those two figures had appeared in his dreams before, but he had always been left with regret in reality. A father or a mother for others were the closest family members. They were often at one side, protecting them and helping them grow. For him, however, it was a type of desire. From childhood until now, he had never seen them. The little stone was stunning, rising up within the savage wastelands, relying on himself to walk out from the great mountains and forming an illustrious reputation. He could look down on his peers. Even though he didn't have the support of his parents, he still similarly showed disdain for those of his generation. However, he still longed for them, his heart always feeling bitterness. Today, he was finally going to meet them and mend the piece of his heart that was missing. He wished to experience that type of familial love. All types of light rose from the ground. Symbols flickered, releasing a divine aura. Xianxia was astonished. This was a heaven-connecting formation that locked down the valley. "Father!" Xianxia shouted. "Mother!" he continuously shouted. These were sincere cries from his heart. Even though they had been separated for so many years, his heart had never rejected them, nor did they feel unfamiliar. It was still like before. Those figures had left too great of an impression on his memory. The voice echoed greatly throughout the valley, as if heavenly thunder was rumbling. However, those two figures still did not show any response. It is the power of the formation. It separates everything in there. You can see inside, but they can't see what's outside. In his hair, the divine striking stone spoke. "Can you break the formation?" Xianxia asked. He had long become agitated inside, and he truly wished to barge in as soon as he could to appear in front of those two. "This is a divine formation. The difficulty is too great. I need time. You have to understand that breaking through this formation requires more than just technique. One also needs corresponding strength," said the divine striking stone. Behind him, the two supreme experts closed in and decisively took action. It was because Xianxia was in Xianxia's hands and could die at any time. In addition, they could tell that the little stone was seizing the rebirth secret technique from the flickering symbols of the holy liquid and was about to obtain everything. This was definitely not something that could be passed outwards. You have to understand that even they only obtained a small ruined piece of this technique. This type of sect guarding secret art was something only a select few could cultivate. It was a secret that could not be leaked outside the sect. A Zhujian that was powerful and sinister was formed. Pounced forward. It was formed from symbols and right now it was rushing at Xianxia. Meanwhile, the other individual's entire body burned. He quickly produced more than 100 formations. They were like majestic stars as they appeared at his side, dazzling and brilliant. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked. The Dao techniques flowed naturally with his every movement, and the silver spear in his hands released woo-woo sounds. It turned into a resplendent streak of silver light as it flew over. Chi! Scarlet feathers flew about. A vermilion bird soared above the 9 heavens. Scarlet flames surged around Xianxia as the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage was displayed. Even though his heart was emotionally stirred after seeing his parents, he could still properly control his emotions. After all, he knew how dangerous it was inside the valley. He wouldn't act carelessly with a great opponent in front of him. Burning hot flames surged, and it was as if this place was flooded with scarlet magma. It blasted into the heavens together with the vermilion bird's cries. The two elders were shocked as they clashed with this attack. However, both of them were blocked and it was difficult to get past. Meanwhile, a chong sounded. A golden divine sword appeared in Xianxia's hands. It slashed outwards, sending out zhang-zhang cries. The silver spear in Xianxia's hands was greatly shaken, and the spear tip was chopped down on. Sparks flew in all directions, and kangxiang sounds continuously rang out. The two elders were greatly alarmed. They both took action, grabbing the silver lance together and activating it with their strength. It was as if a silver true dragon raised its head and roared into the 9 heavens. Xianxia remained fearless. The golden magical sword sliced out again, and blazing golden light seemed to sever the void as an eternal streak of divine radiance slashed out to suppress heaven and earth. The silver spear faced it head-on, and both sides collided. Hong! Endless divine might erupted. It was as if a vast body of water broke through a dam. It was enough to sweep through endless mountains and destroy mountain ranges. This was an undying divine might. Shurhao stood unmoving in his original position, the corners of his clothes fluttering about and his hair dancing in the air. On the other side, the three individuals all took steps backwards in shock. The power of that golden magical sword was glorious and terrifying. Doesn't matter. His magical sword is Stone Clan's country guarding divine weapon. It is not because his strength is unrivaled under the heavens. An elder explained to the youth beside him. Your age is still small and your blood and qi have not flourished yet. Your Dao path still needs time to develop experience. There will be a day sooner or later when you will become unrivaled under the heavens. Another elder spoke. However, their old faces were deeply red. Qin Hao was no match, but there was a reason for that. He was still too young. However, the two of them were already quite old, yet they were forced back. There was no excuse for this, and they were truly ashamed. At this moment, sheets of light rose one after another. It was dazzling and alarming. Great energy poured out majestically, and it was as if a great sun was rising. This place was filled with the aura of a deity. The Great One has awoken, an elder cheered. He was full of reverence and excitement. The Valley of the Divine naturally had a deity residing in it. This wasn't any secret. This was the place where the Immortal Mountain's ancestor cultivated in isolation. It was one of the family's secret places. A sigh sounded. It was clearly soft, yet it was like a powerful stream current that blasted into the high heavens. It left everyone greatly shaken. This is the clan's divine land. It is a place of peace and happiness. So how can blades and war be here? Shameful. This voice was soft, but it carried a type of attractiveness. It was not one of anger, but it made the souls of those present tremble. Was this a deity? Shurhao's mind was rising and falling chaotically. This was the first time he faced one like this. However, he wasn't particularly afraid. He came for his parents and had to meet them. In addition, he didn't stop his movements here. He still carried Qinzhan, his left hand carrying out the final extraction from the holy liquid to seize the remaining symbols. This was an ancient rebirth technique, one of the Immortal Mountain's restricted extreme arts. Forget about the lower realm, even in the higher realms it would be a priceless text. How many people could come into contact with such a thing? The full secret art was only passed on to a limited few with the greatest potential. Shurhao was lucky to come across it, so he naturally wouldn't let it pass him. Even if a deity was nearby, he would still continue to seize its origin imprint. Finally, a clear sound rang through the air, and all of the symbols appeared, engraving themselves in the void. This was the gate of enlightenment Shurhao extracted. It formed a passage of great Tao. He obtained the entire thing. It was because when Qinzhan underwent rebirth and used this technique, it was concentrated within the holy liquid without missing a single bit. After being suppressed by Shurhao, he was able to completely extract it without missing a single part. Chong chong chong. Sonorous sounds continuously rang out. The secret art wasn't that long. It engraved itself in the void, forming a heaven and earth text. Each character blossomed with multicolored light, as if they were Dao symbols formed from metal. It was truly visible, just like a sheet of golden paper as it displayed itself there. It was holy and perfect, flowing with a supreme great Dao's profound meaning. Shurhao sighed in admiration. It was not simple after all. Even the eyes of those two supreme experts shone passionately, wanting to pry into its roots. They grasped too little, only a small fragmented part. They were just too inferior. Unfortunately, when the precious text formed, it only flickered once before turning into a starry stream and entering Shurhao's body. It appeared in his mind one character after another, releasing the rumbling of the great Tao. Shurhao's eyes flickered. This sheet of precious text was engraved within his mind and was difficult to erase. If you like this technique, I can pass it on to you. If you are willing, I can even guide you in some other sect guarding precious techniques. Within the depths of the valley, golden mists swirled about. It was as brilliant as the multicolored clouds of sunrise. This was the aura of a deity. Hao became vigilant. As for Qin, whose rebirth failed, only his head was still intact. The bones in every other part of his body were shattered and badly damaged. They could not reform. Hao opened his 10 heavenly passages and directly tossed him into one of them, just like Qin Fa, keeping them as captives. "I wish to see my father and mother. Please open the formation and let me in," Hao said. "That's naturally not an issue. You've already come. So is there any need to worry about not seeing them?" The voice was drawn out and distant. It carried the feeling of great changes, leaving Hao with a deep impression that was hard to forget. When these words stopped, a golden streak of light appeared. It extended from the valley outwards in the air. It appeared incomparably holy, and the sound of the great Tao accompanied it. Hao was shaken. However, he jumped onto it without any hesitation and headed towards the depths of the valley. The two supreme experts were jealous as they watched Hao ascend the golden road. Not even they had experienced such a thing. This path was allegedly formed from the force of a deity. It contained the great Tao's true profoundness, and walking on it would allow one to easily comprehend the Tao. As soon as Hao stood on the path, everything else became invisible. There was only an eternal golden light that stretched into the ends of the horizon. He calmly proceeded without any fear. Finally, the radiance withdrew, and the golden passageway reached its end. He walked onto the ground. The valley was quiet and peaceful. Holy radiance hazily moved about. Spiritual springs surged, and all types of precious medicines grew everywhere. In front of him there was an ancient tree. It actually possessed the aura of the great Tao. The entire tree flowed with multicolored light, but its leaves were sparse. They were sparkling and translucent as they decorated the tree that was like a young horned dragon. Petals fluttered down. They flickered with brilliance as they scattered downwards. There was a person underneath the tree. He wore golden battle clothes, and he was sitting there with his eyes closed. The individual stood aloof, detached from worldliness. There was an extraordinary feeling of beauty that was being emanated. He was tranquil and peaceful. The flower petals that scattered down were like specks of light as they rained down, falling in all directions. It made him appear even more otherworldly. "Please sit." The calm words were extremely direct. He still didn't open his eyes. Hao sat down not far away. This place was covered in shade. All types of spiritual medicines took root not too far away. They flowed with multicolored luster and scattered waves of fragrance that refreshed the mind. The individual below the tree only looked to be about 20 years or so in age. He looked extremely young, and his voice carried a type of magnetism. There was a special aura to him. Even though he was male, he was beautiful to an unapproachable level. Was this individual a deity? He truly was extraordinary. Hao calmly watched. It was different from what he had imagined. His outer appearance was so young. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" The voice was extremely soft, and it continued to contain the alluring nature. He wore golden battle clothes, and as he stood under the ancient tree, he was incomparably beautiful. His eyes were closed. At the other side of the valley, within the pure land that was separated by the formation, there was a building with a completely unique style. It was like a corner of the martial imperial manor, and it looked a lot like the place where Hao grew up. A male sat within the bamboo forest, Tao aura swirling about his body. His eyes were closed, as if he had transcended above the material world. He was quiet and motionless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and he stood up, saying, "How are you? What is happening to me? Why do I feel like—" He came. A beautiful woman raised her head and said, "Howard would come into the valley from time to time. Isn't it normal for him to come?" "No, it's Howard from Stone Country. He truly came. He is extremely close to us." The male's eyes released 2 streaks of divine lightning, and his body lightly trembled. "Howard?" The female's voice also trembled, and there was a deep feeling that made her beautiful eyes widen. With a trembling voice, she said, "He is in the valley." and he is really, really close. The ancient tree was tall and wide, and the branches were like old dragons. The translucent leaves were few in number, sparsely adorning the tree. The great Tao's aura swirled around this place. This was an ancient tree that had lived for who knew how many years. Successive generations of deities all sat under this tree, bringing it more enlightenment and insight into the great Tao. Deities either passed away over time, or they entered the higher realms. The only thing that was unchanged was this old tree. Continued to take root here. I wish to see my father and mother, Xianxia said. Even though he was experiencing great emotions, he didn't shout loudly. He didn't take action either and only spoke calmly. In this place, he truly experienced a type of great Tao that was like the heavens and the sensation of emptiness. He felt extremely close to the Tao here, as if he could touch it just by reaching out his hand. While sitting underneath the tree, his restlessness disappeared, and his anger dissolved. His mood gradually became peaceful. He was greatly affected by the ancient tree and the deity below it. The deity sat with his legs crossed underneath the tree. He seemed aloof and detached from worldliness. However, that type of beauty and otherworldliness didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. He was distant and unapproachable like a true immortal. Xianxia had never seen someone like this before. Just by sitting there, he could affect heaven and earth, turning this place into a divine land. The flower petals were sparkling and translucent as they scattered down. This individual possessed an aura as if he truly transcended beyond everyone. He didn't display an immeasurable divine might, nor did he use fear to suppress Xianxia. What was there was only reality, a true self that was displayed. A behavior that is only natural. You can go visit them, he said with his eyes still closed. The golden battle clothes were brilliant and gentle, not intimidating at all. His entire being looked like it was outside the world of mortals. Xianxia was astonished. The other party agreed just like that. He thought that there would be many troubles and had expected Immortal Mountain's people to continuously obstruct him, preventing him from meeting with his parents. Please open up the formation then, Xianxia spoke. I do not agree. Right at this time, a tremendous sound transmitted over. It was like an enormous golden bell as it rumbled in a long and drawn-out manner, shaking the entire valley. Even the body of someone as powerful as Xianxia began to tremble. This was definitely not a supreme expert. His magical force poured out like a tide in a violent manner. The manner seemed disdainful towards all else, aloof and lofty. Xianxia didn't see anyone, but he knew that this was a powerful peak-level figure that did not have any kind intentions towards him. Qin Wu, you are still so domineering. The deity under the tree lightly sighed. 5 peaks rested side by side within the Immortal Mountain, towering like 5 fingers on the great earth. There was one peak that had an enormous bronze palace. It was incomparably grand and covered in green copper rust. The one that voiced in opposition previously came precisely from this place. An individual in the bronze palace hall opened his eyes and stood up from the praying mat. His body flowed with a silver radiance that throbbed like an unfading sacred flame. Qin Yifan, I admit that you are a heaven-warping genius, one of the best in the history of my Immortal Mountain. However, you have already entered the higher realms, and you have already separated yourself from my clan. Why do you still meddle in the affairs of the clan in the lower realm? He pushed aside the rust-mottled palace gates and stood on top of the peak to overlook the divine valley. His eyes continuously flickered, and within his eyes, tens of thousands of creatures were living and dying, and starry streams flowed about. It was terrifying to the extreme. Valley of the Divine was right below Immortal Mountain's 5-phase peak. Hazy multicolored light fluttered about, and ancient medicines grew stalk after stalk. There were a few special beasts that were especially auspicious and peaceful. However, under the gaze of this individual, everything seemed to look bleak. This place was filled with a harsh and desolate feeling. Within the valley, Xianxia was greatly shocked. That tremendous voice resounded through his mind, leaving him horrified. Was what he said true? He couldn't help but look towards that ancient tree. The one that was sitting there was like a Buddha that smiled while holding a flower. He was exceptional and otherworldly as he sat under the translucent flower petals, untainted by the breath of mortals. The deity below the tree had long entered the higher realms, so why could he still appear here? I am undergoing a mental journey and happen to stumble upon this matter. I wish to send him into the higher realms and take him on as my disciple. The deity under the tree spoke softly. The golden battle clothes on his body released a brilliant light. Rumor has it that your situation isn't good, and you might die. Is this your own will, or is it the higher realms' projection? In front of the great bronze palace hall, Qin Wu stood tall while speaking indifferently. You didn't die. With the descent of the great calamity, you borrow the Tao to come here. You also wish to search for an opportunity. Qin Wu continued. Sure how trembled. The things he experienced today was truly a bit strange. The deity he encountered first wasn't his true body? He even came from the higher realms. It seems like it is rather troublesome. I can't bring you away. The figure under the tree opened his eyes. Flower petals fluttered down, and each flake produced a reflection of him. This was a mysterious and magnificent scene. All of the petals reflected the distant and powerful deity clad in golden battle clothes. Golden splendor flowed about. The space here trembled, and it was accompanied with the rumbling of the great Tao. He finally took action. A golden diagram appeared, sweeping towards sure how to bring him away together with it from this valley. No matter what, you cannot bring him away. Let me see whether you are a will left behind by him in the lower realm or if you are a projection from the higher realms. On top of Immortal Mountain and in front of the bronze palace hall, Qin Wu took a step outwards, releasing a booming sound. Heaven and earth immediately lost color, and thunderous sounds shook the skies. In front of the bronze hall, there was an altar that was quite special. It was also formed from bronze, and there were a few shining traces of blood on it. It was left behind by a sacrifice that had been offered not too long ago. At this moment, Qin Wu took action. He moved over a bronze cover that directly sealed this altar. With a hong sound, heaven and earth seemed to have been isolated, the connection between the two severed. Sure how had already pulled out his magical sword to resist that golden diagram. Yet after the Immortal Mountain's altar was sealed, Qin Yifan and that precious diagram directly faded. It was a projection from the higher realms as expected, Qin Wu said. He closed the bronze formation, cutting off the higher realms. It immediately cut off Qin Yifan's figure, making his image greatly dim and hard to take action. Since you left the clan, why did you reappear? Qin Wu shouted. Sure how couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The deity below the tree was aloof and otherworldly and actually had this amount of skill, able to borrow the clan's altar at any time. This also meant that he was truly stunning. Even when separated by a realm, he could still cast a projection here. When suddenly, the sky trembled. The golden diagram that had grown dim reappeared and suddenly rushed over, wrapping around Sure how to bring him out of this place with it. Qi Sure how also took action. He was naturally unwilling to be forcefully brought away by someone. He had his own choice, and he wanted to stay behind to see his parents. The country guarding sword was incomparably sharp, and the golden sword surged with multicolored light. It was as if sliced through space itself. It collided with the golden diagram to prevent it from sweeping through him. However, this diagram drawing was extremely strange, as if it was a world of nothingness. The magical sword sliced inside, but it didn't touch anything, as it has struck empty air. Hong! Sure how decisively brought out the Emperor imprint. Imperial draconic energy filled this place, and the heavens trembled. The entire valley distorted, as if it was going to collapse. The power that was produced exceeded all expectations. The Imperial draconic energy was quite special. It formed a protective curtain of light that prevented harm from coming onto Sure how. The fruit of the world, it truly contains a fantastic force. What a pity it is that my projection is becoming dim. The deity under the treeside. He was one of the strongest geniuses of the Immortal Mountain in all of its history. At this moment, he stood up and walked towards Sure how. Qin Yifan, you dare disturb my Immortal Mountain? Audacious! On the mountain peak, Qin Wu shouted loudly. He pointed outwards, and a silver light crashed down like a waterfall. However, with a gentle slash from the outstanding figure, the silver light was defeated in midair, unable to serve any use. Qin Wu, even though I am just a projected image, moreover an extremely faint one, I am still not someone like you who hasn't taken that step can defy. Qin Yifan said. The golden battle clothes flickered, and the faint void image condensed a bit. He walked towards Shi Hao and said, I hope you can take me on as your master. I will bring you to the higher realms. Not willing, Shi Hao replied. The Immortal Mountain is not a place anyone can blaspheme against. Even if you were once a Qin disciple, as well as the strongest genius, if you go against us, we will still suppress and kill you. Qin Wu shouted loudly. His entire being shone, and with a wang-long sound, he withdrew into the Bronze Palace. It was unknown what type of formation was activated, but it immediately made this ancient land seem different. A terrifying wave of aura was released. Qin Yifan trembled. Even if he was a heaven-warping talent, right now he was still a bit shaken. Qi the grand immortal mountain shone. One of the mountain peaks scattered down an expanse of radiance that flew into the divine valley, caused Qin Yifan to quickly retreat. All of the golden light around him flourished, and his battle clothes burned furiously. You did not take that step, but you've actually acquired 5-phase mountain's approval. No wonder no one more powerful was left behind to protect this place. Qin Yifan looked like he was facing a great opponent. After the calamity passed, I managed to escape with luck, Qin Wu said. Then he chanted an incantation. He knelt down within the palace hall and piously offered his sacrifice. The immortal mountain shone, and one of the peaks became shining and translucent. With an explosive sound, even more brilliant light descended. Qin Yifan's eyes became deep. In the end, with a wave of his golden sleeves, he collected the golden diagram and didn't bring away Shi Hao. Instead, it wrapped around himself. Even though it was just a projected body, he still wasn't willing to have it fall here. Qi golden light flickered and flowers scattered down. He entered the void and disappeared. Qin Wu didn't dare to act carelessly and continued to offer sacrifices. One of 5-phase mountain's peaks shone with light that covered everything. Many formations were activated as well, and only after ensuring that Qin Yifan left did they gradually die down. Silver radiance flickered. Qin Wu descended into the valley, and after looking at Shi Hao, he nodded and said, As expected, your foundational bone is not ordinary and extremely rare. Shi Hao didn't say anything and calmly looked at him. Are you willing to stay behind in my Qin clan? Qin Wu asked. Not willing. Shi Hao still gave this response. He definitely wouldn't go against his own wishes. After entering the mountains, do you still think you have the option of choice? Even if you didn't come, I would have personally gone to convert you, Qin Wu said indifferently. The so-called act of the Immortal Mountain passing out a decree to invite me over was just to detain me? Shi Hao asked. The one that wrote the decree is no longer present. If it was me, why would I have gone through all that trouble? Qin Wu's face was filled with chilly intent. Killing my Immortal Mountain's disciples was said and done, but you even killed 2 supreme experts. You've crossed the bottom line. I want to meet my father and mother, Shi Hao said. No matter what, he still truly wished to see them. You can, and if you play your part, I won't kill you, and I would even give you opportunities. Qin Wu waved his hand, opening the formations in part of the valley, sending Shi Hao in. This was a special pure land where the vegetation was rich. There were 5 reservoirs here, and the liquid inside was sparkling and translucent as it flowed about. What is this place? Where are my parents? Shi Hao asked. You will cultivate here first. These are the Nirvana pools. If you are stunning enough, then you can transform here. Qin Wu said. There were 5 ponds here, and all of them were different. An ancient monument stood in front of each of them, and different realms were carved on top. Blood transformation, heavenly passage, spiritual transformation, engravement, formation arrangement. They correspondingly represented 5 precious pawns. This was the real core location of the Immortal Mountain. Could bring about nirvana and rebirth. There were 5 nirvana pawns, each representing a cultivation realm, and it just so happened to be the cultivation realms that sure how cultivated before. Right now, they appeared before his eyes. Was this to have him undergo rebirth? However, he didn't feel like the other party had such kind intentions, because just how he didn't have any favorable impressions of the Immortal Mountain, and the other party didn't have any towards him either. Ancestor Qin Wu, what is your esteemed self-planning? The 2 elders stood by Qin Hao in the distance. They looked incredibly bewildered. Hao, go and fight against him to sharpen yourself. Having this type of young supreme being and not making use of him would be too much of a waste. Qin Wu spoke. Then he looked at the youth in the distance. Qin Hao nodded and rose up in one bound. Qin Wu pointed a finger out, directly sending him into the formation. Great ancestor Hao is still young. One of the supreme experts hurriedly spoke. He didn't say the other part of what he was going to say, because Qin Hao definitely wasn't the little stone's opponent at his age. You all don't understand the mysteriousness of the Nirvana Pond. Whichever realm is engraved on the stone steel, that is what Cultivation Realm 1 would be in once they enter. Of course, there are other formations there to offer assistance, for example, some ancient battlefield. Qin Wu spoke calmly in an indifferent tone. Great ancestor, by trapping him here, are you going to have him strengthen Hao? The other supreme expert was astonished. After some hesitation, he spoke again. However, if something unexpected happens with the little stone, it won't be easy to explain things. Great ancestor Qin Si said before entering the higher realms that he has half of our clan's blood and cannot be forced. I did not force him. It's just your typical exchange of pointers. In addition, he still grew up outside and carries great dissatisfaction against our clan. Ignoring him and allowing him to grow up like this is quite dangerous. Qin Wu said. The 2 supreme experts' expressions changed. The little stone always took action decisively, and he had killed 2 supreme experts from Immortal Mountain one after another. It was clear just how dissatisfied he was towards the Qin clan's wish to enter Stone Country Imperial Palace. In addition, he was a natural-born supreme being. If he had died prematurely, then that was that, but if he was able to rise up in the Great Wastelands, then he would definitely be formidable. His future accomplishments would be unimaginable. Everything I've done is for Immortal Mountain's sake. As for the Supreme Being Nirvana plan, if there is a need to use him, then we'll offer him to the higher realms and let them deal with him. If there isn't a need to use him, then he must stay within our clan's control and cannot be ignored. Qin Wu's words were ice cold, and he spoke them extremely cruelly. Great ancestor, how do you intend to take care of him? A supreme expert took one step further and asked, who can say what will happen in the future? There is no hurry to discuss those matters now. No matter what the later generation thinks of me, there is one point they cannot deny, and that is that everything I've done is for the sake of the Qin family. Qin Wu's words became colder and deeper, and these words were also hinting at something. The 2 supreme experts' hearts jumped. They knew that this old ancestor definitely wasn't someone well-disposed. Once he made a decision, he would definitely act ruthlessly and viciously. He has the Kuan Peng technique on him? Then this precious technique will fall into my Qin clan's hands. Qin Wu spoke resolutely and decisively. If you forcefully try to acquire it, with the little stone's unyielding nature, he would most likely choose self-destruction instead of offering it up. A supreme expert reminded. Even though Qin Zhan is a bit erratic, his way of thinking is good, knowing to collect that precious technique. With my divine ability, there are too many chances to steal it. Qin Wu sneered. Hao entered inside. What is that? All types of spiritual bodies appeared. This is the heroic spirit battlefield. An elder cried out strangely. Qin Wu nodded and said, I arranged the heroic spirit and specially brought it from another area, so it is enough to draw the little stone's soul out from his body. Then, the Nirvana Pond can start to imitate and carve out his technique. Hao won't be affected, will he? A supreme expert appeared to be worried. He won't. They will be fighting from different places. Qin Wu replied. Within the formation, Shi Hao's mind became frightened. He felt waves of cold air descend, as if a door into the underworld was opened and endless demons were about to rush out murderously. What is going on? He shivered inwardly. Inside of this space, the vegetation all disappeared. There was energy everywhere in this spacious and unbordered area. An ancient battlefield was produced, and soul bodies appeared one after another. One of them wore a crown on his head. This was a powerful individual that had not disappeared after death. He surged with war intent. In this space, only the 5-phase pool surged with yang energy and released heat. This was the only place suitable for a cultivator to stand. Immortal Mountain, I am warning you all. Do not anger me anymore, or else you will have to take responsibility for what happens afterwards. Shi Hao's voice shouted loudly, ringing through this place. For the sake of finding his parents, he humbled himself and even departed on this long journey, exposing himself to danger. After entering Immortal Mountain, he had to back down again and again, all for the sake of meeting his parents. However, in the end, the other party acted absolutely unrestrained and continued to act in such a manner. A heroic spirit battlefield was placed here to force him to fight. A sword can only be sharpened through grinding. Any powerful expert must first gain experience in battles, and only then can they truly undergo rebirth. Qin Wu's voice sounded. His intent was clear and easy to see. He wanted Shi Hao to fight fiercely against the heroic spirits, and only like this could the 5 nirvana pawns be fully exploited. Qi, a soul body that was spotlessly white in color, appeared. This was an entity formed from soul force. It suddenly appeared behind Shi Hao's back and moved the silver bone blade in its hands, hacking it downwards. Dang! Shi Hao turned around, using a single hand to form an imprint and face this attack. After shattering the bone blade, his palm released the flames of the vermilion bird, turning it into ashes. Elwu! A shriek that made one's scalp go numb tore through the air, as if it was the howl of an evil spirit. It was eerie and desperate. The entire ancient battlefield suddenly went into action, and all of the heroic spirits went mad. At this moment, soul bodies appeared everywhere, on the ground, in the sky, or even above the dark clouds. Then, they quickly gathered together, forming a crazy gale that brought with it heaven overflowing in energy. It rushed over in a berserk manner. Shi Hao trembled. So many heroic spirits appearing in seemingly limitless numbers, and every one of them seemed extremely strong. It was going to be really difficult to slaughter them all. This was a great danger. Kill! He had no choice and could only take action. The vermilion bird's 4-fold barrage blasted outwards and covered heaven and earth. A group of soul bodies were immediately covered, producing several dozen human-shaped torches. Wang! The space in this place lightly trembled. Shi Hao quickly dodged out of a way. A rusted spear pierced through the air and quickly arrived. It released heaven overflowing divine might. So powerful! Shi Hao's eyes flickered. The spear flew past and nailed itself into the ground, causing this place to shatter. A seemingly bottomless hole was produced. In the sky, a silver soul emerged. Its entire body shone in a dazzling and resplendent manner. It was precisely him that took action. He was made from silver and stood out from the masses. There's a powerful individual here, Shi Hao said softly. Then, his expression immediately changed. More than 20 souls similar to the silver soul body appeared, and they were all like resplendent silver suns. They were clearly heroic spirits, yet they possessed a burning feeling. A sharp, ear-splitting sound rang through the air. The 10 or so silver soul bodies went crazy, as if hundreds of thousands of malicious spirits were howling. This type of sound was too terrifying. Heaven and earth trembled, and the great earth began to crack apart. Mist surged about. This was simply like the end of the world. Everything was going to be destroyed. At the same time, the 10,000 spirits roared together in response, forming a domain. It seemed to be a special area of space formed from soul power. That place was covered in silvery whiteness and was terrifying to the extreme. The area between Shi Hao's brows felt extreme pain. He felt as if his soul was going to leave his body, sucked by that mysterious force into the special silver domain. What is this? Shi Hao angrily widened his eyes. He had never encountered a battle like this before. In the end, blood trickled out from the space between his brows. His powerful soul formed a fist-sized small figure that radiated blazing yang energy and left his body. Something's not right. When he was being sucked in by that wave of force, he noticed that the 5 nirvana pawns were stirring about and a strange Tao aura was surfacing. It was going to carve down everything in this world. Return to me, Shi Hao shouted. His soul erupted with endless golden light that hacked out everywhere. Over 1,000 heroic spirits were killed on the spot. This was the most powerful attack of Shi Hao's soul, one that represented all of his greatest profound mysterious. At this moment, he didn't use any precious techniques and only used a type of sensation. He activated the true primordial record and displayed its extremely ordinary yet miraculous style to circulate the power of his soul. It was like a streak of immortal lightning. The skies trembled and released endless radiance. The heroic spirits immediately exploded after being swept through. At this moment, Shi Hao returned. His fist-sized soul was like a heavenly sun. As it moved about, undying radiance scattered outwards, entering between his brows and returning to his body. He had a feeling that if he didn't quickly return just now, all of his body's secrets would have been stolen, and his soul would most likely have been peered into. What an astonishing soul! It surpasses common sense. Not even the special domain formed by the silver soul and tens of thousands of heroic spirits could constrain him. This little stone is too astonishing. Even if he was released into the higher realms, he would most likely still be able to rise to power. One of the supreme experts was shocked. Qin Wu's expression was cold. He was also greatly shaken. How powerful was that silver soul body? The domain it created with the heroic spirits actually couldn't suck out Shi Hao's soul. This was not normal at all. Shi Hao released a long roar. A golden magical sword appeared in his hands, Stone Country's country guarding divine weapon. At this moment, rays of light flourished in all directions as the sword hacked out, tearing through that domain. With a hong sound, the silver domain was smashed apart, and large groups of soul bodies exploded. Even the most powerful silver soul bodies were scattered like ashes inside this terrifying domain. There was a wave of fury within Shi Hao's mind. After entering the Immortal Mountain, he encountered difficulties again and again. If it wasn't for his parents being here and that he didn't know the entire situation, he would have stopped enduring a long time ago. Right now, the only way to vent his fury was to hack through these heroic spirits. Hong! Suddenly, a light golden soul body appeared in the air. In its hands was a golden magical staff. With a forceful wave, countless soul flames surrounded by endless symbols filled this place. Divine artifact. In addition, that heroic spirit was extremely powerful. With the divine artifact magical staff in hand, it was powerful enough to be a threat to the little stone. Roar! Shi Hao released a great roar and threw himself forward without fear. Following his sound, blood essence surged out from within his flesh shell like a true dragon and oppressed this area. Hong! At this moment, countless heroic spirits exploded nearby. Then, they burned ferociously, having their soul bodies completely annihilated by this roar of death. Countless other soul bodies exploded from the terrifying blood essence's pressure. The light golden soul body was stopped. It held the magical staff in defense. This is the little stone's flesh. What powerful blood essence, and at such an age. He is definitely without equal in the lower realm. I don't know if Hauer's body will have such an enormous quantity of blood essence when he turns 15. This is just too horrifying, shaking the old and dazzling the new. With this kind of blood essence, it is enough to kill several thousand heroic spirits. His yang energy is too abundant. The two supreme experts were shocked. The more they learned about the little stone's potential, the more their scalps felt numb. Qin Wu was also silent. Someone as powerful as him could overlook everything in the lower realms. Yet when he saw Hao's surging blood essence, he was also greatly shaken. At the very least, even someone like him who exceeded the realm of mortals could not compare when he was younger. Activate the demon summoning formation. Confine the war intent and have Hao participate in it to sharpen himself. Qin Wu said. His two arms moved, opening another ancient formation. He drew Hao's war intent towards a different place. Qin Hao appeared, his silver clothes brilliant and dazzling. The divine spear was held in his hands, and it pointed at the space between Hao's brows from the distance. Then, he activated his most oppressive strike. Hao felt as if his war intent had been sucked away. It didn't enter the formation in front of him and was instead fighting against another person. The light between his brows shone brilliantly. His spiritual senses were unleashed to their fullest strength, and the divine perception emerged. He now clearly understood that he was fighting against his own younger brother. Hong. An indescribable force appeared that tied these two youths together. Hao noticed that his own war intent and magical force was being converted, forming another self to fight greatly against Qin Hao. Younger brother, do you want to fight against me that badly? Hao's face was emotionless, and his gaze was cold and detached. Then he raised his head towards the sky and released a roar. While looking at the heavens, he said, Immortal Mountain, Qin Wu, you all have forced me. Be careful not to let these mountains and rivers collapse and rest eternally as ruins. Unknowingly why, when he heard Hao's roar, Qin Wu and two other supreme experts all trembled. His voice just now had actually disturbed their mental state. Within another formation, Xianxia's head of black hair was flying about, and his eyes released divine radiance. He said, I can feel it. Both our children are here. He determined the direction, and then he obtained a dark dagger from his wife's hands. The magical artifact suddenly hacked out with terrifying power. Symbols covered it densely, and it actually sliced apart space. Within the heroic spirit battlefield, there was a small crack that was cut open. The husband and wife could vaguely see that two youths were currently fighting a great battle. That's... The two individuals both trembled inwardly. Roar! Hao roared fiercely, his head of hair dancing about chaotically. Immortal Mountain, you bully and insult others too far. Today, I will let you all understand that my grandfather, the great demonic god, cannot be humiliated, my parents cannot be bullied, and I cannot be suppressed. I will overturn your immortal mountain. This sound moved heaven and earth. Hao's roar erupted like thunder. It was accompanied with roiling blood energy, causing groups of heroic spirits nearby to explode and setting large amounts of soul bodies aflame. It was a magnificent sight. His head of black hair danced like black flames. His eyes released multicolored light. With a raise of his hand, great energy would surge out, as if the energy alone could tear this place apart. The two supreme experts' hearts trembled, and an indescribable chilliness appeared in their minds. They had never seen this type of terrifying aura from a youth before. It actually made them feel such a great fear. Stop him! The two individuals couldn't help but take action to suppress that energy. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. This was an absolutely absurd type of feeling. As supreme experts who overlooked the mortal world, how could they feel this type of feeling? They felt such restraining fear against a youth. They were feeling scared. This was a bit inconceivable. With a Hong sound, they cooperatively activated a magical artifact. It dropped from the sky and suppressed that area. Hao raised his head and released a gaze that was like lightning. Meanwhile, the sword in his hand had already turned into a divine rainbow that pierced towards the sky. The golden magical sword was incomparably brilliant, and at this moment, it became the only thing between heaven and earth. Pong! That was a precious imprint. It turned into an enormous black mountain and slammed downwards. In the end, before it made it halfway to the ground, it shattered with a loud explosion. It was hacked apart by Hao and turned into broken pieces. This? The two supreme experts' hearts trembled. This wasn't just a magical artifact. It also had their own magical force. Several hundred years of accumulated cultivation was used as pressure, yet it was pierced apart. The two individuals' faces paled. The little stone's grandeur was still climbing, as if it hadn't reached its peak yet. He stepped into another great world. Qin Wu frowned. Right now, he felt rather uncomfortable, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. That youth actually made his mind tremble. What type of identity does he have? How could he have ended up like this? It didn't seem to follow common sense. You have to understand that even supreme experts would have to crawl before his feet. Dang! Inside the formation, sounds could be heard from Qin Hao's direction. His silver spear was blasted high into the air, and the space between his thumb and forefinger split apart. Blood continuously flowed out, and he was forced to continuously take steps backwards. Not good. A supreme expert trembled inwardly. Everything was caused solely from Shi Hao's eruption of rage. All of his magic force and battle intent merged to form a fighting entity that almost hacked through Qin Hao. The little stone seemed to enter a demonic state. His black hair flew about chaotically, and his eyes were like lightning. The energy around his entire body erupted, making him who knew just how many times more powerful than before. Right now, his left hand was holding the sword, while his right hand was holding the country-protecting divine halberd. Even though he was just a youth, a powerful wave of energy was being released from him. It slammed down like an imposing mountain that could not be surpassed. A wave of strange power could be heard. It was as if it was a heart beating, but it was extremely loud and terrifying. It actually harmonized with the throbbing pulse of the world. The true one with the Tao. Qin Wu's eyes concentrated on this scene and revealed a shocked expression. That type of grandeur wasn't something a formation arrangement realm youth should have at all, nor was it something a supreme expert could long for. Only a divine existence like himself could obtain it. How did the little stone do this? His essence energy was engraved within the void, and he grasped the pulse of heaven and earth. The strange force he possessed right now could temporarily move this part of the world. His spirit is perfect, and his flesh at the pinnacle. When he erupts into fury, this type of indescribable divine power is produced. Qin Wu said to himself. A hint of jealousy began to creep up within him. This was quite ridiculous. He had lived for so many endless years, so how could he be jealous of a youth? However, he truly felt this type of emotion. This was a child only 15 years of age, yet he touched upon this level of divine Tao realm. Even though he would drop back down afterwards, it would still provide exceptionally great benefits towards cultivation. Heaven-warping genius. He could only describe Shi Hao with these words. Qin Wu's face was ice-cold. For geniuses like him, the more powerful they became, the more he thought of them as a future disaster. What a laughable mortal! Even if you have boldness and exceptional talent, so what? In front of a deity, you are as petty and insignificant as a speck of dust. Qin Wu spoke. He reached out his hand and pointed out a finger. A silver streak of radiance was released, and once it pierced through the formation, it turned into vast and boundless lightning, submerging the skies above Shi Hao. Great Ancestor, please be lenient, or else we won't have any way of explaining to the higher realms. The two supreme experts urgently reminded. It wasn't that they were pitying Shi Hao, but instead feared the higher realm's punishment. I know what is appropriate. This is the weakest lightning. It will leave him with his life, but after offending a deity, suffering can't be avoided, Qin Wu said. Break open. Shi Hao roared loudly. The golden magic sword in his hands shone, and it also blossomed with lightning. At the same time, streaks of electricity curled up around his entire body, producing a swan and eye that merged with the divine sword. Hong! This place erupted with chaos. The radiance of lightning filled this world. This magical sword was extremely strange. It turned into a golden swan and eye and devoured the lightning, absorbing the silver radiance that descended into its body. Stone Country's sect protecting precious technique, the swan and eye technique, as well as a sword to match it. It was actually refined from the precious bone of a swan and eye. Qin Wu was astonished. The two supreme experts were even more so overwhelmed with shock. Hao was unharmed. Even though he was submerged under lightning, he actually blocked this type of power and didn't have his bones broken and tendons snapped. They didn't see the bloody scene they expected to see. His pupils became even more brilliant, and the golden magical sword turned into a swan and eye. It roared, releasing auspicious multicolored light from its mouth. Even more powerful thunderous rumbling was released. "You dare blaspheme a god?" Qin Wu erupted with great rage. His attack wasn't successful, causing his face to turn ice-cold. This petty and insignificant speck of dust actually dared to take action against him like this. For someone at his level, this was a type of humiliation. Dog fart deity. Nothing more than some fake deity, Hao said coldly. He returned vulgar words straight back at the arrogant and aloof self-proclaimed deity that overlooked all living beings. These words suddenly made Qin Wu show great displeasure. His gaze was ice-cold as he looked down on the formation. His entire body's aura was like an ocean as it surged. The two great supreme experts were shaken. Their bodies were spasming uncontrollably, as if they would fall weak onto the ground at any moment. Their faces were pale, and they continuously backed up. Peng not far away, in an empty space, brilliant light continuously appeared. There were several cuts made over there, indicating that someone wanted to break through the void and enter. This made Qin Wu's expression become even more overcast. He stared at another formation. Over there, Xianxia and his wife were taking action, trying to do something about the formation that trapped them. They sliced through the void several times, but they were always pushed back. It was difficult for them to cross over to this side. Hao felt something inside. His current grandeur had touched upon the divine Tao, so his spiritual senses exceeded one's imaginations. He shouted, "Father, Mother, I came to see you too." Within the other formation, Xianxia and his wife were greatly stirred up, and their expressions were complicated. At that moment, they could vaguely hear something calling out to them, as if it came from a dream. Their hearts were trembling. Their young child that had lost his supreme being bone and was left in Stone Village while he was still a small infant. He was incomparably weak and could have died at any time. Right now, not only did he survive, he was also this powerful. He dared to point his sword at a deity. This type of absolute power, divine heroicness, left the husband and wife deeply shaken and stuttering in shock. This heaven-warping, divinely talented child had come to search for them, struggling his way through the immortal mountain to do so. The dagger in their hands was carved from a void beast's precious bone. It could cut open the void and allow them to travel through nothingness. However, this place was too special. Many divine formations trapped them here. They sliced open cracks several times, but the void would immediately close. They could see a hazy scene of a youth within a valley, but they couldn't step out. Just a mortal. Yet you dare make a deity your enemy. Your conclusion will be pitiful. I will let you see the divine might of a deity. A single drop of blood is enough to drown you, enough to eliminate your cultivation and divine abilities. Qin Wu shook his head. Then he raised his hand. Bright, auspicious colors swirled about, and a drop of blood descended from his fingertips. The bright redness of the liquid carried a resplendent silver light. Even though it was just a drop, it was like an ocean, containing endless life force and unmatched divine might. When this drop of blood descended and entered the formation, it formed a great silver wave. It rumbled as it descended, directly submerging Hao underneath. This was absolutely horrifying. This was precisely the method of a deity. A single drop of blood was going to suppress the current Hao, refining his body and dissolving his essence energy. Mortal my ass. Hao's voice carried a type of indifference, treating this deity with contempt as he berated with a loud voice. The two country guarding divine artifacts in his hands struck the skies. He didn't surrender in the slightest, and at this moment, he also circulated the true primordial record and transferred all of his essence energy into his chest. Hong! The supreme being bone was revived. A berserk aura blasted outwards, connecting heaven and earth. Together with the support of two country guarding divine artifacts, this type power of reached even closer towards the peak. Wasn't it unable to mature properly and difficult to use? Qin Wu frowned. It was clear that he knew about some information about how endless divine light submerged heaven and earth. That drop of blood turned into a silver sea, and it ended up pouring down in torrents. The bloody mist was sucked dry, and the divine substance surged towards Hao's chest. Petty and insignificant deity. This is your power? Weak and frail, so little it's pitiful. Hao roared with laughter. The two supreme experts were horrified. They simply couldn't believe what was happening. That youth's chest shone and actually absorbed a drop of divine blood, using it as a way to nourish his own precious bone. Qin Wu's face fell ashen. His divine might was blasphemed against again and again, and his divine blood in particular was even refined by the supreme being bone and absorbed as nourishment. This was unforgivable. It was an utter humiliation. In the distance, Qin Hao watched everything with shock. The silver spear in his hands pointed at Hao and remained there. You stay on the side. Hao shot him a look and berated. You? At the same time, the void was once again sliced open, and a crack appeared. Xiling was just in time to see him berate a deity, refine his divine blood, and berate Qin Hao. Hower! Hao finally saw the vague scene of them crying out. Unfortunately, the void was sealed up again. Someone as insignificant as you, a mere mortal, challenges the dignity of a deity again and again. You've successfully made me angry. Accept divine punishment then. Qin Wu's entire body released Kung Chong sounds. His silver magic clothes shone, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes sounded as a brilliant silver splendor blossomed. He descended and entered the formation. He floated high in the sky while overlooking Hao with an ice-cold gaze. The futile struggles of a mortal are completely useless before a deity. Qin Wu coldly spoke. His eyes were full of disdain and callousness. Little pagoda, why don't you come out? Turn the entire immortal mountain into ruins. Hao secretly called out, waking up the little pagoda that was in a slumber. The little pagoda was woken up. It was extremely shocked and seemed to be in a rather awkward situation. You truly are ridiculously bold. You actually want to cause a disturbance in Immortal Mountain. You have to understand that Five-Phase Mountain was formed before the opening of the world, and inside of the mountains are all types of natural gods and devils. I know that you can do it, that you can defeat it, Hao said. Then he sent a message again. I brought over the entire Stone Country treasury, and you can devour as much as you want. In addition, from here on out, place all of the karma onto my body. The little pagoda was momentarily stunned, but after seeing his decisiveness, he no longer tried to persuade him otherwise and only said a single word. Fine. Do you admit to your crimes? Qin Wu's voice was like heavenly thunder, causing space itself to tremble. The formation rumbled and shook, and the bodies of the two supreme experts in the distance shivered with chilliness. They immediately kneeled on the ground. This was divine might that inflicted a pressure against one's soul. Qin Wu's silver magic clothes swirled with immortal radiance, and within his eyes, all living things cycled between life and death. It was incomparably terrifying. He wanted to suppress Hao's soul and make him surrender and bow down. Petty and insignificant deity. Even someone as insignificant as you dares to holler at me? Hao didn't seem to be affected in the slightest as he spoke. You? Qin Wu was greatly shocked. You are right. Just a little fake god. A laughable bug. Yet you dare to appear before my face. The little pagoda released a terrifying aura and revealed its original form. It's you. He was greatly shaken, and then he felt fear. After reaching his level, how could he not recognize the little pagoda? He released a loud scream and immediately turned around to flee towards Five-Phase Mountain. Petty and insignificant deity, weren't you extremely self-confident? Where are you going? Watch how I overturn your immortal mountain, Hao shouted. Immediately after, he brandished the sword in his hand and hacked forward. The little pagoda also released a strand of vitality that wrapped around Qin Wu. Qin Wu was greatly startled. His silver magical clothes self-detonated and he rushed towards Five-Phase Mountain. He had a feeling that something terribly wrong was happening. With the appearance of that pagoda, this entire place might be turned upside down. Chi! A streak of sword light swept over, slicing through a lock of Qin Wu's hair and causing the bloody radiance on his face to burst. In addition, a part of his earlobe was hacked off. He released a loud cry. Who was he? He was a deity, yet he was wounded by a mortal. What made him even more furious was that the other party's words were extremely brash. Small and weak deity, do you admit your wrongs? Immortal Mountain will be overthrown today completely because of you. Qin Wu tightly clenched his fists. A lock of his hair fluttered down. His face was dripping blood from the cut the sword energy made on his cheek. The bright red divine blood was sparkling and translucent, as if it was flowing with scarlet multicolored light. You good. His teeth were clenched. Silver light bloomed from his body, and his head of hair stood up straight. This was truly an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Is this all a deity amounts to? Sure Hao held the magical sword as he moved across the sky in pursuit. When Qin Wu heard this, all of the blood within his body surged towards the sky and almost shot out from his flesh. His face was crimson red and full of embarrassment and resentfulness. He was actually humiliated by a mortal. Above all, a piece of his earlobe had been sliced off, and he narrowly avoided having his entire ear hacked off. This type of shame was difficult to express. At the same time, his ear was bleeding, and within the redness was a silver light. It dripped down bit by bit, sliding continuously. There was a rather cruel beauty to its appearance. Qin Wu was indignant, and his face was ashen. The mortal before his eyes actually dared to wave a sword against a deity, injuring his face and inflicting and wounding him. Moreover, his words were full of contempt. It was simply intolerable. Keep running. Sure Hao chased over and spoke like this. His words carried a type of domineeringness. His clothes fluttered about, and his war intent rose into the heavens. His entire being seemed like a natural god or devil. Qin Wu's face became completely green and pale. A mortal actually spoke like this to him, telling him to run. What level of disrespect was this? There was contempt and insolence in his blasphemy. However, he didn't dare stay in one place, because that inch-tall little pagoda was too terrifying. Its background was ridiculously great and powerful enough to startle the heavenly deities in the higher realms. If he dared to turn around and fight, then he would inevitably fall. In fact, he didn't have the qualifications to fight against that pure white little pagoda. The two were at the same level, but that was a true giant in this world that could overturn heaven and earth. Qin Wu rushed towards Five-Phase Mountain. He was filled with anger and resentment, because that mortal told him to run, and he truly did what he said. Even he himself felt disgraceful and ashamed. He was a deity that overlooked the world of mortals. He had lived above all others for so many years, receiving the respect of everyone. All of them would bow in worship when they saw him, yet he was in such a sorry state today. So a deity only amounts to this much, only knowing how to run for his life and not knowing what honor is, said Sure Hao. These types of words carried a chilliness and even more so a type of disdain. Silver radiance flickered within Qin Wu's eyes. His body's essence energy surged, and his hair flew about chaotically as if it was going to be set aflame. There was still someone in the lower realm that dared to humiliate him like this. He couldn't swallow this shame. You will pay for speaking such nonsense, he shouted. Chi! Sure Hao raised his hand. The magical sword flickered with radiance and flowed with lightning radiance as it hacked down. This country-guarding divine artifact was formed from a heavenly ranked beast bone. At this moment, it turned into a powerful and imposing golden swan and eye. It roared towards the heavens and devoured the essence of the sun and moon, erupting with endless lightning. A great rumbling sounded. Lightning surged, originating from a dazzling arc of electricity. It was incomparably thick as it surrounded Qin Wu. This was a divine-level fluctuation. The power of the magical artifact was enough to evaporate a large river or enormous lake, and it could even crush a lofty mountain. This might was endless. If not for this place being the immortal mountain, having many divine formations in place, the falling lightning would definitely have turned this boundless pure land into ashes without leaving anything behind. Pa! Qin Wu turned around and threw out a palm to defend himself against the lightning. Silver symbols blossomed from within his palms and fingers. This was his Dao law. It blocked the lightning radiance and destroyed the electricity. Wang! The void shuddered. This was a large-scale destructive attack. Silver light flowed like rivers as they rushed towards the sky to tangle with the lightning radiance. A tremendous explosion sounded, releasing ear-splitting sounds. Qin Wu was a deity, and he should have had the power to destroy a mortal with a single strike, so he shouldn't have had to defend himself like this at all. However, he couldn't even injure his opponent. With the little pagoda protecting Hao, he was completely unaffected. On the contrary, the golden lightning tore through and descended, hacking down on his body, leaving his shoulders scorched black. His shining long hair stood up, and his body was greatly shaken. Qin Wu was furious. He suffered another loss and was once again humiliated by Immortal. He felt as if a great furnace exploded within him, and fiery streams were running through him. You dare to disrespect a deity. In the future, your body will inevitably perish and your Tao will be ruined. You will be damned to eternal hell, he said with his teeth clenched. A strange silver ring of light dispersed into the surroundings and rippled outwards. Just some fake deity, yet you dare to vow under the name of a deity. You overestimate yourself, the little pagoda said. As it hung from Hao's hair, it lightly swayed. Even though only a small strand of energy was released, it completely neutralized the silver ripple. The ripple was originally something like a curse. It fluctuated with a mysterious type of energy that would not immediately explode, but instead remain on its target's body. It would erupt sometime in the future and cause their soul to collapse. Qin Wu felt like his head was going to explode. After being berated by the little pagoda, he couldn't refute him in the slightest. He towered above the world of mortals and could overlook supreme experts and all the others, yet towards this snow-white jade-like pagoda, he found that he felt an innate fear. Qin Wu flew out in retreat, feeling waves of terror. His face fell ashen, and his heart was full of uncomfortable feelings. This was the first time he felt this terrified, scared that he might actually die here. "Where is my grandfather?" Hao chased after him and loudly asked. He raised his wrist and pointed the sword at his head. Qin Wu's face suddenly changed expressions. He wanted to erupt in fury, but when he saw the little pagoda in Hao's hair, he then felt a great fear inside. His mind was complex and uncomfortable. How could he surrender when being questioned by Immortal? This is the Immortal Mountain. There are higher realm heavenly deities overlooking it, and there is the five-phase peak below in the lower realm. You better carefully reconsider. His words were ice-cold, and after speaking, he clenched his teeth tightly. Chi! Hao's sword swept out. The blade radiance was like a rainbow. Since he already decided to go this far, what was there to be scared of? Forget about heavenly deities in the higher realm. Even if they descended into this world in the future, he still wouldn't regret his actions. Today, he would break down the immortal mountain to find his loved ones. He was going to overturn the skies and flip the earth. Qin Wu's eyes were ice-cold. He had the self-confidence of a deity, and right now, there was a great flame burning within his mind. He had been looked down upon by Immortal again and again. Even if he felt fear towards the little pagoda, he was still unwilling to be chased and suppressed like this. Silver multicolored light blossomed from his body, and magical power flooded outwards like rivers. They surged within the void and formed a boundless white expanse. Unfortunately, with just a tremble from the little pagoda, the silver radiance was shattered. Only Hao's sword radiance continued to exist. It swept forwards and slashed towards Qin Wu. It was magnificent and breathtaking. Bloody light flickered. One of Qin Wu's arms was hacked off, inflicting so much pain to him that he screamed out. His face distorted, revealing a somewhat sinister expression. As a deity, When had he ever suffered such a painful experience? He actually lost an arm. This was unimaginable. After achieving the Tao after all these years, this was the first time he received such a serious injury. Even though he was fleeing, he was still doing everything he could. His body surged with silver light, controlling that arm to try and get it back so he could reattach it. Then, sword radiance swept out, directly severing the link, forcing him to lose that arm. Qin Wu roared loudly. His entire body shone. At this moment, he was clenching his teeth in anger. He would rather have this arm of a deity destroyed than have it land in the other party's hands. This was evidence of humiliation. With a hong sound, the arm exploded, turning into exuberant silver radiance that filled this world. It was as if the silver flames of the heaven were jumping about. It was full of divine energy. The 5 elements are omnipresent. There is nothing they cannot break through. No will they cannot exterminate. Burn. Qin Wu chanted an incantation. This was a terrifying divine technique, and it carried the power of curses as it attacked back. He hoped to use his arm as a means to destroy and ruin Shihao. Unfortunately, this attack was still ineffective. The little pagoda did not take action, and it was Shihao that released a strange aura. A mysterious ring of light dispersed from his chest that rippled with astonishing fluctuations. A wave of thriving life force emerged from Shihao's body. It was a joyous type of power that was full of desire and longing. This force was trying to obtain the silver light that was released from the explosion. The space around them was like a scroll painting, trembling under the divine force. Shihao's chest bone shone and released waves of scripture chanting. A fist-sized little person was sitting on top of a bone, drawing the endless spiritual essence from the outside world into its body. In the skies, the shattered arm and ignited divine blood all turned into light. They were sucked in, forming a silver stream. Qin Wu's expression changed. The life essence contained within that arm was being drained and used by another. Like a trickling stream of sweet nectar, it all gathered towards Shihao's chest. It didn't enter the place where the sutras were being chanted, and instead became nourishment material for Shihao's supreme being bone. Qin Wu roared. He was extremely unwilling to accept this situation. Even though the arm exploded and couldn't be taken back, he still didn't want it to be absorbed and refined by Shihao. This was a type of humiliation. As a deity, every bone and hair were divine objects. How could they be disrespected by a mortal like this and actually be used as nourishment? If news of this got out, he wouldn't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. He stirred on the curse to make sure Hao, who was currently refining his divine blood, explode, dooming him to eternal damnation. However, the power of the curse couldn't approach his opponent at all. The incantation he chanted was completely defeated, and the natural laws were not able to take form. There was only a faint ring of light present that was extremely weak. At this moment, Shihao felt extremely happy, and his spirit felt perfect. The energy of his flesh was abundant, and he felt as light as a feather. Quite a bit of the essence the bone needed was obtained in one go. This wasn't complete devouring, but instead a type of extraction and refinement. The precious bone shone brilliantly and resplendently. The little person sitting on top seemed as resplendent as a sun. The little person took in and sent out essence. Auspicious multicolored light surged, surrounding its body and enveloping the entire bone. He released a mysterious fluctuation that rose and fell within the void, refining the light and divine blood that erupted from the arm. It didn't take in the flesh or bone and purely refined it. It only took in the innate heaven and earth essence within that arm, turning it into silver light. It was sucked into Shihao's chest and converted into rich divine energy. Soon, the bone absorbed all of the silver divine essence. Petty and insignificant deity, you are too weak. Your divine force is extremely thin, Shihao said. Qin Wu was furious. He was looked down upon by a mortal in such a way, and this was even someone who he had looked down on before. It was just too ugly to look at. His chest was full of rage. Even though the arm exploded and large amounts of divine force scattered into the void, there was still a portion that was absorbed by Shihao. This was what Qin Wu could not accept. He was ridiculed once again, making it even harder to endure. Hong. While fleeing, he released an attack of a natural law. Then he erupted with boundless divine might. He wanted to ascend 5-phase mountain and seek protection. Then he felt a wave of horror. For some reason, even though he flew for so long, it seemed like he would never reach 5-phase peak. It was clearly not that far away, but this distance seemed like it could never be closed. He already erupted with blazing divine force. Silver radiance covered the world as he tried to break through this region, making this place absolutely chaotic. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapse. However, he still couldn't reach 5-phase peak. In the distance, the two supreme experts cried out in fear. They shivered with chilliness, and they felt incomparable fear inside, a fear that one felt towards impending doom. The clan's deity was actually defeated just like that, so how were they supposed to resist? They felt like they couldn't control their bodies anymore as they trembled with fear. Even further out, Qin Hao pursed his lips. He silently stood in the distance in his divine battle clothes, taking cover at a corner. Qin Wu finally noticed that there was a wall blocking in front of him that was condensed from symbols. This type of feeling was extremely wonderful. It was like an arid desert that received the moisture of rain, or a melodious flute's music within a desolate valley. Vitality was brought to the desolate. As Sure Hao immersed himself within this feeling, he almost felt intoxicated. He could clearly feel the supreme being bone becoming more active. It was calling out and wishing to grow again. It wanted to break away from its shackles and evolve into its perfect state. His chest was sparkling and flowing with multicolored light. The little person that sat on top of the precious bone was surrounded by a divine ring of light. If one looked carefully, they would find that the so-called rings of light were formed from symbols. This was heavenly text, a portion of the mysterious symbols that emerged from Sure Hao's bones. They were now arranging themselves and recombining to evolve into something supreme and profound. The silver-white light entered Sure Hao's body like water. His supreme being bone was sparkling and translucent, and the symbols on the surface became more and more clear. They emerged around the fist-height little figure and formed divine chains of order. At this moment, it was bursting with vitality. The origin of life was being carried out here on a smaller scale. It contained the world's simplest yet most powerful natural laws. Sure Hao was completely intoxicated with this feeling. This was the first time he felt so close to the supreme being bone. He felt like if he used it, it would produce a heavenly divine ability and destroy all of his enemies. He knew that after growing to this day, this sparkling white bone became more and more powerful. It almost couldn't be compared to how it was in the past. Nirvana. This was a great change. A natural-born supreme being, who despite losing his bone, was able to once again shine with vitality. It can now mature on its own, and together with external nourishment, it would naturally grow back even faster. The silver divine essence was completely devoured. There was only a clump of dust left over there. Qin Wu's arm shattered and disappeared in midair. Sure Hao pointed at the deity and asked for his grandfather's whereabouts. His eyes were extremely penetrating. The magical sword in his hand took in and sent out sharp energy, as if it was going to hack out at any moment. Not far out, a pung sounded. A large hole was sliced open in the void, and the husband and wife were able to see this scene. They were both shaken and moved emotionally. Cutting down a deity with the sword, that's Hauer. He has reached this level. The beautiful woman's voice trembled as she spoke. She found it hard to believe what she was seeing and was incomparably moved. Tears also slid down her face. She still remembered that little infant in swaddling clothes who was extremely weak and about to die at any moment. More than 10 years later, he actually stood tall above the world of mortals and defied deities. Hauer! The male shouted loudly with hot tears slid down from his eyes. His fists were tightly clenched, and his chest was violently rising and falling. They clearly saw Qin Wu's arm being sliced off. Blood descended from the sky together with silver light. His face was ashen. He was completely trapped and in a desperate situation. Just how exceptional was this youth? Was that the child they left behind in Stone Village? He even looked down on deities. Without them at his side, he survived and became this powerful on his own. To be able to reach this level, exactly what kind of path did he travel through? The husband and wife's chests were rapidly rising and falling. They felt regret, yet they also missed him. The two both felt a stream of heat rising from their hearts. Their eyes were blurry. Joy, sadness, pain, excitement, all types of emotions were surging. However, the crack was quickly closed again. He did not die and entered the higher realms. My immortal mountain did not cause trouble for him. Qin Wu replied. His fists tightened and his teeth were clenched. He felt incredibly ashamed. He was actually forced to talk about the past in front of a mortal. He was humiliated inwardly and wanted to take action again. But in the end, he powerlessly loosened his fist. Didn't cause trouble for him? Why do the valley walls have arrow holes? My grandfather clearly fought a great battle here and was injured by Qinzhan, causing him to spit out blood here. These are things I already know. Yet you are still trying to deceive me. Hao erupted with rage. There were some complicated matters that occurred, but he did ultimately enter the higher realms. Regardless, this is a tremendous opportunity where one can break free from the entrapment of the mortal world. Qin Wu said in a heavy tone. Hao revealed his 10 heavenly passages, releasing the heavily wounded Qin Fa and Qin Zhan out. He separately pointed his sword at them before asking them where his grandfather was. Their expressions were ugly to look at. Qin Zhan was a madman and refused to reply. Qin Fa felt great fear. He even saw the old ancestor defeated. What he knew was limited, because he didn't witness it himself and only heard about it afterwards. The great demonic god brought a young lady called Aman with him. But then he was beaten until he coughed out large amounts of blood outside the valley by the madman. The great demonic god came to the immortal mountain full of hopes and affection. Yet he encountered a disaster. Hao was furious after hearing this. And with a pu sound, the crazy Qinzhan was sliced into two. Even though Qinzhan was one of the individuals involved and understood the inside story, Hao still didn't need him to recount it himself. He was going to rescue his loved ones and capture the immortal mountain, so he would eventually find out everything anyway. Qin Wu's face was both green and white. A powerful supreme expert fell in front of his face just like that. It was pitiful and painful. Not even the immortal mountain had that many supreme experts. Their strengths were great, making them extremely precious. Being casually killed by someone like this was a tremendous loss. When the two supreme experts saw this from the distance, they both trembled inwardly. Meanwhile, Qin Hao didn't say anything when he saw this. He stood in the corner while holding the silver spear. Don't kill me. Your grandfather and that young lady are unharmed. I don't know what happened exactly, but they entered my immortal mountain's formation and ascended into the heavens to enter the higher realms. Qin Fa cried out loudly. Qin Zhan's blood had splashed down onto his body, making him feel great fear. Even though they were both supreme experts, not everyone pursued darkness and didn't fear death. He already talked about everything he knew about. The golden lightning formed a large expanse. The magical sword in Hao's hands formed a golden swan and eye. Lightning flickered, turning Qin Fa into ashes, blasting him apart in the air. Many people from the immortal mountain hurried over. When they saw this scene, they all kept quiet out of fear. Hao unleashed a slaughter, killing two powerful experts. What kind of boldness was this? By trampling on immortal mountain's dignity, you will inevitably wither away. You will fall. Qin Wu shouted loudly. He chanted an incantation from his mouth. He knew that he could not escape from this place, so he no longer worried about anything else and ignited himself. He was going to sacrifice himself to summon the immortal mountain. You should just fall as well. Hao's voice was cold and detached. Now that things had reached this point, there was no point in having any hesitation. He just needed to walk forward. The sword in his hand trembled, and sword energy weaved in and out. They layered on top of each other, forming splendid multicolored light like the morning clouds and locking this place down. Senior, please awaken. A great enemy has come to disturb my clan's peace. Please protect us. Qin Wu shouted loudly. Hong! A great sound erupted. 5-phase mountain trembled, and one of the peaks shone. Strands of immortal light emerged and rushed into the heavens. It released vast and boundless divine might fluctuations. Many people from the Qin clan cried out in alarm. Some of them were happy, while others were shaken. There were even more who were shivering inwardly with reverence. They all kneeled down. This was a tremendous power that made people tremble in great fear. Meanwhile, the bronze ancient palace on the peak shone. A man wearing black battle clothes walked out. His purple hair fluttered behind him. His eyes were deep as they overlooked this valley. Coming here to kill as you please. What kind of place do you think my immortal mountain is? He shouted. This was a deity, one that was even a bit stronger than Qin Wu. He had always remained asleep here to protect the lower realm. He had now awoken from the chaos that was happening in the immortal mountain. Many people from the Qin clan were shocked. They normally didn't even know that such a person existed, and even Qin Wu was stupefied. He then shouted, Ancestor Qin Shuxuan, you are actually still here. Hurry and offer sacrifice to activate the 5-phase mountain to suppress and kill the great enemy. I have already awoken. Who is making such noise? A boundless will appeared. It was holy and dignified. The voice resounded into the heavens and through the earth. Save me! Qin Wu cried out loudly. Qi, the little pagoda shone. Together with chaotic aura, it crushed Qin Wu. It was absolutely terrifying. It's you crossed realms. You actually came to act viciously in front of me. Break! One of the peaks of the 5-phase mountain lit up. It released an expanse of silver light to block the little pagoda's attack. Wang! The two collided. It was as if the world was being reopened. Mist surged, and the entire world was trembling. If they didn't possess extraordinary control over their power, they definitely would have caused the boundless earth to cave in. Everyone exulted, and even Qin Wu's eyes became brilliant. When they saw 5-phase peak revive, they all became extremely excited because they could now live. The origins of this mountain were extremely great. It seemed to have existed before the heavens were opened and was created from the primal chaos. There were natural gods and devils in the mountains before, so it could be said that it was unimaginably powerful. Today, you are doomed to die. Qin Wu opened his mouth and stared coldly at Shi Hao. You should go along your way first, Shi Hao said. The sword in his hands hacked out. It erupted with endless sword radiance, as if a starry stream was blasted apart. A boundless expanse of light erupted. 5-phase peaks suddenly shook, multiple peaks lighting up at the same time. They felt something coming and speedily acted. Fluctuations flooded towards them, but it was still too late. The little pagoda rose up and suppressed the space, separating this heaven and earth. A strand of chaotic energy entered Shi Hao's sword, allowing the sword radiance to burn with incomparable brilliance. Ah! Qin Wu cried out loudly. He was hacked apart by the sword radiance. Despite being a deity, he still couldn't defend himself against the sword radiance. He exploded and became a bloody mist. Divine light burned fiercely. Shi Hao's chest emitted heat, absorbing all of the innate core spiritual essence and extracting the bloody light that was releasing silver splendor. The torrent of divine energy flowed into his supreme being bone. Everyone in the Qin clan felt great fear. A deity had died just like that. This was something that had never been heard of before. There was actually someone who unleashed slaughter within the immortal mountain and acted so impudently. I was trying to protect him, yet you took action. Are you trying to start a war? 5-phase mountain's voice was incomparably great. The entire world was ringing in response. You can see for yourself. If he wasn't killed, then this youth's obsession wouldn't end. There was no choice. The little pagoda spoke. A wave of powerful war intent suddenly rushed towards Shi Hao. It was boundless and majestic, powerful to the extreme. It began to distort the void, causing it to collapse. It was just too terrifying. So what if I killed him? Shi Hao replied. He was calm and collected as he looked at 5-phase mountain. He didn't shrink back in the slightest. You're right. It is just that simple. So what if you killed him? The little pagoda shone. Strand after strand of primal chaos spiraled above Hao's head to block that tremendous will. Are you forcing me to start a war against you? Five-phase mountain trembled. The surface of the mountain cracked apart, and the form inside was gradually revealed, one that was simple and grave in manner. Then let's just fight. Who is scared of who? At worst, we'll just reopen this realm. The little pagoda was snow-white and flickering with luster. It was incomparably powerful. Five-fast mountain trembled. The ancient trees planted on top exploded, and all of the spiritual medicines withered. Mountain boulders tumbled as its original form was revealed. Primal chaos was released, creating a scene that was terrifying to the extreme. The one with an obsession is you. After that battle from back then, you are still feeling unwilling even now. This was what Five-Phase Mountain said. You are right. I precisely wanted to fight, and I will enter the higher realms again sooner or later to resolve some karma. The little pagoda enlarged. His body was sparkling and translucent. Primal chaos poured out like an ocean, and rumbling sounds exploded. Hong! A tremendous sound shook this entire place. The divine might would shock both the ancient and present. The pagoda was brilliant. It actually directly smashed against Five-Phase Mountain, causing endless light to erupt. All types of great Tao symbols surfaced. It was glorious and world-shattering. This type of divine might was difficult to imagine. Even Hao's mind was jumping. The little pagoda was too powerful. He actually erupted with so much power, pressing forward while disregarding all consequences. You are trying to release him. Five-Phase Mountain was furious. This attack was firm and forceful. The two erupted with endless primal chaos. The divine force was boundless, and if they didn't control it, everything would have withered away. A honglong sound rang out. The two individuals were both blown back. The little pagoda was blasted into the heavens, while Five-Phase Mountain tumbled backwards away from its original location. On the ground, there was an existence with disheveled hair. He was trapped by 5-element chains. The existence was as thin as a match, and long, dry, and yellow hair covered his body like wild grass. Everyone in the Qin clan felt great fear. How could this existence appear? He definitely could not be allowed to emerge into the world. This person was small and dried up, not giving off a bold or powerful appearance at all. It was as if his body was almost petrified. Only his hair was extremely long, and it covered his entire body like dried-up yellow wild grass. For all those years, he had been suppressed here, never allowed to see the light of day. His messy hair didn't have any luster, and his body was abnormally thin and weak. It was completely different from the appearance of a matchless expert everyone was expecting. If not for the fact that there had always been a rumor, it would have been hard for those present to believe that the one suppressed under Five-Phase Mountain was him. Divine chains of 5 elements, known as valuable treasures that were difficult to destroy and would not rust for tens of thousands of years, were firmly trapping this individual. Matchless profound mysteries and natural laws were carved on their surface by heavenly deities, making it near impossible for him to break free. Despite this, everyone from the Qin clan were absolutely terrified. A chill ran down their bodies, and their hearts were full of endless dread as they trembled uncontrollably. This was especially true for those that were supreme experts or greater individuals that were involved in this affair. They knew the inside details and understood deeply just how terrifying that individual was. They suppressed him endless years ago, and it was unknown just how many people died in order to do so. In addition, it was extremely difficult to even kill him, or else they wouldn't have sealed him here. They wanted to grind through his Tao bones and refine his true soul, using the endless passage of time to gradually kill him. However, today, Five-Phase Mountain was overturned by someone, allowing this existence to see the light of day again. This was definitely an absolute disaster. Do you know what you have done? Five-Phase Mountain was furious. It flew over the distance. All 5 peaks stood side by side around this enormous entity. Chaotic energy descended like a divine waterfall. This was his original body. It was extremely majestic. It was born in the primal chaos before the world was formed, containing innate great Tao traces within itself. As a result, it was powerful to the extreme. The world knew that the immortal mountain had the five-phase ring, one of the ancient era's most powerful magical artifacts that could oppress the 8 regions with its power. Only the founder-level figures knew that this immortal mountain's most terrifying aspect was actually this mountain's immortal land. It received the refinement of 5 elements and contained those elements' Tao roots. That 5-phase ring was nothing more than what the ancient people used to imitate the mountain. They grinded and carved Tao patterns onto this weapon at the cost of untold hardships and tribulations. Later on, it became one of the most powerful heavenly weapons in existence. However, when compared to the actual 5-phase mountain, it could only be considered an imitation. After all, the heaven and earth Tao traces were all produced due to this mountain. 5-phase mountain descended again in an attempt to suppress this individual again and return to its original position. High in the clouds, the little pagoda shone. With a sway, streaks of sword energy descended. Even though its physical form was a pagoda, the chaotic sword energy that was released possessed matchless offensive power. Chi! Streak after streak of sword radiance flew over, seemingly dividing the world as it did so. It was unknown just how long these beautiful and astonishing streaks of light were. It made the hearts of every cultivator in this region beat ferociously, and they all felt as if they were suffocating. As 5-phase mountain descended, its body also illuminated. 5 streaks of energy swirled about, forming the most simple type of great Tao traces. They then turned into dazzling symbols that looked like interweaving rivers of stars. This strike made those from all sides tremble. This great earth was covered in a terrifying aura, leaving all creatures terrified and trembling in fear. They all felt a great horror inside. However, these 2 magical artifacts both seized the natural force of heaven and earth. In this direct confrontation, they definitely controlled all of the energy without wasting a bit. Even though their auras were rippling outwards, they didn't wreak havoc everywhere. Qin Clan's people were so close, yet not a single person exploded. Only, in front of this type of might, they fell weakly onto the ground without the strength to move. This was a fear that originated from the innermost part of one's mind. This was just like how ancient natives would continuously kowtow before great totems. Sure, Hao wasn't affected as much, because he was inside the gentle halo of primal chaos, the little pagoda placed around him. He was also high in the sky and not at the center of the battlefield. Hong! The little pagoda shone, and all types of symbols appeared on its fine white jade-like surface. They originated from the Swan and I, Great Peng, Taotai, and others. Everything that you could think of was there. Tens of thousands of true spirits were engraved on top and filled with incomparable magic force. When this type of energy was released, heaven and earth began to shake. It was as if endless heavenly ranked archaic divine birds and vicious beasts had revived and took form once again in this world. This wasn't all. There were also numerous stars that flickered about and released hazy chaotic energy. The little pagoda attacked with full force, displaying the natural laws of a great supreme Tao without holding anything back. If it was careless in the slightest, this entire place would have been sunken. 5-phase mountain was greatly shaken. It felt a tremendous amount of killing intent, as well as a feeling that even the heavens might collapse onto itself. He had no choice but to do everything he could to defend himself. Following a Wung sound, the 5 elements birthed each other and swirled into one to form a great Tao. The 5 types of symbols represented the core of all living things, and right now they locked down this place. At that moment, 5 types of divine, multicolored light rushed into the heavens. It was going to restrict the void and seal the little pagoda there. Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? You want to trap me? The little pagoda sneered. It swayed gently, and a Taotai pounced out, devouring everything. In addition, symbols emerged one after another and tore apart the void. On the pagoda's body, all types of heavenly ranked divine birds and vicious beasts appeared. Great chaos erupted, and the 5 elements were trampled upon. That incredible natural Tao law was being destroyed. Of course, The most terrifying part was the various mysterious symbols that emerged around the little pagoda's body. They cracked apart heaven and earth, disturbing the five elements and destroying the restrictive force. A dang sound rang out. The little pagoda rushed down and once again collided with Five-Phase Mountain. All types of symbols interweaved between the two of them, creating an intense collision. Symbols continuously emerged and vanished. Those were true, supreme, profound mysteries clashing against each other. Divine chains of order poured down like a waterfall, smashing into each other as they did so. After hacking out, they were then destroyed again. This type of might was absolutely incredible. If it was allowed to explode, it would definitely blast down the stars above the heavens. Both sides possessed the most powerful force of natural laws. Following a soundless collision, the little pagoda flew backwards. It gently swayed back and forth as if it was intoxicated, and it began to have trouble controlling its chaotic energy. It wreaked havoc around it. It was clear that it had suffered great damage. This was true for Five-Phase Mountain as well. It was also blasted flying, entering the heavens and into the horizon. It shook back and forth, finding it difficult to steady its original form. "Why aren't you breaking out yet? Don't tell me that you were already suppressed to death," the little pagoda asked. It wasn't the only one that was wondering this. Even Sure Hao and the other Qin clansmen couldn't understand why the person suppressed under Five-Phase Mountain didn't move at all. He laid flat on the ground without making the slightest sound. Even Five-Phase Mountain was a bit astonished. During all these years, it did not involve itself in any of Qin clan's matters and lay dormant here to suppress this person. It was because it was scared of this individual escaping. The consequences of such a thing would be absolutely tremendous. As a result, Five-Phase Mountain almost never left the ground. Since the ancient times, it had only awakened a few times. Unless the Qin clan's foundation was at risk of being destroyed, it would always remain silent. Suppressing this individual was its most important task. Were my efforts in vain? Could he have died already? The little pagoda was clearly feeling as if its actions were not worth it. The battle this time didn't bring back any returns. While he developed significant enmity with the other party, he naturally suffered quite a loss here. Qi. Without any hesitation, it released a streak of chaotic sword energy towards the individual on the ground. Under everyone's shocked gazes, that sword energy released an ear-splitting kang-chong sound that rang through the air, as if it struck metal. Everyone had petrified expressions on their faces. They simply couldn't believe what was going on. Only a single lock of that creature's yellow grass-like hair was sliced off. Its dried and withered flesh was unharmed, not being hacked apart at all. This did not make any sense. It left everyone absolutely horrified. The level of hardness was simply unimaginable. A wave of mysterious energy emerged. The body on the ground moved a bit. Everyone present felt as if their hearts had shot up to their throats. He actually didn't die. In the distance, Five-Phase Mountain quickly arrived. It crossed the distance and released its annihilating power to try and suppress it again. He really didn't die in the end. I knew that he was hard to kill. However, if he still didn't move, my most powerful chaotic sword radiance would have hacked down on him, the little pagoda quietly said. It then erupted with power again, rushing towards Five-Phase Mountain to stop its descent. "You've gone mad. By freeing him, there will inevitably be a great calamity and chaos released upon this world." Five-Phase Mountain's imposing and downcast voice carried a hint of anxiousness. It had been created inside the primal chaos and was born with innate power. It was branded with the world's imprint, which made it ridiculously powerful, yet today it actually had to assume this type of attitude. It was enough to show just how terrifying this individual was. Why do I care? Better off releasing him into the higher realms and let some people feel some pain. Ha! At that moment, the little pagoda's words were rather crass, as if it couldn't care less. It actually displayed this type of attitude. Back then, it wasn't a single person that took action to suppress him. By doing something like this, aren't you scared that you'll make many enemies? Five-Phase Mountain asked. At the same time, the two clashed again. They faced off in an incredibly intense battle. At this level, a single streak of symbols or a single divine chain of order could collapse the heavens. A battle between such powerful individuals was an utterly terrifying event. However, they restricted their power so that it didn't affect the other creatures. They only fought among themselves. Not scared. Back then, those people tried to take action against me as well. There will be a battle between us sooner or later anyway, the little pagoda said in an extremely cold tone. It was planning to release great disaster into the higher realms. Previously, it had only had its own suspicions and didn't know for sure whether that disaster was sealed here. Before, it had even thought that it might be a trap. Chi! Another streak of chaotic sword energy shot down, landing on the body of the individual below. Sparks flew everywhere, and resounding metallic sounds rang through the air. It was shocking to an unbelievable level. Hong! At this moment, a wave of terrifying aura emerged within heaven and earth. He finally revived, awakening from his slumber. It was clear that he used a type of secret method to seal the spiritual essence within himself and prevent it from leaving his body. He used this to fight back against the vicious attacks of time. Despite doing so, it still used energy, just that it was lowered to the minimal amount. He was able to stay alive and not pass away after all this time. After the passage of endless years, he had long become as thin as a match. His figure was small and withered, appearing incomparably frail and weak. However, after this revival and true awakening, everything became different. Under the disordered hair that was like wild grass, a pair of golden pupils shone. This immediately caused many people from the Qin clan to cry out loudly. It was as if they were facing 100 suns, and all of them closed their eyes. Blood flowed from the corners of their eyes, and they no longer dared to look straight at him. Ka-cha, the sound of divine chains cracking rang through the air. This individual sat down. He looked at the sky, and then at the great earth, not releasing a single sound during this entire process. His eyes then swept towards the little pagoda and Five-Phase Mountain. Suppress. Five-Phase Mountain's entire body shone. The five-colored light could obliterate the great world, and at this moment, it completely descended to suppress that creature again. Dang! The little pagoda smashed over to blast it away. Down below, that individual finally stood up. He soundlessly opened his mouth, and then he took a deep breath. At this moment, this heaven and earth's endless spiritual essence madly gathered. His eyes were like golden streaks of lightning and absolutely dazzling. He directly shot into the heavens. His small and withered body was like a bottomless pit as it devoured the heaven and earth essence from all directions. The essence of the sun and moon, foreign stars, and other places all poured over like a tide, gathering towards his mouth to replenish everything he had exhausted over the endless years. At this moment, the world seemed to have frozen still, and time seemed to have stopped. He was the only one that stood there, forming an eternal scene. The entire great region grew dim at that moment. Heaven and earth's spiritual essence was gathered from the sun, moon, and stars, and time and space became distorted. Oceans of essence were forcefully sucked into his mouth. Everyone was overwhelmed with horror. A few ancient sects' powerful giants knew that the heavens were going to be changed. A matchless existence had escaped an entrapment and was replenishing his foundational essence. A major event was inevitably going to happen. This existence was too terrifying. The sun and moon's splendor were devoured, and the fundamental essence of the world was absorbed. A vortex of spiritual force was created, and everything entered his body like a black hole. This was especially the case when he opened his mouth. A crazy hole where spiritual essence from all directions swirled and madly rushed towards appeared. It was as if this person was going to suck this entire region dry in one go. His body was dried and withered, yet it was actually this terrifying. It devoured everything. Endless foundational essence surged, but it wasn't enough for him to absorb it all. As a result, everyone in the mysterious region was able to see a terrifying irregularity occur in the world. It was clearly daytime, yet the stars could be brilliantly seen in the clear sky, as if they were quite close to the earth. Every single star released a beam of light downwards, covering the sky with their light like a divine waterfall. It was an absolutely magnificent and terrifying sight. All of it entered the body of a single person. When would a scene like this ever appear normally? Heaven and earth were clear and bright, and the blue sky seemed like it was being washed through. However, the stars in the sky all appeared, and stellar force converged towards the immortal mountain. This left everyone shaken. There were times when this strange phenomenon appeared. However, as soon as it appeared, there would definitely be a matchless, heaven-dang demon who would descend into this world. A great heaven-overflowing disaster was inevitable. This shocked the entire world. The mysterious region was greatly shaken. Everyone in this great region was experiencing great fear. They didn't know what exactly was happening in Immortal Mountain, but they knew that was where the cascade of stellar force headed. Hong! The little pagoda collided with Five-Phase Mountain again. All types of natural laws flickered before disappearing again. There was a type of ancient force between the two individuals that became more and more terrifying. Sparkling and translucent light flickered. The little pagoda tore through the air, and at a location a bit farther away, it swayed. A confrontation on this level affected it greatly, and it was easy for its body to be injured here. This was, after all, the Five-Phase Mountain, a natural, innate existence. It was a supreme treasure that was produced within the primal chaos. Similarly, Five-Phase Mountain was rather apprehensive. A single mishap would produce a huge problem. Its mountain body would suffer damage, and its natural laws might be erased. Once an existence of this level was injured, it needed an immense amount of heavenly treasures to nourish and recover itself. It would become extremely troublesome. Hong! Five-Phase Mountain had no choice but to take action. After the loud explosion between the little pagoda and itself, it quickly produced a hazy stream of energy. It appeared above the mountain body and directly suppressed over. This time, cracks appeared everywhere in the air. The natural laws surrounded this place, and it was as if heaven and earth were being reopened. If it didn't do its best to control the surroundings, this world would have been in deep trouble. Dang! Five-Phase Mountain descended, causing that creature to stagger and almost fall. His core, however, was not injured. He quickly steadied himself and stared out with a flickering gaze. Many people's expressions changed. How powerful was this energy? To use physical power to confront Five-Phase Mountain, it was even more terrifying than legends. If they didn't see it for themselves, it would have been hard for them to believe that such a thing happened. The individual below separated his arms, and then formed a type of fist imprint. He fixed himself into the space around him and carried out protection. In that instant, it was as if the power of this entire world was extinguished. "I'll take a few more hits in your place," the little pagoda spoke. The individual had just broken free and needed time to absorb foundational essence to recover his body. Right now, he was still in a rather weak state. Immediately, chaotic sword energy swept outwards. Five-element Tao radiance erupted, covering this place in a haze and turning it into an area of annihilation. Fortunately, their boundless divine might surrounded this place, not allowing the shockwaves to extend outwards. They were focused on this great battle and didn't waste the slightest bit of energy. Sure How silently tried to gain experience as he watched this battle. This was a rare opportunity. He was able to personally feel the Tao traces of many natural laws. Even if he couldn't thoroughly comprehend it, he could still use it to guide himself onto a path. Around the body of the existence below, the five-element chains continuously trembled. He pulled them until they were perfectly straight and about to break. At the same time, he began to devour heavenly essence from all directions again. Brilliant stars filled the clear sky, a rare scene regardless of era. Only the skies remained bright, casting down light from above. All else below the skies were dim, lacking any extraneous starlight to waste, and all entering Immortal Mountain. Qin Clan's people were shaking. It was almost within reach. They were in a world of darkness, and all of the light was seized away. Even though the withered figure at the center was small and weak, he appeared incredibly terrifying. All of this power converged straight towards him. This figure was clearly skinny and shriveled, yet it gave others the feeling of a great mountain that was exerting a greater and greater pressure that made it hard to gaze upon. He was full of power. A pair of golden pupils turned into two golden suns, as if they were going to tear apart the heavens and gaze into the higher realms. They were full of war intent. This was definitely an unmatched expert. He was extremely quiet, not speaking a single word this entire time. He never released a roar as he tried to break free from this imprisonment. 10 clashes of power erupted. The little pagoda's natural laws were like a sea, and his Tao skills were fully displayed as he fought against Five-Phase Mountain. The two had encountered each other endless years ago within the primal chaos, fully aware of how formidable the other party was. This battle left everyone absent-minded and dazzled. The symbols engraved into space were exceptionally beautiful, complex to the point where even supreme experts were left confused and dizzy. They couldn't even comprehend them. If you release this great disaster, there can't be any good relations between us anymore. There will inevitably be a great war. Five-Phase Mountain transmitted sound, containing a dignified tone, a type of warning, as well as a type of helplessness. If there's a war, so be it. Those of the higher realms are too carefree, having the time to even come down here in search of opportunities. Today, I will give them something to do, the little pagoda said in an extremely cold tone. These words frightened everyone. The ones he was talking about were actually the unrivaled giants in the higher realms, yet he dared to act like this, taking the initiative to release such a disaster into the higher realms. Sure how tightly clenched his fists. His intentions were quite similar to the little pagoda's. They descended during the great calamity and oppressed this world, leaving everyone feeling grief and indignation. He felt that this should exactly be how things are done. Only by unleashing chaos in the higher realms could they be considered to be fighting back. The little pagoda didn't back off. The battle between the two of them became more and more intense. They all began to use their true flames to unleash a battle at the highest level. When that time came, heaven and earth might truly be overturned. It's not too late to back off now. We can pretend as if nothing happened today. Five-Phase Mountain transmitted sound. Wait a bit longer, and then I'll leave, the little pagoda replied. Fine, if you want to fight, then let's fight to the end. Five-Phase Mountain was cold. Tao light increased sharply, and the space around it erupted with obliterative force. It was actually reopening heaven and earth. Who is scared of who? The little pagoda released a shout and moved up to face it head-on. This was a great, decisive battle. Five-Phase Mountain released immortal natural Tao laws and similarly looked for an opportunity to fly towards that existence. It dove down several times, and each time, it was as if the heavens were falling. This existence wouldn't helplessly let himself get attacked. Freedom was right in front of his eyes. His golden pupils shone with incomparable brilliance. Without a word, he formed a precious imprint that slammed in opposition. Dang! Ear-splitting sounds could be heard. Even though his fist became dim and it was all skin and bones, it was incomparably firm. Could even stop a chaotic supreme treasure. The noise that was produced was like the divine sound of the great Tao. This was a confrontation between chaotic magical artifacts. It seemed like a simple collision, but it contained the logic of heaven and earth and force of natural laws. These types of methods. Xianxia's heart was greatly moved. This individual had reached the pinnacle after all. Was this the peak of what the physical body can achieve? It could even resist a chaotic supreme treasure's collision. However, he could also see that the individual's arms were convulsing, continuously dispersing the momentum of the attack. The individual was under tremendous pressure, and it wasn't that easy for him to defend himself. Xianxia seemed to have comprehended something. He extended his hands out and slowly tried to study it. This was a type of physical strength, one that eternally embodied the world within himself. At this moment, he saw a path from that creature's body. His body had reached the pinnacle, and he reflected the great Tao. No, he didn't purely accomplish the Tao in his physical flesh. The natural laws of the outside world are also involved, just that it isn't as obvious. Xianxia carefully observed. He couldn't thoroughly comprehend the numerous great Tao symbols, but he could see the general direction it was headed in. It could provide him with limitless enlightenment and was greatly beneficial for his future cultivation. No false external help and completely self-reliant. Even if the Tao is extinguished, the body would exist forever. Is this the pinnacle of physical strength? Xianxia said softly. In that instant, he was able to gain deep comprehension. Even though he didn't grasp the concrete technique or divine ability, it was as if a path was opened up to him, one that was waiting for him to enter. Dang! This immortal existence's body was astonishing, but it wasn't purely the physical body that incorporated the Tao. His magical force and Tao path were world-shaking as well. He began to move heaven and earth foundational energy around, making it resonate with himself to resist five-phase mountain. Even though he was locked down by the divine chains, he was still extremely powerful and didn't suffer greatly. He continuously struggled to break apart these five-element divine chains that were known to never decay. At this moment, Hualala sounds rang out. The chains began to shake, and the great earth cracked apart. They seemed like they were going to leave the earth. Now that they had reached this crucial point, the little pagoda took action again. He rushed towards five-phase mountain and tried to provide this individual with the time to break free. Hong heaven and earth opened and closed. Primal chaos was released. The ground began to collapse. The five-element divine chains were connected to a dark red altar below. There were seemingly endless amounts of symbols carved on its surface, and they now emerged into the world. This individual exerted force, pulling the dark red altar above the ground. He bombarded it with attacks to destroy it. Suppress and seal. Five-phase mountains release sound. It was incomparably great, and endless Tao light rushed into the heavens as it suppressed downwards. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Inexhaustible amounts of Tao symbols covered this place. They were extremely resplendent and carried absolutely frightening fluctuations. The little pagoda rushed up to face and confront it. Then he backed off. Multicolored light flickered as it retreated into the sky. "Why didn't you take action?" Xianxia asked. "Why should I take action? I never planned on fighting a decisive battle anyway. What needs to be done has pretty much been done. Letting those two fight should be enough," he said. Xianxia was speechless. He was a good-for-nothing after all. Not long ago, he made a solemn vow to fight a battle. Yet now, it wasn't going to let itself suffer a loss. The little pagoda laughed coldly and said, "I am different from him. By helping him free himself, this can also be considered a great kindness. If I continue fighting in his place and waste my magical power, then I would be suffering too many losses." Xianxia curled his lips. He had truly felt that this fellow was going to fight a decisive battle, yet in the end, it was just going to watch the battle go on, not involving itself too greatly. "You should thank me. Otherwise, if it really would be like you said, where all of the karma was placed on you, you would definitely die a cruel death, and there wouldn't even be much we could do to delay that end," said the little pagoda. "Now, we should just let this creature take everything on," it added. The battle continued, only the ones who were fighting changed. The little pagoda exited the battlefield and had a look of someone who didn't want to brag about his accomplishments. Five-phase mountain suppressed downwards. With a honglong sound, heaven and earth erupted with disorder. The aura was even more powerful than before as it suppressed towards that individual. At the same time, golden multicolored light filled the skies. The undying existence became different. Even though he was shriveled up and withered-looking, endless divine radiance erupted from his back. Golden feathers rushed towards the heavens. Following a hong sound, the entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Golden wings emerged from that creature's back. They seemed incomparably huge when compared to his physical body. They stretched into the heavens through the clouds endlessly, as if they could prop up the sky. This scene was utterly terrifying. His physical body didn't change, but an enormous pair of golden wings was produced. They were even more vast than a mountain, and they directly scattered the clouds. Golden mist surged, and the wings released extremely powerful fluctuations to resist five-phase mountain. Terrifying! Xianxia was greatly shaken. Everyone else had long fallen weak onto the ground without the ability to move. This came from deep within their soul. It wasn't something they could control, and as such they were all trembling in fear. "Let's go. We should start moving too and leave those two to their great battle. Let's open Immortal Mountain's treasury and reap our spoils," said the little pagoda. It added, saying, "The karma this time will be added to your body. We are saving my parents first," Xianxia said. He then added, "Add all of the karma onto me." Xianxia added this on his own initiative. This represented his attitude on this subject. When he saw that restricted space, his emotions escalated. He urgently wished to break through that place and meet his parents. The little pagoda swayed gently, and an expanse of multicolored light scattered down, opening a path into that divine formation. It released a halo of light that wrapped itself around Xianxia as he entered the formation. This place was refined and elegant. There was an azure lake, some ancient buildings, as well as a bamboo forest. The spiritual essence here was extremely rich, almost to the extent of liquefying. The composition is just like a corner of the martial imperial manor. Xianxia looked into the depths of this place. There were a few houses there that were built in the style of his childhood. "Wait, there is something strange there," the little pagoda said softly. There were other symbols hidden within the depths of this formation. The innermost region was especially unique. "Today, you already broke the seal and released that existence. Yet you still want to come here? I will not allow you to do as you wish." 5-phase mountains divine will fluctuated outwards. It was full of anger. "Stingy. We just wanted to bring two people away. Is there a need for something like this?" The little pagoda spoke rather indifferently. If it wanted to bring people away, would the other party be able to stop him? The little pagoda suspended itself above Xianxia's head. Chaotic energy swirled about, and all of the formations were opened. As if he was traveling on level ground, Xianxia quickly ran inside. Pong! A muffled sound rang through the air. Someone was trying to tear apart space with a sharp weapon, trying again and again. A husband and wife pair were incomparably anxious as they did everything they could to slice apart the void. Xianxia could see them even while he was far away. His eyes immediately became blurry. They were his father and mother. After being separated for more than 10 years, he was finally able to meet them again. They carried a dagger in their hands that was created from a void beast. It continuously hacked at the void in an attempt to leave this place. However, they failed again and again. Their spirits were drained and their strength exhausted, but they continued. "Father, mother!" Xianxia shouted loudly. He waited for so long. They had only met in his dreams. Yet today, they were finally going to be reunited. He saw those familiar figures. He couldn't forget it. During the Battle of Stone Capital in the past, Xianxia unleashed a great massacre for his sake. The golden spear angrily slaughtered the evildoers, and he left the familial clan with resentment. He also recalled that his mother brought him far into the western border. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li the husband and wife traveled. They suffered attacks again and again, receiving heavy injuries. It was as if it was only yesterday when his parents carried his infantile self, their faces filled with unwillingness as they caressed his weak body. They wanted to help him continue living. However, they didn't have any way to do so. They searched everywhere and eventually found Stone Clan's ancestral land. They wanted to save him, but they were left with incomparable despair. The two couldn't help but weep in dejection. In the end, they had no choice but to head for the great archaic divine mountains. Even though they were putting themselves in great danger and might die at any time, the two did not turn back and went to beg for medicine. However, even that was useless. Filled with despair, they entered the mysterious region. However, when the husband and wife saw him, their voices began to tremble. They felt as if they were dreaming. Even though more than 10 years had passed, they were still sure that this person was their son. This was the child from back then, the baby they left in the wasteland region. Now he had grown up. Immediately, both individuals began to tremble. They opened their mouths, but they couldn't speak a single complete sentence. During all these years, the fact that they might never meet again constantly weighed heavily on their minds. This was a tremendous type of suffering. The husband and wife shouted out loudly and rushed forward. This was their child. He had pointed his sword at a deity just now and looked down on the Qin clan. He unleashed slaughter in all directions, all for the sake of meeting them. The child who had suffered great misfortune had grown so big now. He was now a brilliant youth that could overlook all of his peers. This left them absolutely overwhelmed with emotions. Even though they had smiles on their faces, tears continued to flow down their cheeks. So many years had passed, and all types of numerous and complicated events had taken place. It was difficult for them to leave the valley, but today, they met again, and they were finally consoled. However, deep down inside, guilt, regret, shame, and other similar emotions broke out. At this moment, their hearts were trembling. They were full of emotions, and tears continuously fell. They cried out that name. Joy, guilt, and all types of complicated emotions filled their minds. The two individuals almost stumbled as they quickly hurried over. Father, mother. Tears fell from Xiao's eyes. During these years, he emerged from the great wastelands alone. He forged his own great reputation, carving out a path full of laughter and anger, but he never felt this type of sadness before. Ever since his childhood, he rarely cried. When he grew up, they became even more rare. However, at this moment, tears blurred his vision. He had already awaited this day for an extremely long time. Child, that is my child. Tears flew down continuously from Qin Yining's face. Xiao wiped away his tears and rushed forward. The little pagoda shook, and the formations at all sides shattered, becoming a level path for him to move through. However, it still felt a strange feeling. There was an altar that was rather bizarre. With the little pagoda there was no need to worry about anything. It suspended itself in midair, protecting him from everything. With stumbling footsteps and a face full of tears, Xianxia and his wife rushed forward. There was a flame raging within their hearts that was hard to suppress. Are you really my Hauer? Even though he found it hard to believe, he still couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. Qin Yining gently caressed Xiao's face while staring at him foolishly. Tears continuously streamed down her face. Even Xiao's valiant face was releasing tears. His breathing was rough, and as he grabbed Xiao's shoulders, he laughed loudly, but tears still fell. At this moment, they were feeling great joy as well as sorrow. All types of emotions existed at the same time. It's me, Xiao shouted loudly. He allowed the tears to flow freely as he loudly called out to his father and mother. Qin Yining grabbed him into her embrace and burst into tears, unable to hold herself back any longer. She had missed him for so long, and now, she allowed all of it out. During all these years, she often woke from her dreams only to find tears by her pillow. Xianxia also embraced his family members. He didn't say anything and only did his best to suppress his emotions. As the father, he was supposed to be like a great mountain that protected his children. He did not want his child to see his weak side. The family of three were finally meeting face to face. There were too many things they wanted to say, but they found it hard to say anything immediately. Joy and stirring emotions filled their hearts. Qin Yining stroked Xiao's face again and again. When she looked at him and then thought of his appearance when he was little, she felt a wave of sadness, a wave of happiness, a wave of tears, a wave of laughter, as well as a wave of disappointment. Xianxia continuously patted his shoulders, feeling great happiness that he had this type of child. He couldn't help but laugh out loudly, but unknowingly, tears appeared in his eyes again. He hurriedly turned around and wiped them away with his back facing Xiao. My child has suffered during these years. Mom and Dad have let you down, Qin Yining said as she wept. The moment they met each other, the bit of sourness and bitterness inside his heart had already disappeared. He could feel his parents' love. These emotions weren't things that time or distance could cut apart. Even though they were separated by two great regions, and even though they hadn't met for so many years, the moment they rushed towards each other, all of the distance between them had disappeared. There were only moving emotions. Mother, father, I never blamed you too. I only long to see you, Sure Hao spoke. Since he was young, he always saw that other children had fathers and mothers. He was dejected at the fact that he was alone. When he grew up, he always swept through his enemies alone, but deep down inside he still had a bit of softness. Now that he met them again today, he was deeply moved. The married couple happily shed tears, smiling while experiencing great emotions when they thought about how they didn't take care of Sure Hao after all these years. Their guilt and regret all gushed outwards. Child, all wrongs rests on our bodies. Qin Yining wept. Back then, with their cultivation levels, it was simply impossible to contend against supreme experts. In the archaic divine mountains, there was naturally no chance of them receiving a holy medicine. They could only travel through the great wastelands and enter the mysterious region's Immortal Mountain. Along the way, they were close to dying many times. It was because Sure Xialing had been gravely injured while bringing Sure Hao out of Stone Country capital. Meanwhile, Sure Hao's mother Qin Yining had been internally injured a long time ago. Her cultivation had suffered damage previously. As for her internal injury, Sure Hao had heard about some of it from the mother of Lightning Clan's young miss. Qin Yining came from outside the Wasteland region. She was gaining experience in the Wasteland region, but she was plotted against by others. Her cultivation was almost completely ruined, but later on, she encountered Sure Xialing. They developed feelings for each other, and eventually, they came together and became a married couple. When Sure Xialing and his wife arrived at the Immortal Mountain, they were immediately imprisoned. He later found out that Qin Yining's injuries were related to Qin clan's people. Sure Xialing had also guessed at the fact that his wife's background might be astonishing. He found out that the Immortal Mountain was an intermediary between the lower and higher realms, and that the struggles involved the higher realms and extended into the 8 regions entrapment. Qin Yining didn't talk about it in depth, and it wasn't easy for him to ask about it. The child the two gave birth to actually produced a supreme being bone. When news of that reached the Immortal Mountain, it left them greatly shocked and created huge controversy. Regardless of whether there was a dispute before or not, or if it involved the clansmen in the higher realms, this matter was important. However, the supreme being bone had been gouged out, so there was nothing they could do. It was hard to retrieve and impossible to replace. In addition, when news arrived that those of Qin Yining's bloodline in the higher realms were defeated, this matter became even less important. In the end, no one paid much attention to the child that had lost his supreme being bone. However, they watched Sure Yi carefully. The lower realm Immortal Mountain decided that when he matured, they would pluck him back. They couldn't leave him outside the Immortal Mountain. Sure Xialing and his wife were unwilling. He pleaded bitterly to return to Stone Village to deliver holy medicine so that he could treat his pitiful child. Unfortunately, the elders of the Immortal Mountain were extremely cold. They didn't agree to his request and said that doing something like that would only be a waste and that it wouldn't be able to save the life of a dying child. Those words dealt a heavy blow to the married couple, leaving them greatly wounded inwardly. Afterwards, they were imprisoned within the valley and not allowed to leave. However, things turned for the better. The higher realms wanted to carry out a supreme being rebirth project. They wanted them to give birth again because their first child had been a natural-born supreme being. Normally speaking, if they had another child and hoped for another supreme being, the chances of success weren't that great, but there was hope. There were similar accounts of such a thing in the ancient texts, and even if it didn't succeed, the second child's bloodline still wouldn't be ordinary. Of course, the main reason for them obtaining this information was that the higher realm's Qin clan was earnestly researching this topic. They began to deduce various things, and afterwards, they sent people down to deliver a mysterious piece of heavenly bone. In addition, there were all types of precious medicines as well as many secret recipes. However, this was classified as a first-level secret, fearing that others in the higher realms would learn about it. They purposely carried this out in the lower realms. The Qin clan made it quite clear that if they produced a second child, there was a high chance that they would use this as a pretext to rescue the first child. They would use the powerful essence blood to nourish the frail crippled child. They also stated that not even holy medicines can save Sure Hao. Only powerful and similar essence blood was enough. Inside the couple's hearts, There was only sure how. As long as he could continue living, they could endure anything. They were even willing to use the second child to save the first one. However, the Qin clan went back on their word. They didn't allow them to leave and ignored their pleas. My child, your mother has let you down. Only after threatening with death did we get the clansmen to agree to bring us to Stone Village to find you. Qin Yining quietly shed tears. They thought of many things from the past, filling them with regret and misery. When she and Shi Xiling returned to Stone Village, they were completely devastated. They only saw desolate and barren ruins that extended hundreds of thousands of li. It had long been purged with nothing remaining. It was to the point where there wasn't even an insect alive. At that moment, all of their hopes had been turned to dust. Shi Hao continued to shed tears. He knew that the chaos must have been caused by the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xianxia while fighting over the mountain treasure. And that was why they missed this chance.